these tiny models show extraordinary results. And this is a computer-controlled animated camera. This is a fighter pilot flight simulator flying on one model. And they actually use the same technology to train the astronauts for the Apollo missions. That's a new model. Flight simulator, live, real-time flight simulator camera. This is actually a rover simulator. Sam built. They had a camera near this, running over a model of the Earth's surface. Because they actually accurately modeled the surface they were driving on. They had two cameras, two views with one camera. Then look at the camera, just going up and down as if the car was reacting to the surface. Quite incredible technology, but that's there nearly as well as it was in the modes. They had a complete setup, giant circular models, and they got more detail for closer landing. This is all set up for simulated landing. They had a giant simulator that utilized real-time cameras. These models operated by the astronauts. This is an accurate photographic model of the moon, which is highly detailed. It was actually and I believe this is small compared to the model. Here is an example in a simulator. Photographs from the simulator, pointing out reference flights later to see how easy the moon was utilized. This is the man I believe responsible for visual effects, Douglas Trump. I will show you the brief history. There's plenty of information on the internet about him. I just mostly wanted to introduce him. We have a landing footage. This is specifically at Apollo 12. There was a dust blast. But on Apollo 14, they kind of screwed it up. You can see the difference in the lighting in the craters. Because before the dust hits, it's water. After the dust hits the center, the lander was on. This is mission control. Very few there. So only the astronauts were only allowed. Only astronauts were allowed to talk to astronauts on the moon. They were all in on it, as well as the camera operator. So obviously the camera was recording, not live operated, as well as agents. Only a few agents in mission control. Gravity analysis is obviously the most important, but I think some orientation is necessary. If you understand what's going on when you look at the footage, the place to begin is the moon's surface. Obviously, no atmosphere or water is, of course, because of the planet light. The brightest photography apparently stars aren't visible. But water also means no erosion. There's erosion disappearing. And of course,
welcome. I'm here. How are you, Mr. Aquarius? How was your day?
Okay,
What up, Miss Aquarius? There she is. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo. 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 Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear them.
Okay, can you
It's got to be you.
I think so. Just one
You on the
moment.
phone?
No. Just one moment. Test. There we go. We got it. You, Miss Aquarius.
How are you?
I'm well. Are you ready for me?
Yes. Yeah,
You-
I have to go. Yeah, there we go.
I don't know.
It's okay. You got this, Rabbi. I get it.
There we go. That's a good spare.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a tough. This is a very tough split.
Who can get one?
Oh, come on. Should have got that. Look at you. High five.
Thank you. High five. Come on, come on. You got this.
Come on.
You should knock that one down.
I'll take it.
What's going on with me? Okay, you got it. Go ahead. You win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, win.
Yes, you did.
Mhm.
Get it.
All right. That's
There.
fair. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, there.
Thank you. Strike.
Thank you. Yes. Come on, Rabbi, you got it.
Ooh. I win, you win, Mr. Aquarius.
Yes.
You win, I win. Good job.
You're welcome. Good job, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am. Alrighty. See you. And we will play tomorrow, God willing.
Okay, guys, better. We'll play tomorrow.
Excellent.
Right.
Night, night.
Night, night. I'm going to start.
Okay.
I stay in here with you. Since Brandon out here, I stay in here.
Aquarius.
Here, Rabbi. Hey, me and myself. Night, night.
Night, night. Oh.
Compilation footage of the landscape. TV cameras were used. This is a TV camera. It actually is quite large. You'll see some footage with this astronaut next to the camera, but it's used to rotating disc of red, green, and blue. And capture 3 scans per frame actually. And you end up with this kind of rainbow look to it. When all 3 colors are present at the same time fully, you end up with white, you end black. Mixture of colors, mixture of intensity to give you gray of the colors themselves if they're separated. The slower it goes, the more you can see. The faster it goes, the kind of images, this blurry image. This is what today's film photography is made. The television cameras are HD, so they have a lot of this as well. But as much as on the scan, as much as progressive, which is image after image. This is what many of you are used to at this point. You've seen a TSC video. You can see how it's getting, and even skin lines as the object moves. You see the separation, they call it combing. This is an exaggerated version. So as you can see it more clearly, sometimes there's a little blurriness, the glow, and the residual image, and so it softens a little bit. It's a little bearable. But you can also see style of motion blur here. If we have a simulated shot of the balloon, you can see what it looks like. This is much more refined. You can barely see the scan lines here. This seems like it should have been the preferred way of capturing moon footage. But design demanded filters to use the progressive red green blue, and that will become clear later. Here's the refined pattern with the glow and residual image. It provides this kind of trail. It softens the effect. And of course, they have it simulated. There it is, just a shaky camera. Now we show rainbow motion blur. Separate the colors, you can see what happens. This is a disc spinning capturing red, green, blue. The red, green, blue are combined all three together. We have white. Here you can see the different colors. If you combine them in different intensities, you end up with the full gamut of colors in the rainbow. As well as between. The closer they get to being balanced, the greater white and black it gets. And you saw the color footage in the slow-mo. You see it again quite often. That's because of the imbalance that was purposefully done. So now you see the rainbow motion. As the object moves, the red and green and blue are captured in different states of the object. There is one. When you combine them, you end up with separate colors, except when they overlap. You can wait and see through them. The more natural it looks, the faster, the more rainbow it is. Then we can make the glow effect, as well as the residual image. And you get something very similar. Here you get great examples. View a few seconds of extended footage. Here is similar with video compression added on the top, so you can see why does their image look so crappy. It was purposefully done to disguise as art. But it would be added to the photos. Here are direct examples of rainbow motion blur. The faster the object moves, the higher the contrast, white over black. It becomes very obvious. Gray over green, not so obvious. Some of these are moving. That's why you see them repeating, because they're just short clips. This is the full presentation. You see it throughout the impulses, except in a few cases, which I have in the appendix, that you can see the full presentation of the clips. But in this case, there are a few enough clips that show the entire presentation that I think is advantageous, and then we'll go through the specific examples at the end of the presentation of the clips. And I will turn some yellow and some blue not be utilized in this analysis. To see the ones that I will analyze, go back and take a closer look. Find which ones you like. Look at the smeary, distorted, crappy look. And, of course, those are my clips. Factors changed except comparison. This is the moon speed. This, I don't know. I'm not sure. Obviously, it's very slow. You can see the rainbow effect. Analyzing thrown and falling objects. It's hard for you to understand what you're seeing. I cannot completely lie. This is why you complex. I want to utilize to generate this imagery. It's 24 FPS, whereas the actual speed was shown here. That's what I've ascertained. Wire from the depth site, 35 per second, so size. Reverse engineer, but we have enough control. That is, we can analyze the falling objects for gravity. There's a shimmery and otherworldly effect established, quite extraordinary. This is, of course, very slowed down so that you can see the effect. Here, sometimes you see it, it's compressed. Sometimes you see multiples. It's not very straightforward. I never completely understand how to generate this imagery. We have enough control to analyze for gravity. So you can see the severe compression as well as distortion. Because of the light shuttled through the dark gradient to the ground, rainbow motion here is more easily noticeable. And of course, the extreme movement. This is frame by frame. What specific changes are occurring I do not completely understand and not completely analyze for that. I do not see a need for it this time. Then there's the camera's glass lenses. There's distortion as a result. You can see this on the camera that's cut in half so that you can see the glass inside. Lenses are curved. They're curved more extreme, less extreme. There's an array of lenses. This creates a really complex situation. Light is right through. Then you see the extreme curvature here, depending on the lenses utilized. You end up with a certain amount of distortion. Here's a graphic example of distortion. This is a fisheye, an extreme fisheye, and this is the opposite. It is called pinch and push, I believe. And you'll find the footage. This is the kind of distortion that you can see. It helps disorient the viewer as well as it can make things look further away than they really are. Frames per second is a very important aspect of this focus. You need to understand it, so take some time to understand it. A projector. This is how the film is run through the projector. The arm's grabbing the film, moving it along with a spinning disc letting light through. You have reels of film laying, depending on how quickly the film is through the projector. Plus, it's like it's captured in the
Just jerk you off until you can handle it. I still feel my tits, I feel my pussy. And we handle that. We handle it. What do you think about that? You said to say that. You said to say that. No, he's a fucking liar. I said not even a blowjob. I took that Marshall and jerked you off to completion. Thank you very much. Listen, you never gave me a blowjob. Now you're just like, I jerked you off and all you done? No. What else? Put in my blood, put in my pussy. No. Everything. You entered all specific frames per second.
So you get different speeds of action. You can take 34 frames per second and play it at 24 frames per second. You can do 59 and play it at 24. How it was captured, or the speed it was captured or generated at versus the speed I played it at. Those are the factors of frame length. And these are the factors of frame length that I utilize to reverse their slow motion.
Integrated various benefits. Garrisons allow players to construct buildings based on the professions, manage forwards.
Frames per second, it is the main field speed, and the others are reused in specific instances. Here we see them all, those frames per second, modified by the factors I showed. You can barely tell the difference. It's the same action going through a different process. And almost identical at the end of my process, my reverse engineer, you can see the subtle changes. You can see some time frame changes used on a 144 frame film length. And so you can rely on the process I used to reverse engineer this action. Now the other complication mentioned was the fact that I was captured by 24 frames per second, yet shown to us and presented to the website at 30 frames per second, because that was normal NTSC frames per second. I did add some stuttering at the bottom of that 30 frames per second, and at the top was also 30 frames per second. But I added stuttering, which you will find in some of the footage. There's a phenomenon that I find quite interesting, is that the distortion of the footage, because it was broadcast from the moon, did some time changes where it actually went backwards in time and started up again and remained in sync. That's a phenomenon that I think should be explored more, but of course I won't, because it wasn't real. It will just confuse the viewer and make them think like it was coming from the moon. Now we get to the gravity analysis. Here you can see and show you how I came up with my graphic for analyzing the gravity. The blue is Earth gravity, and the red is moon gravity. You can see an obvious difference. When objects fall slower, when objects fall faster. You'll see those animated in the analysis. I'm just showing you how this graphic was generated. The footage was matched up to the astronauts so that the astronauts were the same size. Based on that, the analysis was generated. You should familiarize yourself with the number on the graphic. They represent frames. The object should take a certain specific number of frames to fall every time. There is no exception. Gravity does not change. And because of the frames per second at 24 frames per second, here presented at 30 frames per second, it's the same thing as 1 second of their time. And you can tell by the sound sync, it's 30 frames per second. You can tell by how many frames it would take an object to fall on the moon in a certain number of frames at a certain distance. It doesn't change. So here we have astronauts jumping for various reasons. Locomotion, fun, no. There obviously was no jumping. The first three that I've been obtained, mostly in A-17 here. And of course, they had the astronauts on wire, so my analysis of their gravity was almost accurate to the limit. This was a frames per second combo of wires, and based on the equations you saw earlier, about 46% of the weight stayed up on wires, so it was quite the same as the wire simulation, weightless quality, or excuse me, lower weight quality. But of course, combined with cat. Orange will clearly designate where it is, the beginning and ending of the jump. You're also looking from the beginning of the jump to the apex where it stops going up, or the apex down where it starts going down, to where it lands. If you question my choice of these, then there's not much I can do about that. But I was as accurate as I can be. You can see I matched up the astronaut to the gravity based on where the feet were located. And if they were leaning forward at the top of the pattern, it's where the top is. And if you see them leaning over, that is very accurate. The pack doesn't really go much over that. The astronaut's head, based on where the astronaut is located in the suit. Line level in the middle of the visor.
P15 9H270 Charlie Lima 20. Rabbi Rothschild AMA. Rabbi Rothschild. Foxtrot. Tommy Life Truman Show. Rabbi Rothschild. YouTube Filter Live for more than 20 live streams. Rabbi is live on YouTube 24/7 365. And 3 conference. Rabbi has more data on internet than anyone ever futurology topics like anti-gravity, ADRC, Santa Moons, machines, invisibility, UFOs, alien disclosure, shared of a trillion forms of seven. I was on that shit. Stocks fell down. Emoji angel. Devil down to work on second projects in your necklace. Love to see you and have to kill TTS for you. Discovery objects. Internet early definitely. Appreciate that. Why did I just go on a mission trying to find that rabbi guy on YouTube and like go in and pronounce his streaming all day? Yeah, for the most part. I can show you some ones I just did. Drills.
Thanks, Stocks.
You just saw the classic Hammer effect. That was one of many. Several dozen here. And then you measured the range, literally, the last few missions. And there were quite a few opportunities because they were walking around with wires, running around in wires, and acting very comfortable where it's a pretty dangerous environment. So obviously I didn't analyze all of these. You always really analyze them. You can, I'll show you, after the meditation of these clips, to see which ones dissolve away with yellow. The ones that do not include. As you can take a closer look at this for yourself, see, you'll find something different. And here we go. We should eliminate the ones I can't analyze. We're left with quite a few that I can. The goals are significant. Even the ones being shoelace and words. We have a bunch. This is wrong. It says it takes 19 frames of footage. Here you go, side by side. And you can see the modified one definitely falls slower as it should have. And here's my factor of 5 to 4 slow down here. And it is correct. You can always repeat these. Pause, replay if you want to see it again. I only showed it to make the difference clear. It was 22 in the footage. I modified it to make it 30. Here you see the side by side. Here's some of the airplane. It's Apollo 14. You can see the incredible distortion of the footage. It's really incredible when I'm trying to hide. The footage itself is also unbearable to look at in slow motion at presented speed. But at this, it makes it worse. So with 21 of the raw footage here, 31 modified is correct. See the difference? It should be 31 at that height. There's quite a bit of difference. 10 frames. So we're not talking a frame or two here. And my footage is 12, which is correct. I say my footage, modified version. Footage is different. So if I good ones, 30, you can see the difference. How much longer it takes. My quality is longer and slower. see the difference. So I'm just running through these again and again and again. It just keeps going on. If you look at these more closely, I just want to present them to you so that you, careful analysis, apply analysis, that you should do. I'd like to spend some time to confirm what I have discovered here. Here is an astronaut. And then I move the graph. The measurement graph to where the action indicator bars are. When the frames hit, you can see it turn red if you didn't already notice. And it gives you a reference, the same size as my astronaut graph. I just moved it separately. So that the astronaut graph is there, establish an accurate size for measurement. The overlay graphic is moved. More accurately show the distance the object traveled in frames. Every time it's about 2/3 difference there. It's 2/3 as many frames as it should be. And it might correct every time. Well, let me correct that statement. Almost every time. And I'll show you why soon. Those are not correct. These are some tricky fellows who created this footage. This is quite extraordinary. Get it now. I missed out. Yellow 15 was off. That's minor. It's not really an issue as discussed. It's frame dropping. They had all kinds of tricks going on to disguise what was happening here. You see the yellow graph? It just means I've done some stabilization, and I put it there as a reference. It was usually hand done stabilization, enough that you can measure. Here you can see the lens distortion, really obviously because of the stabilizing. And here you can see how the same objects in the background get distorted as they approach the edge of the frame. These are harder to pass them. This one are really extraordinary things. What's happening here is that it's wrong in my footage. And it was like, why is that? Well, I realized that it did a frame adjustment. Notice the factor change at the bottom. 0.41 equals 0.54. 141 back to 0.54. They changed the factor to throw the object movement to simulate the move, the proper speed, and it jumped back. You can't tell. Then we don't be doing this for this. There's a whole section on space change. You can see how often they use that technique to disguise their methods. Again, you can see the factor change. This is harder because the camera moves on, but it's clear to me. You can see that I have multiple versions of the graph. One is in the background. You can see that I have two astronauts because I'm trying to measure how far it went. I do the factor change and it works. 141. 141. Because that's film and normal speed. And you have to multiply that film speed with the length of 141 to achieve simulated movement. For these points were in the analysis presentation. Now this is wrong. Watch the 0.4 change. separates, but you get a closer indication of when it starts to stop going up or going down. You really can't handle with it. Sometimes you can. You don't need where it stops. You just need enough frames so that you can say, I've seen it move. And again, as we get further in machines, it's imitating almost the case. It has more. A16 and A17 are almost always choice of the machines for analyzing footage. Here's our ground astronaut from measure. Here you saw the sand falling. It's wrong. I say 31 frames. I'm showing you clearly where it begins, where it ends. It should take 40 frames. Now I'm confident in my discerning where the sand starts to fall, when the front edge hits the ground. And it is right in my footage. It is very blurry, very difficult. I will go back and forth and see the changes on the ground. Wherever I did, I discern where the sand hit, even if it's totally off a frame or two. That's minor compared to the differences we're seeing here. Watch closely. Compare the different rates at which the sand is falling in these images. It is easy to see that this footage that NASA presents to us was in fact slowed down and then sped back up again to match the gravity on the lunar surface. And when corrected, you can see that the sand is actually following the Earth's gravity, as shown in these examples. Watch as this astronaut drops the sand from the shuttle that he is trying to get into the sample bag. Notice the difference in the astronaut sidestepping in the left frame versus the right frame. You cannot have that happen in gravity. This is clearly filmed on the Earth. Here you can see the difference when I stopped before it hit the ground. I couldn't read clear when it hit the ground, but you can clearly analyze at any point during the fall if you want. So it's not clear. The rate is the same on those frames. I encourage you to do your own analysis of these two frames and the ones that will follow. What you will find will be very interesting indeed. In these frames, watch the difference in the speed at which the sand falls. You'll notice that the sand in the left frame hits the surface first before the sand in the right. Again, please notice the clip. It's right next to the bottom. Go to the NASA site referenced earlier in this presentation and look at the evidence for yourself and determine for yourself what's going on in the footage. Try to keep a mental note of how many times you're seeing things fall in this clip. Note the different rates at which the sand falls on the left compared to the right, and then back to the middle. And then back to the left, and back to the right, and then back to the middle. The sand behaves as if it was in Earth gravity, slow down and then sped up again, and then slow down. Do you realize how many times we're seeing things fall here at the wrong speed in the NASA footage? This is not a fluke. This is clear evidence. This imagery is fake. This is an interesting dilemma I had to determine on top of the instrument ones. And then, to help aid myself with the analysis, I used one of my gravity bowlers. You can see it matches up, but it doesn't match up according to my analysis. in the expected times. And here are a few examples of an astronaut falling down, kicking up sand. And here, scooping and tossing sand with a shovel. Hero used the top of the sand. Here it hits the top and falls. You can see it disappear, and it's a great time to determine when it starts and stops falling. Let's compare a couple of these clips. He did a lot of shoveling, so I have a lot of opportunities to measure. It's wrong every time. To demonstrate this, we'll speed the footage up, slow it down, and then speed it up again to match what was actually happening. And as you can see, it doesn't go to fall again. Let's watch that example one more time. Keep an eye on the top counter as the sand hits the ground. You'll notice that the time frames are different. This would not be possible had this really been on the lunar surface. This time, we see the astronaut step backwards as he finishes shoveling. You can clearly see that one pile of sand is hitting the lunar surface, so-called lunar surface first, before the other. Let us take a further look at how gravity affects objects that are thrown. And of course, they did the same thing that they did with folding objects. Whenever they could, they did a speed change event. Factor change to frames per second change to hide that this was faked footage. There's only a few of those. I found those very interesting. The astronauts are jumping. At the same time, sand is falling, and you can clearly see that the sand falls faster. This is the moon speed that NASA, aka NASA imagery, has been presented to us. Look at the way the sand is and how it hits the ground before the astronaut does. They should be falling at the exact same speed. That's what the hammer and the feather was all about. It doesn't matter what object you draw, the same plane, they land at the same time because there's no atmosphere to slow them down. Slow down the more air-resistant objects. So here, the sand is up with his feet. It totally clears out below him. Then he lands. In all of these examples, the sand will always land first before the astronaut touches the ground. And here are a few more clips to slow down. This is the famous jump zone. And there are obvious ones to me. Sand is up there. Sand is up there with his foot. Then, it's clear it's falling as fast as an Earth gravity. He's falling slower because he's hanging from a wire. Sand falls faster while the astronaut is clearly, again, hanging from a wire. And it makes me wonder how NASA was able to get away with this. Here, we'll go through some speed change events. These were the film factor. The film factor, or frames per second, there was changed midstream. Looking at the footage, that is, they did it quite often. We weren't looking at the astronauts. And here we have examples. While we're watching the astronauts roll around, they changed the frame per second for various reasons. And quite often, early on, they did it whenever an astronaut came close to the camera. Sometimes they are significant and sometimes they're not. I'm showing you all the ones that I found. However, during the presentation revealed, I will only show the most significant ones. Here you can see A15, the winner of this one. You can see that I eliminate most of them because you like most of them. So here's their version. Look how fast he's going. So down here he slows down. And my assumption is, as they were watching the footage, they generated it. They said he just looks too slow on the camera. We could beat him up. Here it is at my 4-5 factor. As I was analyzing the footage, I said, why does he look like a clown? There's the same trick again. More than a few times they thought it was necessary. They're hardly noticeable. Of course, you speed up the footage and boom, it starts out slow, and then it just takes off. There's that stuttering look again, somehow going back in time, and forward again. I don't think that happened in any legitimate footage, ever in the history of footage, except for other movies. And so, I don't notice any changes they did. It's a subtle change in slow motion. When I was looking at it here, it looked fast, and I did the adjustment to look better. I'm sure I missed many times exactly what the changes are they made. I just did the most obvious ones. It stuck out to me. That was a change I made. Did you see how the astronaut just sped up in the middle like that? Here, let's watch that again. Watch as the astronaut comes close to the camera using slow motion. Then, keep watching. There, all of a sudden, he just sped up. There he is again. Looks going fast. He seems to go a decent speed, and then, next. So here we are. We stand here, 1615 for overactivity, and they change it so we can run away. If you watch closely, you can see little spasms in the astronaut's make. That was a spasm, if you didn't notice. Here he is in my constant factor. That's the spasm. Now, you don't even notice it here. It was proper at 6.615 earlier, and he wasn't proper. I had to find the time change as they became standard practice. Near the rule, I find the factor that works, and as they differ in their way on different factors and so forth, so I just took the opportunities to change so that I felt the most likely. I do not nail it precisely every time, but I did it enough to show that it occurred. The astronaut walks slowly and then speeds up, if you notice. Look how boring this footage is. It's amazing at their own speed. No wonder no one wants to look at this. You want to go to sleep footage. Why? Because it's a show. You can't bear to watch it all the time. It's absurd. So, was there an 7.54. Not dramatic, but it's a great example of how the astronaut in full motion begins the ground. Starts his different stride, some kind of change, and allows them to hop. For the fact they're changing, so the astronauts were hanging from wires. We'll discuss that here. It's backpacks and so forth. Here's a suit laid out. I think pre-launch, possibly post-launch. You can see a lot of little items. You can research this on the internet. Fancy under structure. It's going to have to be visualized. And when it's covered, and use a diagram explaining what all of the parts of the suit are and whether or not they were used on the set. They could have been modified, certainly the back, which we'll go over here. It was probably modified. It may not have been made of all that equipment. It certainly didn't have to do with all this stuff. More than likely, they pressurized the suits a little bit, as well as the water that went around. And astronauts were testing the suits on the Earth. They still had to have coolant in there, but it didn't need to. So much oxygen feeding because they were in oxygen-filled set. And I imagine that they took as much weight off of these astronauts as they could so that they felt a little more comfortable. Here we have a reporter showing how the suit came off. And we're just speeding it up a little so that you get a sense of everything that was involved. Now the inner structure is connected to the outer part up there. So here we can see that structure, and here's the wire setup we saw in the summer. For some reason, back is sideways. This is the same structure that was used for the LM testing that we saw earlier on the fake set, the Model 7 and so forth. And here we are looking down the astronaut. You can see the gentleman top of the head walking along with him. This is an extraordinary flight, so you have to go to simulate gravity. That's the difference. It's such a significant difference. It's so much less than here. They have to be grounded ways to simulate it. Here you can see the ground still this way. And here he is jumping on the sideways set. This is all simulated. You can see how he's strapped in, and it's very effective. See the correct way of doing it, but certainly not completely accurate. However, look at the extraordinary abilities this light gravity gives them. Now he doesn't have the full suit on here. He does not have the backpack. You'll see a little bit of that later. It's still amazing. Look at how he's landing on his hands and without effort. We don't see any of this on the video. The NASA footage, almost nothing like this. Look, he lands on his hands again. Extraordinary. Here we are in the pressure suit. We're going to see tests where the suit is actually pressurized. You can see the comparison between the two. And he's getting right into place. And you see a comparison between Earth's gravity conditions, which means the wires, and he's standing straight up. And the normal conditions were looking down at him sideways. Look at the left. Looks like the guy's walking. My factor changed. Right, he's floating. Why is he floating? Because 83% of his weight is taken up by wires. He can't run. Why? There's no friction. He's so light now that he can't get any friction with his feet. However, with the life of Earth, it's easier. These are low pressure suits, not fully pressurized. That is my understanding. Close enough to the limitations that the suit would provide. And as you can see, an effortless flip. And here he goes again. And he lands on his hands without a problem. I saw no kind of agility like this in our moon footage. See, every time they fall, they're floating the legs on. They practically don't want to go down. This is some silly gravity test. Big gravity or weightlessness. Here is proof gravity being demonstrated. It is a face planted to test the helmet. And here, it looks like a fish out of water. They had problems with the backpacks, so they had to redesign them because he couldn't get out. And here he is trying to get out. Look how awkward it looks. It totally contradicts what Aldrin just said, which was his excuse for the slow motion. Pretty blatant if you ask me. And look how floaty he is. He can barely stay off the ground. Let's cut the backpack and a fully pressurized suit. And he's struggling to keep his feet off the ground. This is amazing. There's nothing like it in that footage. And where was the wire located? It was just one wire with white shirt. Right in the middle. Right in the middle, both ways, from the front and the side. And it was made out of monofilament. Perhaps braided, perhaps meant monofilament. But it didn't show up on the camera. And you think I was trying to talk about that. It's not uncommon. And look at the size of that. It's tiny. 5 millimeters from left to right. And so how did it not show up on the camera? That's not a big deal. And here we go. Now it's gravity. Where's Earth gravity? I come up with the equations based on the frame rate. You can use a specific counterweight that allows the astronaut at the same rate as the calculator when viewed through the 24. If you're interested in this, you should look at it closely. I put all of it here in front of you, and if you're not interested, I understand. I know it's complicated. It was tough for me to come up with it, so I know it's very complicated. But now to go back, it's not intuitive. You have to look at every little bit of it and see that there's a problem. Otherwise, getting into this is not easy. So I don't know. If you're not interested, you can go past this into the next section, but it does show you that any frame rate you choose, you can come up with a counterweight that holds the astronaut up to allow them to fall properly. So they combine with the counterweight and the frame rate. It shows you that will fall and won't stay in the film. And you'll see 59 frames per second and 0%. That means you film with a rate shown at 24 frames per second, and it will look like it is falling on the real. Here's our master rate at 44 seconds. You can see 44.6%. I was mentioning 46% earlier. 44.6 counterweight and used what is necessary for each frame per second. Flush used it as a benchmark here. Here we have some examples of what I consider evidence of the wires. Some on behavior, physics, on physics behavior, astronaut behavior. But for the most part, can be explained by having the wire pulled down from the bottom. We'll go through all of the footage and see all of the strange behavior, and we'll get the clips that I think are clear examples of astronauts hanging from wires with approximately 44.6% counterweight. Here you can see these quick movies that they did. It's quick, sped up, don't send them in the air. They do a lot of that. If you watch the vomit common footage, you'll see that anytime you start moving, you'll have to be ready to push up, like pushing up with his legs. He's going to launch, same with the wire work. So, all of these clips are what we're going to look at. You see a lot of spinning because they've got that central wire moving up. is natural. You've got these forces working on you. You kind of use them after a while. That was all right. He's kind of swung back down again, but the legs are not floating here. Here he's kind of spinning a little bit. And here his legs coming up to the ground. They don't float. There's no problem keeping his feet touching the ground. Whereas in all the simulation stuff, the feet tend to stay up because they're so light. But if they're going to fall with gravity, if the wire's pulling, probably from his mid-back a little higher. You can see the backpack bending of this one at the top. You should look at that one again. There's no clear example later. You'll see. It's about balancing act. Look from the top. I find these interesting. You can see them swaying almost like they're in sync. Because you know they look like they're leaning a little bit because they're resting on wire. I have no doubt there's been spasm because they're resting on wires. It feels like the wires not holding them up, so it made them spasm a little bit. They don't even realize that they're resting on the wires. This is an interesting one. Once the astronauts are swaying in sync, it's because they connected to the same ring at the top, meaning the same metal ring. That's not the wires. Here I stabilize it so it's a little more obvious. Lens distortion throws it off a little bit, but you can see them swaying together because they're resting on the wires. If the wires pull up, they move a little bit. Here we can see the backpack bending from the wire bending back a little bit. Sometimes they look like puppets, right? And in all of this pushing up at the southern arms that they do, never once fly up in the air. Remember how easy it was for the astronauts to jump and land back on their hands when they were attached to their rigging? It didn't seem very hard for them as they almost went flying back into the air. So why don't we see that happening here? Watch as these astronauts twist in a circle. I call this the rotisserie dance. You can clearly see the wires being pulled a little too soon. And here again, we see the rotisserie dance. This one seems funny and obviously in slow motion. Here's the slow motion aspect. You can see Hoppy and Joey. Extraordinary amount of it too. It is a lot of footage. The extent to which these missions are supposed to have taken place, it's really crazy. And the amount of running and bumping that they do is very dangerous and violent. It's irresponsible to say the least. What I've done is to categorize them here. See them coming at the camera, away from the camera, up to left and right. And in some scenes, moving away from the camera. Even a full resolution of this, you can decide which ones interest you. Look at them all. There's so many. Here are some scenes of the astronauts moving away from the camera. Watch the top of the screen as I return both for Earth speed and for moon speed. video footage. You can see the guy walking normally, but he's kind of stumbling. He's hanging on his wire, and he's walking. This is a great example of what he's saying, but you can see in what he's saying. You can see more of an explanation of what's going on there. I just love this one. Look, he's just walking on the road. And of course, this is the factor change embedded in the bottom. You can see the factor change, which you saw in 154. This is a 157 because he's doing detailed action. Just keep maintaining your balance.
Yeah, keep it. I've been watching for 4 years. No reason. Yeah, I go a lot, bro.
Here at the fire change versions, you can see before these natural very congested to fall with their heads, grasp the speed. It's obviously a slow motion. Here are a few examples of this. I have sped these clips up to prove that this was filmed in slow motion. It's quite obvious, isn't it? There's obviously oil in the sand to keep it from dusting, fanning out. Just look at the way the sand behaves after the astronaut kicks it in the air. This so-called regolith contains water or an oily substance. It's quite a set. Look at all of them. Look at a lot of them. Just remember that the little frames are the ones that are dropouts. There's the Rothschild. You can clearly see that the astronaut on the left is dangling from a wire. Some of the actions are noticeable as odd, and the most as presented version is because you accept the action as what it really is. But this is a joke. I mean, come on. Some of these are just clearly recorded in slow motion. How anyone can accept this as anything else is not really reasonable. I'm showing you a few more examples of this. Look at that. And again, that. And now, you can clearly see that the wire on this astronaut is being pulled taut. That's why he's stumbled and jerked. And the rotisserie dance. The conclusion is that this astronaut saw on a wire at the wrong time. And here we see evidence of that again. Watch as the astronaut trips over his own feet, and then the wire is pulled taut. and there's no reason for them to even move slower. If you look at the wire analysis footage later on, you'll see them behaving differently compared to the volume common simulated gravity. So the spasms I just found this as I was looking. I asked them, what are they doing? What are these weird jerks? And what do you know? It's something being pulled off balance with a wire, suddenly and unexpectedly snapping to a chain. What is happening here? Well, it's not because of the backpack or backpacks, or at least most of us have. We're ready for it. If someone pulls up on us, if someone snags us that we didn't expect, throws us momentarily off balance, even if we weren't going to fall, respond as if we were, and adjust ourselves. These astronauts are being pulled up by a wire. The wire's actually pulling up on them, and unexpectedly there's some tension, or something happens, or it pulls in a way that they don't expect, and they react to it and adjust to it. They regain their balance. It is also possible that for whatever reason, it feels like it's not pulling out much, and not a support. They feel like they're going to fall forward as they snap back, because more than likely, they're resting on the wire quite often. They're relying on it, they're resting on it, they're actually letting it lift them up, and so they don't feel as heavy when they hop and jog. So now that we've looked at the footage extensively, we're going to move forward and examine how they did it. And one of the first things we should look at is the film gauges and how it was utilized to make this happen. Film gauges refer to the size of the film, 16 millimeter, 35 millimeter, 70 millimeter, as well as others. Double 70 right back. It depends if the film is sideways or vertical, what it was used to capture. How can these film formats compare to each other? Basically, you use a large film like IMAX, then you can use a smaller to capture it by using the optical printer and have plenty of resolution for the smaller format. I believe the Apollo footage, TV camera footage, was originally captured in 16 millimeter, then optically printed of sorts with a TV camera.
Welcome. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I didn't even realize this was going to flag it. Why am I in voice chat?
That's where the link goes. How's your day going?
Oh, I'm good.
How'd you...
Seriously? It's not like a Discord server, it's a voice chat?
No, it's a server as well. How'd you find out about me, big dog?
You to me on Kick.
Phenomenal. So you're a Click creator?
Hey, yeah, I have an account on Kick. I think I'm doing more on YouTube than Kick, but I mean, I stream there too.
Very well. Do you mind telling you about myself?
Are you Rabbi?
I am really a rabbi.
Shalom.
Shalom. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
Thank you. Firstly, apologies for any trouble my clips have potentially done. I do this for love. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person ever. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived than any person, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, everyone you've ever met, essentially, financially independent. If you're not already, I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you?
Have you heard about the global currency reevaluation?
Word, dog.
Yeah, I tried to buy some, what am I trying to say? How am I forgetting right now? All my stuff has been absconded from me by a person. It's a long story. What was that 2008 AA bond? Forgetting the country right now. Africa.
Africa's a
Oh
continent.
man. Yeah, I know the country in Africa.
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe. Thank you. AA 2008 banknotes from their liquidity crisis they had over their money before they got onto their new system. Someone told me that there was going to be there eventually will be a global reevaluation against the petrodollar. The Chinese have been pandering for 2 economic cycles now during the downturns to switch off the USD as the global reserve. And I can understand that it probably will happen at some point. America is weakening year after year as far as BRICS are getting a larger share of the purchasing power just because of their population as it is.
That's true.
But what you said more or less kind of reminds me of the things that Jim used to say. He told me, like, yeah, if you get notes in between like Vietnamese dong and Iraqi dinar, like the Zimbabwean dollar, when they go to do the currency reevaluation, if you volunteer to do charitable acts of good, they'll give you like more money than you would have received just having those notes to begin with. But I'm always skeptical when people try to promise me the world. I would agree with you the fact that like data is very important because data sets in and of themselves are what are needed to train AI.
100%.
And you can have the most help, but if you do not statistics, do you understand the statistics?
Yeah, to some extent.
Okay, well, again, result, you have to have a large enough of a sample. And so any statistic needs to have a large enough of a sample in order to be truthful and like 100% guaranteed to be factual given all data that's available. And even then, like, you only have a small cross-section of what is completely indicative of the number you're trying to guess. And everything with machine learning and AI, as far as these algorithms, a lot of it has to do with underlying statistics too, as far as the probability of results. The large language models themselves, what are the hypothesized outcomes of certain dialogue or thoughts and things like that. Data is very important. Yeah, I understand that large data sets are what underlie everything. That's why Google and Facebook and these other companies are just trying to scrape everyone's personal data and violate their own privacy policies that they're supposed to be honoring towards their customers. And even now there's like class action lawsuits for them stealing data off of people's phones that they weren't agreeing to have used or stored or saved for corporate interests. How did you telling me you have more data than all the large tech companies which have access to all of our personal information?
I don't say I have more data than any organization. I say I have more data than any individual. I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. So no one else out there is live on that many multiple YouTube streams for years. I've been going 24/7 for 3.5 years.
Okay, so that's what you mean by you have like a large amount of your own personal data because of what you're doing?
Well, I mean, I have it backed up on hard drives to some extent, but I rely on Alphabet and Meta and Amazon servers to store the majority of it. I also multi-stream. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any individual ever.
And so you stream to all of them at the same time just to like disseminate your message that far, or what's the?
Well, I can't do them all at the same time. So I do like 22 YouTube and like another 12 Twitch, another like uh, TikTok and those Instagram, really to be uncancelable. So that if for any reason I get a copyright strike on any one of my channels, I have backups and backups of my essentially redundancies, creating a giant time capsule for the world, essentially a timeline for humanity, so that people can literally go to my stream and see what was going on in the world at any given day, and not just follow my life, but follow world events. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between.
Saying that you have a large amount of data, if you're storing it all on a bunch of corporate cloud servers, then they have all your data too.
Yeah, no, I recognize that. I want to give that to them. I have a amount on hard drives, but certainly I can't store that much individually. So I'm fine by giving up my data to them in order to eventually have influence. And it gives people easy access to my data that I would normally be able to give them. So I recognize uh, um, it could be for both of us.
How do you feel like you having this large data set and just other data you think you may have? Are you like straight have anything that Jeff Bezos doesn't have himself? If you're going to tell me that you were the individual in control of the largest data set alive, I'd argue that Jeff Bezos is the individual in control of the largest data set alive.
Well, he's in control of an organization that certainly has more data than I have, but he doesn't have more data on himself than any other person. I do. So I'm saying, as an individual, I'm basically the most video archived person in global history. I have the most amount of photos ever taken of myself. I have the most amount of my voice ever recorded of any person ever. That's what I'm saying.
So that just means that they're going to be able to replicate you to any greater degree than anyone else, as far as the AI could sit there and completely replicate your voice, your speech patterns, your face, and how your emotional reactions, I guess, your micro reactions on your face, your expressions.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Essentially, AI can use me as a basis to create whatever they want.
Yeah, but they're just going to steal your likeness. So how do you feel like you're in control of anything?
Well, it give me influence. So eventually people will see what I do. That'll cause essentially people to gain interest in what I do, to watch my streams of the past and of the future. And in exchange for my having essentially given my life away for the last 3.5 years, I will gain influence on society.
Why are you leaving comments on kick streamers channels? You clipped me when I was talking about the liquidity crisis of dollars, not necessarily people buying up houses. There's not a housing shortage, there's a liquidity crisis. There's too many dollars in the economy chasing goods.
Why did I clip that? To be honest with you, it's a bot that I created that clipped you.
It's a bot that did it?
Yeah,
you want why?
Yeah, you want to see
why are you trying to get people to come here and talk to you? You're trying to onboard people onto your project?
Well, I mean, I just want to make people aware of what I do. I don't want anything from anybody, so um, I want everybody to be able to keep their own money and do what they wish. I don't want people here without their consent, but it is a tactic that works. It's gotten about 1,900 people into this Discord over the course of the past year, and allows me to meet some really interesting people, especially kick streamers. I've met Aiden Ross. I've met Action Man. I've met Ori. I've met Sam Bond. I've done interviews with a lot of these people. X Straight Savage, Amaranth. So, you know, as a normal lurker, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to meet these people, but as essentially the world's best clipper, I've had the opportunity to either be interviewed or just in talks with these people.
It's just curious. I mean, I wish you well on doing. I don't see how you're gonna make everyone financially independent. Explain to me how it is that
100,
you feel.
100%. I have a whole spiel. So one moment, I'll tell you all about it. So I do things, and I talk about things to help the world. So it does, like financial independence for everybody is great, but the discussions that I have, I feel, are what really are important to my stream. So I talk about things like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. Ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is with wells in developing nations, like to benefit the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Star Project and, most importantly, desalination technology. Talk about futurology topics that I really feel will be interesting to people of current day, but also of the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, alien disclosure, things like nuclear energy, quantum computing. We talk about things like geothermal uh, energy. We talk about invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a really exciting project, mind blowing even. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting. They've made recent headlines with their direwolf project. Their direwolves are over a year old now. Joe Rogan has met them. I also talk about things to help people in their own lives. I want to give people the ability to utilize, with their consent, life extension technology. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapy, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, to increase their average life expectancies from age 80 to age 100, 120. But eventually they may get to be 120 years old and they may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been really great. I don't want my life to end, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is all with their consent. But if they want, we may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But I talk to people about the opportunity to have a potential of a digital immortality, and that's really exciting to people.
I'm kind of ready to get out of purgatory. I don't know about other people. I'm not really interested in uploading my consciousness into the matrix of the computer and getting further stuck in this in-between realm. I'm ready just to move on to the next phase and leave. But, I'm interested in trying to do what I can to make things better here before I go. Unfortunately, I feel like a lot of us don't have agency to live our lives to the fullest potential given a lot of the constraints of the system around us. I mean, I say that I've been failing myself to a lesser degree, not actualizing some of my own potential, so I can't blame everything on external forces. But it's interesting. A lot of topics to talk about. I mean, what is it that you're doing now? It's like a lot of these people. I don't know. On Kick alone, there's a good degree of anti-Semitism. There's anti-Semitism everywhere, so I find it curious that you're interacting too.
Yeah, I mean, I get it every day. It's just something that you live with as a Jew, and it's something that I let bounce off of me like water off a duck's back. I just don't let it get to me. I know that people have hatred in their hearts, and I do my best to just be a good example to change their minds. I get people in here often who will say, wow, I have this one thought of how Jews were, and after meeting you, I see that it isn't that way necessarily. I mean, just as you came in here, I was watching a documentary. I watch Jewish history lectures. I invite people to learn about Judaism in any way they like. I answer people's questions on Judaism. I do my best to be as open to people as possible. I don't speak on behalf of all Jews. I speak on behalf of myself. So when it comes to anti-Semitism in the world, there's nothing I can do to necessarily control that as a whole. I can just do my best to be a light of the nations.
So, Jewish philosophy, eschatology, and talking about what happens when you die, right?
Right?
There is no heaven or hell in Judaism. There's just going to purgatory, or the place of waiting for all souls.
The world to come.
And that's more or less what I see as far as you're talking about uploading your mind to the computer.
Correct. Essentially escaping it.
It's like the same type of thing, in essence. It's not spiritual, it's more of a physical thing that we're manifesting in reality. But instead of just saying, oh, your consciousness goes to this area where you're waiting for the Messiah to come and God to intervene again and separate people out, it's like, I don't want to get stuck in that cycle of just sitting there and waiting, spiritual purgatory, and having to deal with the pain and price of living in Him.
And you don't have to. You don't know what necessarily the next phase encompasses. Like I say, maybe it's a life where you experience or you have special abilities or you can be a different type of creature. These are all opportunities with science.
I don't know. I don't necessarily want to be anything. God created me as a human. This is the life that I was supposed to live. I don't know. I'm here trying to grapple with the meaning of my existence, just like everyone else. And I don't feel like I need to be anything else than what Yahweh already intended for me to be. And then as far as living out my cycle, it's every man's days should be numbered to 120 years ever since Adam and Eve, in a quick succession of their progeny. The lifespan of human beings has diminished, and this is kind of the life that we're supposed to live now. And the original sin, even for you, from your philosophical standpoint, hasn't been fulfilled. So why should humanity try to get back to a state of perfection if that sin hasn't been eroded away, or at least accounted for?
We can always do what we can to try to live the best life possible. And if science grants us new
Isn't that going
opportunities,
against God's will?
not
God
necessarily.
kept Adam and Eve and everyone else out of the Garden of Eden in order to make sure that we spoiled and have short, miserable lives.
Not necessarily. Melchizedek lived to 969 years old. Really, the 120 idea comes from Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, our teacher. So it's been tradition since Moses that we've lived to 120 years old. Bible or in any related text, as we can't live longer than that. And I would like to get back to days where perhaps, if we want, we can live potentially in an indefinite future. That to me is exciting. And it really brings into the idea that perhaps Torah, Talmud, just really any kind of religious books and scriptures, teachings here for Earth. And I talk about space tourism and space elevators and terraforming other planets. And when we start to get into that type of development, we can look at religions to perhaps have a traditional role for us, but to look forward in the advancement of society through science.
So Melchizedek and the other early generations of Adam and Eve got to live to be hundreds of years.
Correct.
But then after that, after another period of going through and eroding away all the sin of mankind again, God flooding the earth with Moses, and then us leading up to Abraham, and now we're all just sitting here trying to follow the teachings of Abraham too. We're at a place where we haven't, it's like, I look at the world around us, and it's almost like living in Sodom and Gomorrah again, as far as the type of activities people engage themselves in and idolize. A whole nother point of living in that sin that God has always hated and not appreciated from us. So then rounds now to my original question is at what point do we account for the original Adam and Eve and find ourselves worthy again to be able to extend our lives indefinitely and live to these these high bars that you are trying to set for humanity. Like, I know we're going to achieve a lot of this anyways, but these are not things that people who are spiritual at all. These are worldly people who count themselves as agnostic and not even Jewish or Christian or any other Abrahamic tradition. You know, these are people who can write off God and not even feel like they're in control of their own destinies.
Well, I look at the heart. Everyone is agnostic because one truly knows anything. So if we have humility to be able to admit that, no matter who you are, then you're able to take into account new opportunities, new types of sciences. It's not my role to be able to determine when the line is drawn as to whether it's okay or not to live longer than 120 years old. I just am essentially documenting society in our pursuit to be able to do so. We already have Neuralink, which allows for brain computer interfaces. We already have, with the adoption of memory transfers on mice, to be able to perhaps in the future be able to utilize that for mind uploading. And I'm just essentially documenting these things. I'm no different than any other person who's just a witness to history.
I kind of feel that if you live long enough, eventually you, especially if you uploaded yourself to the computer and became part of some hyper intelligence, eventually you would lose your own self awareness. You would become part of something else, or you would eventually, like, your psychology would change long enough. I mean, people themselves over a decade can drastically change just because of the trauma or different things that they learn. You know, constantly trying to improve yourself as a human being, people are constantly changing. I think if you live long enough, eventually you lose your humanity, especially if you're digital beings. Eventually you won't be remembering taste and sound. Synthesized versus the real is probably always going to be different.
Well, the
Just
idea,
a digital curve.
I understand.
Everything with digitization rounds off an actual curve. Nothing in computer are exactly round. Everything is an approximation of the curve. We can draw real circles in real life, but the computers cannot draw perfect circles.
Can we really draw real circles in real life, like perfect circles?
We can draw arcs. I can sit out here and start drawing arcs in the concrete, and if you know you go to the atomic level, maybe it'll look like it's chopped up
Exactly.
for the atom basis.
Exactly.
The computer,
So they're not perfect
it's
either.
probably going to have a higher resolution than the computer will. Everything that I'm doing is a higher resolution in real life than the computer does.
Perhaps a computer now, but not necessarily a computer in the future. But in what you're saying is that humans can draw a perfect circle, and I'm just disagree with that.
Right now, we can draw perfect circles. In relation to the computer cannot draw a perfect circle. That's why everything, even with electronics and whatnot, trying to work on a sine and a cosine basis, they're going just flopping on a rounded error and an approximation.
I recognize that. Even without getting computers involved, there's no human on Earth, nor has there ever been a human on Earth who can draw a perfect circle.
Don't get caught up on like perfect. But trust me, the draw is more true to an actual circular arc than what the computer can do.
Okay, I mean, when you use the word perfect, to me it has a meaning. I understand. You're saying extremely accurate
Nothing
circle.
in this world is perfect. You're not losing information. I'm not losing information when I'm drawing arcs from the circle on the paper or whatever. The computer is losing information and transitizing things. And like right now, yes, the resolution might get better in the future, but everything with the digital form is still not going to be, which means by the time you digitize yourself, all the waveform stuff that are real, the real world, underlie the vibrations for molecules. that form scents, the aromatic particles that form scents are not going to be as real as what the things are in the computer. So you're not going to be getting real taste and real smell and stuff like that. You digitize yourself, and eventually you're just going to forget the sensation of what it meant to be human, and you're going to lose your humanity.
Well, perhaps with modern computers that may be true, but with advancements in computers, especially in quantum computers and holographic computers, then the plasma computers, all of these may be opportunities to improve what kind of data is stored. We may be able to just to store data perhaps even better than we currently do with our own human minds.
Okay, so what about Tower of Babel? Humanity forms together, tries to bring together all the information and knowledge of the world to try to challenge God and be like God and build a mega structure, do everything that they wanted to, and God wasn't happy with that. So here we are again trying to like form a digital power to ourselves and all the sciences and math. Like even we're at the point now too where like global language is coming together back again. You know, God dispersed everyone and mixed and befuddled their languages so they couldn't communicate and get back to the point of the technological height under Babel. And you know, now we're at the point where English is becoming a major language around the world. Everyone's communicating ideas, technological advancement, accelerating. I mean, at some point, God's going to intervene again, right? And what most of the Jewish people are waiting for is God to intervene again in the universe. And I feel like the more that we continue to try to challenge God and be like God, it's just pushing him to come, or whatever, pushing Yahweh to come back. And, you know, I don't really know. Personally, on a philosophical level, I just would rather continue, like, I'm never going to get a Neuralink in my brain. I'll just continue to interface with the computer at the screen and the keyboard. I don't want, it's already bad enough that they can read my brainwave and my thoughts and patterns by the electromagnetic field that I'm generating and being near my phone.
Right.
It's already bad enough that they can intrude into my thoughts and everything else, but being near the phone and reading my field as it is. I don't need them to have a direct link into my brain so they can get even more accurate data.
That's why when I talk about these things, I'm very clear at the outset to say with your consent, whether I'm talking about life extension technology or mind uploading technology, if you don't want these things, it shouldn't be forced upon you. If age 80 or whatever the average life expectancy was when you were born, I think that you should be allowed that. There are just those of us who perhaps want to, and we shouldn't be prevented from that kind of future if we want either.
I want the 40 years of my life back that I'm supposed to be getting, and I'm being poisoned by petrochemicals that are sprayed all over the food. I wish I had the agency and the ability just to grow my own food somewhere and not have polluted soil and polluted water. But unfortunately, everything is so expensive that I don't have that within me right now. I got to sit here stuck in the system, eating all of these fungicides and pesticides and herbicides and everything else. Some of it, you know, I eat a candy bar now. I shouldn't do it. It's not any worse for me though, really, at the end of the day, than having to eat the bread that there is. What can you do to help people now? It sounds like you're promising to help people in the future. I'm suffering right now. I'm trying to like get outside of the continual cycle of abuse in my declining life well-being. I just like my life is in a downward spiral. And especially you coming and leaving the comment. This is a period of me like at my lowest.
Okay, well, you should know that you shouldn't see it that way. It means that somebody cares about you, and I want the best for you. I hear the strife in your voice. I want things to be better for you. And when it comes to the food that you're eating and the water that you're drinking, all of those things, I don't control those things, but I'm in agreement with you. I want to avoid the pesticides and the herbicides and the fungicides and the insecticides that are poisoning you. I want to remove the toxic chemicals in your water. I want you to be able to live that life that you want, perhaps with an acre of land, wherever you want, to have the freedom to be able to live how you want, to be able to choose the future that you want for yourself and perhaps any prodigy that progeny that you may want. Uh, these are all important things that I feel that in the future I would want to be able to give you. As of right now, I'm just a single individual just streaming their life. There's nothing I can really do about the terrible things that are happening to you in society. I can just give people an opportunity to know that there are people out there who care about them, as I do, and I want a better future.
Get better future now. Get out of this situation. I really, like 10 more years of my life down, I'm like past a midlife crisis and still trying to struggle to figure it out. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix everything in a 10-year period, but Lord willing. But I don't know. What you're promising sounds like something that's going to happen after I'm dead. Trying to make everyone wealthy and independently rich. You got to be like on the Jeff Bezos level where you're in control of billions. Like Jeff Bezos right now, if he wanted to give up all of his wealth, liquidate all of his assets, and take care of everyone, he could probably secure a bag for the nation, but it's not like every person on the planet.
That's true. I'm in agreement with you there. But perhaps we need a different system. Perhaps we need a universal basic income, at least for people in the Western world and eventually for people globally. So I could be an advocate for that.
Are you an actual Rothschild?
It's my last name.
Are you like involved in the family, or you're just someone far on that?
It's a large family. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. So don't think that I control the banks. I'm just a normal individual, just like anybody else.
Yeah, you're on the very edge of the circle.
Depends how you want to view it. I can make phone calls that can perhaps change people's lives, but as of right now, I just choose to work on this project. It's something that I have a lot of belief in, and I think in the future may be able to change the world.
How does your family feel about you doing what
I would say neutral. There are some people who are positive of it. There are some people who are negative of it, just like with anything I do.
So you're over here trying to avoid being bent into obscurity, so you're not necessarily racist of those who matter that feel so fearful.
Oh, I can make calls to get my accounts unbanned, and I have. But generally, I do my best to live a normal life and not have to use, cheat codes for the world. And I recognize that this is a way to have influence and to be able to spread my message. If I wanted to, and I wanted to make calls and I wanted to ask people, I could get on the nightly news if I wanted, or in newspapers, or have press releases. I recognize that. I'm doing it this way. This is the way that I choose to do it. If I need to in the future and I need to ask my family for something, I will. But as of right now, I want to do things independently. So, Diogenes, you should know I hear the frustration in your voice. There are people out there who care about you. If anything, I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life if you need it. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world. And I'm really just here to give people hope. If there's anything that you ever need from me, you ever need to talk with anybody, I'm here for you. And I want you to keep your head up, okay?
I need like $100,000.
Okay. Well, in the future, I want to be able to give you that and more.
I'm trying to get back. I need to like finish out. I would like to go back to school again. There's some things I want to do, but it's like right now I don't feel like it's the best time. So I'm trying to figure out if social media is a means to an end for me to get my life back to some point of stability and give other people the encouragement to try to continue to fight for themselves as hard as they can. But I've lost so much hope even for my own self in the last year with the way things have gone.
Okay, so you're a streamer. You stream on YouTube. You stream on Kick. You stream on Twitch and Rumble.
I have Twitch and Rumble. For some reason, I keep trying to link Twitch to my Streamlabs, and it's not connecting the key. I gotta figure some things out. I hardly would call myself a streamer. I've been doing it for a little while, and I barely have a few hundred people following me on YouTube. I've got 25 people and 2 people unsubscribed.
Okay.
And most of the Kick subscribers are just bots.
100%.
It's not even real people.
Yeah. Well, you mean your Kick followers, not subscribers, right?
My Kick followers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, are accounts that come through trying to get me to buy views and watchers or whatever,
Absolutely. Yeah.
Viewers and followers.
Well, if you want, I can teach you how to create a bot so that you can increase the amount of Kick followers you have.
Somebody showed me, Alchigone was showing me how people were doing it on the back end. He showed me a website you could go to, and you could just open up a bunch of instances. It was like the back end of Kick, it was a door that was left open.
So those are viewers. Those are simultaneous viewers. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about followers. Basically, a bot that creates accounts for you. So whenever you're not using your computer, it's adding accounts to your follower list.
Yeah, but is that really going to get me anywhere besides just making it look like there's something there?
That's what everybody.
I need real people to engage.
That's what everybody's doing. And when people see that you have 2,000 followers or 20,000 followers, they're going to be more inclined to follow you as well. Also, when the Kick staff sees that you have 2,000 followers as opposed to 25, more inclined to put you on the front page.
Even though they know that it's fake.
So they don't really know that well. There's no way to view your follower list, at least as a user, and they really have to delve into your account to be able to see the followers. And you can use random user narrators so that they don't necessarily know whether these are real users or not. You use VPNs.
They would have a better.
You would think so, but here I am, basically creating bots that got you in here. And so of any person who knows how it can work, I do. And so I'm just letting you know that basically you can change your VPN if you want. You can change your IP with the VPN if you want. Use a random username generator, use random email generators, and just have it an infinite loop, always creating account for you. You turn it off when you use your computer, but whenever you're not using your computer, you just can turn on, and it'll just keep adding followers to you. And you'll probably get, if you were to do it, you probably get 30 an hour, one computer. And if I go 30 an hour, that's not that great. That's more than you have in your entire history being on Kick. So be an hour course of, you get let's say a little more than that. Let's say you get 100 every 3 hours or so. You're going to have 1,000 followers by 3 or 4 days or so. And then, so within a week, you'll have 2,000 followers.
I should just cheat like everyone else.
Wait, and you know what? I agree with you. As much as anybody else doesn't like it, you go to a website called botted, BOTTED, .WTF. What the fuck? Botted.WTF. And you can see everyone who's streaming on Kick right now and how much they're botting themselves. It shows you all of data. So it'll tell you, for instance, I'll go to it right now and I'll tell you basically everybody on there is botting.
No, I already know. And if that tool exists, then how is it not within the Kick staff interest to be doing something about it? Because everyone in the general public knows, and they should have a better bearing on their own web as far as what the real metrics are.
I 100% agree.
Care, he just wants the numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. And he said everybody's botting. He's in competition with Twitch, essentially, and everybody on Twitch is botting. So because everyone on Twitch is botting, he has to let people on Kick bot.
Do you have any sort of specific loyalty to Kick?
Eddie trades on Discord, but aside from that, and aside from liking um, the people know, it's just an easier platform to bot. Twitch is, though Twitch is bottable as well. The one that's pretty tough is YouTube, except if you want to just buy, um, if you want to buy instances and buy users and followers, if you want to just do it for free. Twitch and Kick are the easiest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a broke nigga, so everything I can do to save $1, I have to stretch my budget as far as I can.
100%. Well, I use everything that I do is free. I mean, as you see, I've got a lot of devices, but so long as you have, like, do you have a desktop computer or a laptop?
No, I'm homeless.
Oh, you're homeless. Okay.
Laptop, but I don't even have like regular power.
Okay, I understand. All right. Do you have access to a library?
Yeah, I mean, there's library more, right?
Okay, so what you can do is in the morning when the library opens, you go there. I can teach you how this bot on your computer. You create it yourself, but it's not hard. It's just basically an automatic mouse mover, and so it's just an auto clicker, and it will auto click for you the creation of either Twitch or Kick bot others, and then you just have them follow you, and then as that works, you will see the amount of followers that you have increase, and then whenever you stream, you're going to have more influence. Now, when it comes to the homeless aspect of it, I really wish I could give you that $100,000 that you need. I can't, at least not currently. But in the future, I'd like to. Right now, is just teach you how to create a bot. That's all I can do.
You know what I need? I need to know what's going to be the next like penny stock that goes 1,000 times over, so I get $1,000 and at least get what I need.
Yeah, it's not a penny stock, but I think Ethereum is probably a good investment for you. That's a good investment. Absolutely.
I've already got some money on the Solana blockchain and some different coins on it, but
I think Ethereum.
no, you're part of the Rothschild. Where's the next investment they're making?
I'm telling you, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana.
And Solana, yeah.
There's also Doge.
Yeah. Do you ACIP?
It's known as Kick Partner now. Yeah, they changed it. If you want to know my history with Kick, I can just. Some people knew I was streaming a lot, and they told me that I should get on Kick. I stream differently than most streamers. I stream on multiple devices simultaneously, so I started up with 10 different Kick accounts. This was not against their terms and conditions when I first started, and I would stream and not get really anybody following me or watching me or whatever. Like occasionally they put me on the front page and I get a bunch of followers and stuff, but nothing crazy. Well, then they told me that I couldn't stream it with 10 different accounts at once. And I didn't like that because I said, where is this in your terms and conditions that you can't do this? And they're like, well, we just don't want you to be able to stream 10 at once. Stream with only one account. And so I said, okay, fine. I wasn't getting anywhere with just the one account. So I started creating accounts and basically spamming people that come to my channel. Then Kick eventually banned that account and banned any subsequent accounts that I had. And then I spammed them for like 8 months straight last year to the point where Eddie knows who I am and their top developer, his name is Santa Maria, he knows who I am. He's made videos about me. Everybody in the Kick staff knows who I am. It's about a 200 people or so. I decided January 1st, 2025, that I would stop spamming people because with the hopes of maybe they'll let me back on. And a friend of mine who's a big streamer, his name's X Straight Savage on Kick, he's told me, you know what you did wasn't that bad. Why don't you try to come back and stream? I tried to stream again. They banned me again. We had an email exchange, They said to me, I said to them, for how long am I banned? They said indefinitely. I said, is that a lifetime ban? Yada, yada, yada. Eventually they said yes. I said to them, okay, so you mean it's the year 2025 right now. In the year 2075, if Kick is still a thing and I'm still alive, you won't let me stream on Kick. They said that's correct. And I said, well, you basically leave me no choice then. I'm going to spam you then. So then I started the spam bots up better. And I told them that I would and that I'd have more of them and they'd be bigger, better than ever. And that's what I've done. And that's basically my relationship with Kick.
How are you friends with Eddie then if you're just annoying?
Yeah, so I did an interview with one of their creators, Ori. He's a streamer on Kick, and I showed the Kick staff some loopholes in their sign up process, and I sent it to Eddie, and he watched it and friended me, and it was Kick had where you create an account, and sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't work, and other times if you kept hitting the button, it would work. Basically, it was an inconsistent sign up process, and they've subsequently fixed, but they wouldn't have known about it perhaps without my help.
So they banned you, and if you're Freddie, then why can you not on the platform?
I haven't asked him. So he's head of Stake and Kick, and the staff are the ones who've made that decision. I haven't asked him to come back. I'm not gonna infringe on our relationship like that. Frankly, I don't need Kick. I just need Kick to be on. It's more good for me. See, my thing is it's not streaming. I want people to be able to watch my streams 5 years from now or 10 years from now. You can go back to my streams 3 years from now and watch them. You can't do that with Kick. You can't do that with Twitch. You can with Rumble and you can with YouTube. So Rumble and YouTube, I do my best to stay in their good graces, but Kick and Twitch, I don't really care about because they don't archive the footage.
Yeah, I get that, I guess. Yeah, Kick is pretty interesting. I don't know why. It's just the data storage is expensive. Trying to
Exactly
keep all that data is an expensive endeavor. But it would be in Eddie's best interest to have that data archived because at the end of the day, it's intellectual property, and him not saving it means he losing a large amount of intellectual property he could have drawn upon.
I agree with you. I think it's just at the end of the day, it costs too much. And he's a billionaire. He's not a multi-billionaire, so he doesn't have the type of dough to be able to just dedicate billions of dollars to data storage. But even YouTube loses money on YouTube because of how much data that they store, even though they own their own servers.
I mean, they're losing money right now, but now they've got this giant, massive data set, and they put out a policy that said YouTube has basically got the license to use anyone's likeness as they want. You can try to, get rights over your likeness, but they could just merge your face with someone else and make it dissimilar enough that you wouldn't be able to prove it in court that they were stealing anything from you. But eventually that'll be how they'll gain their money back, is replicating human beings. And I mean, that's what they're already doing now.
Exactly.
As far as their AI that they're making, being able to scrape all that data and just generate things.
Exactly. It's why they don't necessarily have any competition. They do have some that are growing, like Rumble and BitChute, but they don't work that well. They're not as heavily accessed as YouTube. YouTube's essentially the only player in the long time data archiving game. Even if you have
an idea.
Go ahead.
Well, it's Bitcoin itself, the ledger was used initially as a way to store data, and there's unsavory things stored on the blockchain. People don't even realize how to access those links further down in the code. And I don't know why a lot of cryptocurrency is not utilizing the fact that it is a giant pool of data storage, and there's a lot of potential to store things.
And what's your
Especially
idea?
all these shitcoins people are making.
Well, and that get abandoned, yeah.
Yeah, but that's just, it's like empty data sets that are open to be able to be used.
That's true. I don't understand why it's not utilized either.
And it's not even people's, it's everyone's computer storing this data. So you don't even need to rely on having it server farm. It's kind of like outsourced crowd data.
That's true.
It's something I gotta look into eventually. It might be a potential to make some money with it.
I don't know if you've ever heard of Odyssey, but Odyssey has a system, or at least did last I checked, where you pay a little bit of crypto to be able to store your data. That might be an option too.
Mm.
So basically, like, let's say you want to live stream, that's cool. You have to pay 0.0000001 cents per video that you want to live stream, and that essentially that site, the platform, to be able to store your data without losing money. There's another one that does this. Its name's escaping me at the current time. It's not as big though. Just to have this much data and to be able to manage it, it takes a lot of money. That's why YouTube doesn't really have any competitors. That's why Facebook doesn't do it. That's why Amazon doesn't do it. That's why Netflix doesn't do it. They don't want to lose money on a platform. YouTube sees that if they do this, they'll essentially have a monopoly on all video content, and that's why they do it. And they have advertising that subsidizes it. Kick, they don't even have advertising.
I think Kick is not. Kick is just a means for Eddie to get more people to gamble. That's really all it is. I don't think cares about anything leading money out of people's games.
That's absolutely true. Once you become a Kick partner, I've even heard that your gift budget or balance to use daily, and in your stream they ask that you go to stake and just gamble on something, and you'll either whatever, but it makes your viewer base want to create a stake account as well. That's why they do it.
Yeah. I know. Should I not bother with thinking about getting a Kick partnership because I'm just thinking about degeneracy?
Well, okay, so if your goal is a Kick part, first you need more followers. So I think you need like 7. Okay, and then from there, let's say you're 75 followers. You need concurrent chatter, and you need concurrent viewers, and that's hard. It's hard to get people watching you at a given time. Everybody who's gotten Kick partner, whether they want to admit it or not, has had to eventually go to a website and get botted.
What is the payout right now, anyways, for Kick partners? It differs for everyone pretty much.
Yeah, about $16 an hour.
Seriously, if I could get $16 an hour to stream, I'd be golden.
Yes, you would.
I just stream all day long, really.
Exactly, and I know people who do that. They are up at 4 in the morning, and they are streaming until like 8 p.m., and that's their life. And they have been able to buy cars and houses all through Kick streaming.
I gotta get Eddie to give me a partnership.
Okay, well, the first thing that you need to do is be eligible. So, I hate to say it, nobody gets anywhere without doing that. It's kind of it's the old adage, it takes money to make money. And the reason why it is the way it is, I feel, is they want to limit the type of creators that get highlighted, and they only want to make sure people with their aligning political views or social views are going to be on the front page. And so small creators who just are trying to do it the old-fashioned way of just one follower at a time, they'll really never get anywhere. I've known people who have not botted themselves. There's a guy who comes in here and he talks about it. He has not botted himself for a year and got like 200 people following him over the course of a year. That's everyday streaming. That's less than one person per day. But then what he started to do is he got a connection with somebody who owns a server farm, and he botted himself for several months in a row, and he's kick partner now. And that's basically what you're looking
How
at.
many legitimate viewers does he get that?
Um, so let's say he will bot himself at 200, at like 300 people, and then he'll get like 35 legitimate people watching him. Usually about 10% of whatever you're botting. Like that's not a hard and fast rule, but approximately. So let's say you botted yourself with 1,000 people, you're going to have 100 real viewers. Let's say you bot yourself at 50 people, you're going to have 5 real viewers, approximately.
I mean, it's pretty obvious when you see how slow the chats are.
Oh, you're 100, definitely. And you find like someone who I watch all the time. I don't watch him. I shouldn't say that. I watch his numbers. Is Aiden Ross, because he's a big streamer on Kick, and he just about every single stream has 50,000 people watching him, and I think that he bots 50,000 every stream, and then he gets between 5 and 7,000 people watching him approximately, if that. People streams Amaranth, if you know who it is, she was the poster child of this. She would always have like 300 viewers. She'd be going all day, and no one would to her. With 300 people watching you, you're telling me no one's talking with you, and her chat would just be a just a tortoise. And then you get some people, especially in Spanish-speaking locations, and it's become a competition to see who can bot themselves the most. So they'll get hundreds of thousands of people. One guy got 1 million people botted in one of his streams. It was the first time Kick ever had somebody with 1 million people. When Aiden Ross interviewed Donald Trump, they didn't get 1 million people simultaneously. But nevertheless, if you want to pay enough money and get enough bots, you'll have as many as you want. And I asked. Well, you can find videos of just streamers who are like, "Hey, I only have 30 people watching me right now. Let me call my guy." They call their guy, and then all of a sudden it's 1,300. Like literally, they'll call them on stream. Fusi, if you know who Fusi is, I've seen him do that. I've seen some other people do that. I've got a guy who comes in here who tried to get me to buy bots. I explained to him, look, when I first started, I bought bots, but it's very difficult to get seen, and so I just didn't think it was in my best interest, and I kind of wanted to do things more organically. But he'd come in here and he would tell me, yeah, right now I got a call from XYZ creator, whether it's Fusi or Aiden Ross or whatever, and they need 5,000 viewers or 50,000 viewers. So I call my guy, and then we get them whatever they need. So just a middleman. And I add all the pricing on it. So for like 5,000 viewers, or no, pardon me, for 1,000 viewers per month, it's like 5,000. It's quite expensive. So if people want to dish out money, they can. Now there are cheap ways to do it. I also know some smaller streamers who just don't always want to have 1 or 2 people watching them, so they pay like $35 a month, and they always have 50 people streaming. It's just how. But I even know guys just have absolutely no, like they have really small streams, and they still pay to viewers because they know nobody's going to watch if they only have 1 or 2 people watching them, unless they do something drastic like bot a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
I'm with you though. I don't know.
I'm kind of like
Go ahead.
getting some okay engagement on YouTube, and I'm not potting myself. I don't know if I'll ever really kick. Gotta pot yourself for kick.
Do you do YouTube Shorts?
I post them now. I can, but not as really as I should. I mean, I don't. It is mostly like live streaming, yapping at the camera.
Don't we all?
They should be posting those shorts.
Well, and I get that. At least with my multi-streaming and using multiple accounts, I can post YouTube shorts or kick clips or whatever, but I'm still streaming at the same time. I don't have to stop my stream to do it.
Do you have thought of, like, clicking videos and posting them on YouTube for you?
Yeah, so believe it or not, most people have bots of their own that whenever anybody clips their channel, it automatically uploads to YouTube and Twitter. So I'll just be randomly on YouTube and I'll be like, "What is this clip with my like like promoting me? I do this," and then I find out it is because I clipped someone on Kick or I clipped someone on Twitch, and it just automatically does it. And a lot of times those people will be interested in what I do and go to my account and they'll basically give me a shout out or at least just like view all of the simultaneous streams that I have. A lot of people are just like, I've never seen so many streams at once. That's what I do. Basically, archive my life.
Archiving your daily life. You feel like I don't understand how you feel like archiving your life is gonna set everyone up for independent wealth. Like, how are you gonna get enough money just because you have a giant archive of your life?
Well,
To take everyone in the world independently wealthy.
yeah, I mean, that's the dream. Essentially, I'll be able to do it a lot with influence. So, what we don't have as a society is one creator who's always online. Someone who we can literally watch their entire life. Not necessarily from birth, though that would be the goal, but at least from a significant time, which mine would be the pandemic, up until the present day, that you can grow with them. You can see their changes, their stream, in their activities, in their interests. You can watch them mature. You can, like, the thing that any streamer has that always occurs is they have to go offline and they lose their audience. In my case, I don't ever stop, except, well, I should say every 12 hours, because I want the footage to be archived. And if you do longer than 12 hours, at least on YouTube, it doesn't archive everything. It just archives the first 12 hours, at least to make it available to the public. Still archived, but available to the public. People to be able to view it, the data. So,
I mean, I don't care how long, no one's going to watch you. On top of that, like, the audience is constantly rotating over a significant portion of you in relation to all the other people they want to watch.
There are people who do, though. I mean, do you know about Lo-Fi Girl? She's a YouTube account that streams 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just the same song. And that person has over.
Yeah, she just makes music and just gets that for autoplay. That's different. People use that for studying stuff.
It's the same song. She doesn't make music. It's the exact same song. She's been playing the same song for like 3 years. People go in there and just study. It makes them feel good to just have a connection with other people. And that's how people are in my stream. Like Miss here right now, she likes to sleep in here. She watches my streams. Generally, I'll get 3 or 4 people in here overnight who just want to just be with someone, have that human connection. Now, in terms of, well, how do you make money off the data if you don't own it? Look, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency right now that's worth about $100 million. All I have to do is wear a shirt that's like a NASCAR driver and get individual advertisers, and I could make millions of dollars just doing that, or doing live reads, or doing shout outs to people, doing cameos. Once people know about me, I'll be able to make a lot of money. Now, to be able to solve world hunger and all of those things, that's a much bigger lift than just one person, but I can educate people. We can have seminars on how to end some of these issues and to bring them to light and to unfold some of the corruption that's occurred, why we haven't had these things. That's all I can do as one individual. But as of right now, there is not one streamer out there who you can always go to and watch their stream live and go back and watch their uh, the history of their stream. That isn't currently a thing. It's basically like what people did in the past, where they would be a journaler or a diarist, someone who would write in a journal or a diary. I do the same thing, except I do it in a modern way through video.
I mean, I get that. I just people in general, I don't feel like gonna watch more than crack than of anyone's content. Doesn't matter who they are.
I understand, and that's why with AI they don't need to. So there are already services for free where you just take 12 hours of my video and it chops it up into the most interesting 3 minutes. I did this the other day.
How does the AI decide what's the most interesting?
It's when you're talking, basically, whenever there's not dead time. It will chop that up, or wherever, or wherever there's the most amount of movement. It does that as well. It's not perfect, but there's another one that I used just this week that was amazing. I saw somebody had done it on a Joe Rogan podcast. Basically, you go to a podcast or any YouTube video, and you put the link into this website, and it uses to give basically a summary of what's going on. Basically timestamps your whole video, and it was accurate. I did a video myself from 8 months ago, just a random video. It was so accurate. It was wild to me. We talked about the Amazon rainforest. We talked about AI. I did a bunch of singing in a concert. Just basically, like, it took all of that information and gave timestamps of everything. It was just phenomenally accurate. So I know that the precipice of really exciting when we combine. All you have to do, or all I have to continue doing it long enough, somebody's going to find out what I do. Eddie Craven knows about me. Aiden Ross knows about me. Amantha knows about me. Action Man knows about me. Sam Bond knows about me. These are big streamers. Neon knows about me. It's just going to be enough, pestering, and eventually someone's going to find out what I do. They're going to find it to be very interesting. They're going to help promote me, and we're going to ride off into the sunset together.
Wish you the best of luck, man.
Thank you so much, Dad. Janice, hey, if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Okay, buddy?
Are you live streaming right now? You're live streaming all day, every day?
Absolutely. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of heard you say that. How many viewers do you have this video?
That's a good question. So I multi-stream as well. So, and I don't know how much you can trust some of these platforms. Like one of them called YouNow always says I have like 55 people watching me. I don't know if that's accurate. Or Bigo, they always say that I have like 150 people watching me. I don't know how accurate that is. Generally, each one of my streams has 1 to 2 people watching me. And if I have 22 streams, it's like 40, 50 people. But, they're dispersed. So it's not all in one stream. And then that's just on YouTube. And then on Kick, on Rumble, I get another like 120 people per stream. So that's about 10 people an hour. So depending. And then I get on like D Live, I get another 40 people or so. And the thing is, I multi-stream on like 33 different platforms. So it's hard, I don't have like one way to just generate all the metrics. But as of right now, how many people? And then I have Discords that I'm streaming it. I'm also live on Twitter. I'm live on Telegram. So, and then I'm live in a bunch of other people's Discords. So if you combine them all, it's probably a few dozen who are watching me at this very moment.
Really, just a dozen out of after that then?
Yeah, but I mean, this stream's been going for like 5 hours or something like that. And that's at any given time. I have maybe between 24 people watching me. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's what I think to be real people. If you want to go with what the websites are saying, then it's probably 150 at this very moment.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't know. You've been doing the grind for this long. I would have figured you would have had more of a following.
I mean, we all would have hoped that. Things happen where you get accounts banned or um, whatever may happen. That's why I try to filter everybody into this Discord. And I've got people who have joined last year doing exactly what is this? You made a clip of me. Who are you? You spammed me. I'm able to connect them. They realize, hey, you're not that bad of a person. So what do you need from me? I said, I don't really need anything from you. Just spread love to the world. I do that anyway. And that's how I've gotten 1,900 people in here.
Interesting. Well, I'll give you that coffee. Probably bring some of the coffees. I wonder what page it had before. StreamYard?
Yeah, I've been on StreamYard.
There's a guy I know. I don't know if he's even alive, but he's always on StreamYards, but he talked about a lot of esoteric things. I think maybe it would be an interesting conversation. You might humble him a little more too. You've always so he's got a lot of humor, so it's kind of hard with the humble Delta sometimes. Cage reader.
Well, I'd love to meet him, and whenever he has time, let him know that he's always welcome here. And so are you, okay?
All right.
Have
All
a
right,
wonderful evening.
Rothschild.
I'm here for you. You too, my friend. Shout out to Diogenes.
up, bro?
How you living, Mr. Meaty? What's good, son?
Man, I'm getting ready to go to prison, brother.
Oh, wow. They're sending you?
Yeah. I committed some crimes.
Some new ones?
But what?
What'd you do?
I ran for the police and stolen car. That's all they're trying to get me for.
F that, man. For how long are you going?
4 years.
No way. They're sending you that long?
And it could have been 10 years.
Okay, well, why don't you continue to run?
I'm not going anymore. I've already done that before, and I know it. I've been on the run for 6 years now. I did that before. I'm not doing that again.
You were on the run for 6 years, and then they got you for a stolen car?
No. That was before the stolen car shit.
You were on the run for 6 years. What ended up?
Had cancer, and shot myself, recovered from it, and thought life was going just back to normal when I came back to Mississippi, but we got rear ended in a car accident. And in the state of Mississippi, everybody in the vehicle has to give their identification to the police. They found my identification. Next thing you know, I have a warrant out, and they arrested me 3 times in the fucking warrant after the fact. So, yeah, they did.
Wow. How'd you find out about me, Mr. Meaty?
Before in another server.
Okay. Very well.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's be easier to understand if you remember me.
Yeah, no, I remember you. That's who I thought you were. You changed your name again, didn't you?
Yeah, I changed my name from time to time.
Word. All right.
Thinking of cool nicknames.
So why don't you get outside of Mississippi?
People, I changed my name to Lord 7. I changed my name to Lord 764 and fucking people all the time.
So why don't you get out of Mississippi and just go on the run again?
It's too hard. It's too much. It's a harsh charge, and if I go on the run, I can still be extradited from another.
Do you think they would extradite you?
More than likely. It's a felony, so.
But there's a chance they wouldn't extradite you, right?
Yeah, I can just serve the time and get the shit over with. If I'm getting an attorney who's going to help me fight, maybe they can knock my charge down to 5 instead of 4 years.
Right. Okay.
That's,
so when do you?
the option really, I'm not going for the run. I'm already kind of like how you do. You stay in your house. I'm already staying inside of a room all day. And, it's not going to be too different from prison. I'll just be around more people than I am now. It'd be like Discord IRL.
There you go. All right.
Try to take a more positive mindset is all I can really do. And take, advantage of opportunities given.
When do they have you?
I haven't been fully sentenced. I'm still on trial. I just had that first offer, what they're trying to give me. If I was to plead guilty, I pled not guilty.
Okay, so if you plead guilty, it's 4 years?
They find me guilty. That's what I'm saying. I gotta get a good attorney on this shit.
Oh, if they find you guilty, it's 4 years.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, when's your next court date?
In September, but like I said, I can still appeal for a continuance.
Well, couldn't you just go to Mexico?
But everybody wanted to go to Mexico, man. There's nothing there for me but trouble. That's all I'll get into there is trouble.
Yeah, but you're free, son. Dude, you should go to Mexico.
I do have 100,000 pesos.
All right. So go to Mexico, dude. He's gone. He went to Mexico.
seizures, hallucinations, high blood sugar, irregular heartbeat, nausea. I'm thinking of a client right now where constantly telling me nauseated all the time. I looked at the side effects of the drugs he's on, and they are actually positive. So, severe cases also thanks to this drug. Just complete respiratory failure because of this heart gas at the end of the day. So, you know, I never touch caffeine. I don't let a prescription drug touch my body. I'll just say it like that. And if I ever need something, it would have to be in some sort of emergency situation. And that would be a temper. I mean, why take that? You can take new treats with a better So I was there with them. I've been at conferences, I've done every lecture, I've read a lot of great literature. But I have the beauty of doing so many shows with them side by side. So we have these chats that are just amazing things, conversations between me and Dr. Rabbi. Because, you know, and still is somebody that I can just, he's been a mentor, and I can just go and say, well, what do you think about this? And we have amazing conversations about these things. So it's we have a cancer client that I've actually posted on social media in the last week. I don't always need the testing things, but this gentleman, if I remember right, this one was a liver cancer that they had already cut and snapped his liver out of his chemo radiation. They said, I'm back. And so he sent me a video when he started working with me, which his work started in early 2024. And the cancer, if you just picture like a hell, you got the top,
This probably trains was underground or transferred via wire.
Yo, what up, Omni Duck?
I have a question for your Baptist knowledge.
What's going on, Pimp? How can we help you?
Okay, so I would like your opinion on if I should talk to my
All right. Ex-girlfriend?
ex-girlfriend. Yeah.
How did it end?
I had a schizophrenic, and then schizophrenic episode. Then I suffered from psychosis after her husband told me she cheated on me.
Oh, she cheated on you?
He provided a video showing that she made a sex tape from before we were in a relationship, which I would be fine with. I don't really care. As long as she's not going to be having always in a relationship.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So
what happened is I attempted to beat the shit out of him, lost, got back up, beat the shit out of him, and then I got in trouble. But what happened then is I caused myself to suffer psychosis, which I was in mental hospital for a while. In that time, and then a year passed, and then in that time, apparently her cousin and her have gotten together. Last time I checked, which was 3 years ago, I don't know. He's very much I don't know how, but he is really attractive. I should mention.
all right. So
but
when
he's not what you I have a type. What I'm trying to say is I'm not in a relationship right now. I haven't checked on him in a long time. But he's not a good person. At all. He actively gaslighted me into believing she was sleeping with everyone, which I learned later on that her uncle did molest her. Which is, I got him in trouble with the police. Turns out when you have schizophrenia, they have to internally review everything. And the guy who did that to her was friends with the higher up cop, one of the higher ups in the cop force. And so what happened was he got out.
Okay.
ended up back in our religion, even though we had her and her mom tell everyone that he did stuff to them.
All right. How long has it been since you've been with this chick?
5 years.
All right, that's a long time. How are you? Is she single?
I'm up to ask. I haven't seen her in a while.
All right. Well, that's a big thing. You got to see if this girl's single.
I know. I would not hit. Yeah, I'm stuttering. I would not hit on a person who's in dating someone. The problem is, every time I'm with her, I seriously I get triggered by her voice.
Okay. Well, then, have you thought about just being with some other chick?
Honestly, yes, I have, and I tried. But I'll show you what I look like. Okay, now I look like. Okay, I don't look like I'm getting a light on my TV. I have two things going for me that's not good. Well, I am a ginger. I have glasses and a ginger, so I have two debuffs.
Okay.
I just got a haircut.
You look good, big dog. You look good. All right. So you can pick up some chicks. Are you on the dating apps?
Jehovah's Witness are not supposed to have dating apps.
All right. Well, are you religious?
I'm trying to be, but after everything that happened with me being raped, like I think I told you about this a while ago, I realized that they don't want to protect, like they say they will, but when how do I explain this without coming off like, oh yeah, it's just religion, but like they've hid the person. Oh yes, he did get this, but the guy who hurt my act back into the religion.
Okay. Is your ex in the religion?
Remember, yes. But last time I checked, she's like doing porn.
Okay. Well, then it sounds like your religion.
She's not practicing what she preaches.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you're not even that religious, are you?
I believe in our God. I do believe what we teach. I do not like the people. I do not trust them.
Okay. So then, if you don't trust them, then who says you can't be on a dating app?
Well, the problem is, I want to find someone who act like I've met people in our religion who do follow our beliefs. It's just they let in really bad people hoping they can change them, which is good because I have seen terrible people make a change. I have seen people. I've been friends with a person who was on drugs for the longest time, and they just got clean like a few years ago, and I am super proud of them. I don't talk to them anymore. I moved congregations because of all the drama. But I'm seriously I'm proud. They got off. I think it was like heroin.
Okay. Can you talk to like the head of your congregation and say,
I did it, and they called the cop. The cop I should mention, who think I'm schizophrenic, and one of them has a. I have made it up because I hate the dude also. It gives off this I'm a prick kind of vibe, you know? He's just that kind of guy, and I piss off them, they won't help me. I should mention, I have been lucky, and I've gotten other cops to come help, which were not those two.
no?
But I've also moved to Benton City, so I could, if anything bad happens, I could call the cops.
Okay.
So I'm good this year.
Have you thought about going to like a different congregation?
I live with my mom, and the only way to get free food, basically, is to go to our religion.
Okay. I get that. Are you
They
able?
also, my mom and my brother think I'm retarded. The craziest thing is, they literally and have verbally called me retarded. And my mom lets my brother say it.
Okay. Do you get disability?
Yes. But I don't have any other house to live in.
Okay, I
Or
understand.
be homeless would mean I get taken off disability if I'm homeless.
Okay, I understand. So you just keep chilling where you are. Do you get all that money?
No, my mom does.
Does she give it to you?
Whatever I ask, but even then, no. She just buys food and stuff, which is good. Focus on the basics. Don't get anything extra. I respect that.
I get that. Okay.
What I don't respect is how they're actively dissuading people who want to join, who want help, and they don't let them get help. They need someone else to say, "Oh yeah, you can help this person," but they don't actively go out and actually preach or do what we want. Like, I want to go out in service. My grandpa is a great influence. He's truly a good person.
Can you live with him?
But no, I want to, but I'm not a good I pass, and I'm not a good. I can't take care of a home that well. I can't focus enough to clean.
Okay.
I do clean. If I really cared about it, I probably could, but I just don't care.
Okay. Well, I think you've got to take care of yourself before you get into a relationship. So I would say to myself, all right, the Omni Duck, I'm going to try to keep my area clean for a month, see what happens. If I'm able to do it for 1 month, I'm going to try it for 2 months. If I do it for 6 months straight, then I'm basically as independent as I'm going to be. And then I'm going to perhaps look to maybe date. And in the meantime, I would ask the people in my community if they know of anyone who is also of the same religion who would like to date. And if they do, if they could match me up with them. Is that something to do on me, Doc?
Maybe.
All right. Well, you don't have many options, so that's a viable option.
Yeah, I know.
As for your
Does
ex,
it help that whenever I try to stay clean and do and get fit, I get really bad nightmares.
okay,
If I try to change my life, I get nightmares and remember really old stuff. I remember our old house from New Jersey, and that was I think 10, 12 years ago.
it's not fair of you to ask someone to be in your life as a partner if you don't have your own life straightened out. So you have to be consistent.
Yeah.
And part of your consistency would just be to keep yourself clean and keep yourself as normal as possible, to maintain good hygiene. And for a few months,
That is one of the things I do keep that. I smell better shower and everything.
yeah, no, that, but you'll be able to clean up your area and get through these night terrors and these issues you have of sleep paralysis. One of the things we talked about was wearing an eye mask when you sleep. And I know you said that you have to have a TV on when you go to bed, which I get. I understand that. But you don't necessarily need all that blue light absorbed in your eyes. So wear a sleep mask.
The problem with getting a sleep mask is I remember that I actually tried it, but I had sleep paralysis and I could feel them on my cheeks. Trying to pull it off.
Just a mask?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like an eye mask. That's what I'm on. They were trying to actively pull it off my face.
Okay. Well, have you ever thought of sleeping in a different way? Like sleeping on your stomach?
Yes, I do that whenever I feel like I'm about to I can now tell when I'm about to enter sleep paralysis, so I move my legs really quickly and get out.
Okay. So have you ever slept on your stomach with an eye mask?
I have actually. And when I get sleep paralysis that way, it's very, very rare.
Okay, so then that seems to be something that works for you.
I do. But like, there's some truly terrifying stuff like I've happened. One time though, I woke up with a key in my hand. Like an actual like rough, like an old wet. It was a long time ago. I think I'd have held it from the night before, but I don't know.
Okay. Again, I don't think you should be in a relationship if you can't get yourself under control. The answer to your original question is no, I don't think you should get back with
I'm
your
not
ex.
gonna ask her out. She's already like so like she has such a from what I remember she had such a bad self-esteem that she literally thought that like while I wasn't looking at her that I was thinking about other or not other like she was thinking I wasn't thinking like didn't care about her when I would just be really quiet.
Yeah, you don't need that right now. You need to take care of yourself. Once you're able to take care of yourself and you're consistent, then you can think about dating. It's not fair.
Yeah. What I mostly want is to just like I maxed out my scores for college. We couldn't go because we didn't have any gas. We didn't have money for like consistent money for gas. And so what happened is I just stopped going basically.
Okay, well, no one says you need college right now. You've got disability, so that's some type of income. So you just need to be consistent with yourself.
I'm gonna yeah.
You be consistent with yourself for a few, and then from there, if you feel like you can, then you can start dating another chick.
Okay. Also I I wanna face my fears, but I'm not sure what I don't like really scared like these situations I get really terrified.
Okay, have you talked with a therapist about this?
I have and they left like a few weeks after.
They
I
left?
like moved to a different job and we get signed to like three or four different therapists.
Okay, and what are you with the therapist currently?
No, I was gone for like 2 years.
Okay, well, you need to go again.
One of them asked me out on a date after he quit.
Okay, well, that's not appropriate. You should.
Yeah, I know. I didn't report her, but she was weird. She was cool though. But whenever we would go to therapy, she would bring popcorn. One time she had a full bag of popcorn and offered me some.
Okay,
It's cool, but I think she was literally there just to be there too.
okay, well, let's not worry about her. You need to sign up for another therapist.
I don't have the money for it.
Okay, doesn't the state provide you with a therapist?
I think so, but the ones that I've met either just question me, which is fine. I can answer this. I get really like tired all the time, so I just like talk venting and talking and shit.
I get it. So do you have a caseworker?
Yeah, but they don't visit a lot.
Okay, fine.
And when they do, guess what happens when they do? I don't get a talk in at all. My mom has convinced the state that I'm actively retarded. And the only reason I can prove that I'm not retarded is if I'm off my meds.
Okay, well then you need to ask your mom to ask the caseworker to get you a
She
therapist.
won't listen to me. Literally doesn't.
Okay,
The only thing I ask for is like video games or I need something very much takes a few weeks to because she has to decide if it's like something I can deal with, quote unquote. But she actually believes I'm retarded.
I understand that you
And
think
I'm not,
this.
I do have 121. But when I'm on my meds, I think it was registered like 78 when I'm on my meds. I take Latuda and a few others.
Okay, so there's got to be someone who you can talk to about getting a therapist. You used to see a therapist. So if I were you,
Yeah.
I would talk
I had
to.
to move out of the house. I had to move out of the house for I think 3 months. And the only reason I moved back in was because one of the people smelled like cigarettes and actively smoked weed in my room. And I couldn't prove it because he would hide the weed in like a bag and smoke it in the bag. So what happened was it didn't spread the rest of the room. If it did, his vape and weed, all the smells, fuse to my CPAP, and so I nearly choked in the middle of the night because I couldn't get the smoke out.
Okay. Can you go to your mom and say, Mom, I need a therapist I used to have 2 years ago. Will you please help me with that? And then shut the fuck up. Wait. And then shut the fuck up and don't go keep talking. Just wait for her to give you an answer.
Okay.
I mean, as you wait, and if she says no, then you say, why not? And then if she gives you an answer, you don't need that, you say, I feel as I do. It helped me 2 years ago. But you can't keep talking because then she's going to think something's wrong with you. And if she says no, that's fine. You give it a couple days and you ask her again. If you keep asking her every 2 or 3 days, she'll eventually break down and let you be able to talk to her.
Yeah, but the one time I did ask therapist, you know what she did? She went to our elders, which I talked to the elder. Can you guess what the elder did?
I don't know.
To the police. Because all the stuff I was going through, they got one of the guys arrested. Didn't last long because they didn't have enough proof because I told them I had schizophrenia. I should mention, I had evidence. At the time, I had evidence.
Okay. So I understand that.
I think he got kicked out of prison.
Okay.
Like a different guy.
Don't worry about the religion right now. You just say to your mom, Mom, I'd like to see a therapist. If she says yes, great. Then you go see the therapist. If she says no, you say, why not? And then 2 or 3 days later, you ask her again. If she says, I want you to talk to an elder, you say, I don't want to talk to an elder. I want to talk with a therapist, someone who has a medical license to be able to provide guidance for someone who has the issues that I do. And if you just ask her that every 2 or 3 days, and you don't keep talking, and you don't let her answer, she'll eventually break down and let you see a therapist. But she used to.
No, you didn't have any choice in the matter. I moved out.
Okay, well, you say to her, Mom, I used to see a therapist, and it was very beneficial for me, and I'd like to see a therapist again.
Yeah, she's right, and I can't give her an issue without her, not believing me. She believes I have paranoid schizophrenia.
Quit with that. I understand. And you can say, Mom, I have documented medical issues, and I'd like to talk with someone about them who's a medical professional, not someone from our congregation, and not someone in our family, someone who's outside with whom I could talk. You can be there, care about that. I just want to be able to talk.
Yeah, I know. Can I just deal with the venting area?
I'm not a medical professional and I can't give medical advice. So you can always come to me if you need help, but you need professional medical advice. And I'm recommending that you see the therapist. And I understand that you've got some roadblocks to be able to do so. So the way you get through these roadblocks is persistence. And the way that you do that is you go to your mom tomorrow. You say, Mom, in a very professional manner, and you have to say to yourself, I'm not going to overwhelm her with words. I'm going to just keep it simple, and I'm going to say to her, Mom, I would like to see a therapist. She's going to say, why do you need to see a therapist? You can say, I have documented medical conditions, and I'd like to be able to talk to a professional about them. She's going to say, I'll have somebody talk to you in the congregation. You say, I don't want to talk to anyone in the congregation. I've done that before. I did not find that valuable. I would like to talk to someone who is a medical professional. She'll say, I don't want you to be able to talk with someone who's a medical professional. You can say, okay, Mom, that's fine. I want you to know in a couple days, I'm going to come back with this request. Let 2 or 3 days go by. Come back to her same way, persistent. Mom, I'd like to see a therapist. She's going to say, you came to me a couple days ago and you said this. I don't want you seeing a therapist. I'll make you to see someone in the congregation. Will you do that? You can say, I don't want to see anyone in the congregation. I have documented medical issues. I'd like to talk to someone about them. And I'd like to talk to a medical professional about them specifically. She'll say, well, we talked about it a few days ago. I don't think that's a good idea. You've got all these issues, and you can say, I know, I'd like to talk to a medical professional about them. If you don't want to make those plans right now, fine. I'm making you aware. In a few days, I'm going to talk to you about them because this is something that's really important to me. I've sought professional guidance for my issues in the past, and it was beneficial, and I'd like to do that again. And so I'm making you aware as my caretaker and someone who is a guardian to me. I have these requests, and I'm going to continue to come to you and ask you about these things until you say that I can and the plans to do it. I don't want to go to someone who you have to pay for. The state will allow me to see a therapist once a month to discuss my medical issues, and that's what I'd like to do. And you don't keep overwhelming her with, I have this issue, I want to see this girl, I want to see this, I don't want to do. You don't tell her stories. You just keep it short and you keep it simple. And she can keep rejecting you, but eventually you're going to wear her down, and then she's going to let you see a medical professional, and that's what you want.
Okay.
That's what you do, OmniDoc. Keep me posted, okay, big dog?
Okay.
Excellent. Best wishes.
You don't have to go. I'm just letting you know that that's what I would do if I were you.
Just people will enter.
Okay.
Enter. Meaning that the people of righteousness shall enter. Beautiful kind of statement that encapsulates Lazarus's vision. Here's one more that I also like. This one is also a Rosh Hashanah card, a Happy New Year card, and this one has even more Russian imagery. Once again, on one side of the ocean, as it were, you have these impoverished, exhausted Russian Jewish refugees carrying their meager belongings. Here, the much wealthier, Europeanized, modern dressing, short-coated. Here he's wearing a kaftan, he's wearing a short jacket, bright colors and so on, and with open arms. I mean, what a powerful metaphor of acceptance. They're welcoming them, come over. The Russian eagle is forced to bow to the American eagle. And once again, a biblical quotation here. And under the shadow of the wings, we will be sheltered. Meaning, and of course, there is an allusion to God, but the idea is that America will shelter this beleaguered people. It is in this environment that the fundraising campaign for the new Colossus is underway, and they asked Lazarus to compose a poem that could be used in the fundraising effort. And of course, she was the one who was able to bring that together in a pithy poem that could really take together all of these ideas and express them in a way that would affect a century. When we come to the conclusion of her life, she did not live much longer than that moment in her literary achievement. She went on a trip to Europe. She had already been feeling quite, and in fact, it gives you kind of a strange sense of what society was like in the 1880s. She actually had to put a little notice in the society pages that she was feeling well and she would not be entertaining visitors. So you would get like the New York Times and you'd open up and say, oh, look at that. Unfortunately, Emma Lazarus is not feeling well. I can't drop by. This very unusual kind of thing that the literary world and the way people communicated. But at any rate, she complained of a whole series of ailments, including, strangely, face aches, like headaches and face aches. We don't know exactly what it was that brought her down. I've read that it may have been Hodgkin's lymphoma, a form of cancer that unfortunately struck her at a young age. For a couple of years, her health waxed and waned. She ultimately went on a European trip, hoping to recover. They've had to take a circuitous route because cholera was affecting certain parts of Europe at that time. And unfortunately, she succumbed to her illness while abroad and was brought back for a massive and a significant funeral here on these shores. But when we think about her legacy, we can really reflect on a few salient points. First of all, as I've tried to say several times, she is the poetess of America. Her vision of what liberty means to America has informed a century, has informed the entire country, and in fact informed the entire globe. Because when foreigners think of America, they think of the Statue of Liberty. And why do they think of the Statue of Liberty? Because of the words that are enshrined on its base, its pedestal, by Emma Lazarus. Otherwise, just think for a second, if you separated the Statue of Liberty from it's just a woman holding up a torch. What does that torch mean? Why does she have that on her face? Nothing really makes it kind of an interesting statue, but it's only Emma Lazarus that gives voice to Lady Liberty herself. Secondly, as a Jew, she really able to define a type of posture towards her Americanness and her Jewishness, which is a tense posture. It's not the same kind of posture that we may choose for ourselves or for our children, but she essentially identified pride in her Jewish heritage, a chutzpahdik, a kind of a brazen attitude towards anti-Semites, a non-tolerance of anti-Semitism. At the same time, not necessarily buying into a traditional Jewish religious observance. She felt that these things could be easily separated. And in fact, I would hazard that the vast majority of American Jews since her time have also found that kind of place to stake out their Jewish identity. Finally, she, of course, has an important legacy as a poet of America as a whole. The fact of her Sephardi Jewish background intrinsic to the message she articulated for America as a whole. And with that, I'd like to conclude this very brief presentation, some of the key elements of her work. And I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week, we'll return with a very fascinating story of the crypt Jews. What happened to those Jews who used to hide their Jewish identity under a Christian mask, which they did with great success for several centuries. And as we shall see, the strange way in which they look upon their Jewish heritage is something of great fascination. Thank you very much for your attention. Tonight's topic is an extremely powerful one that I've spent a lot of time agonizing over myself, and I've wondered about how to relate to it in the contemporary period. I think there are a lot of fascinating parallels, which we may actually get into a little bit. But it's a little bit of a departure from our usual biographical approach, like the lecture on the Holocaust, where we stepped back and we took a macro historical position and looked a little bit, or I say from a 30,000-foot view as a phenomenon. Today we're going to focus on the so-called cryptos. I'll spend some time speaking about what that terminology means. But basically, the crypto Jews referred to those Jews who chose to go under during the Inquisition years to outwardly portray themselves as Christians in order to, get along society. We'll talk about the motivation shortly. And slowly, generations, they desperately try to hold on to their identity, but it's slipped through their fingers. And today we have possibly an incredibly large number of descendants of Jews whom fit the strictest definition of is a Jew by the the most extreme Orthodox rabbi, and nevertheless are completely unaware of their Jewish identity. So that's going to be the topic for tonight. We're not going to look at it. We will dip into a couple of biographies very briefly, but basically we're going to look at the overall phenomenon of the crypto Jews, and we'll take it all the way from the early 14th century to the present day. First of all, thank you to our sponsors for tonight, my good friends Katie and Vic Crespin from Miami Beach. They were students of mine in some adult education there for several years, a very fond relationship with them, and they very thankfully sponsored both this lecture and next week's final lecture of the season, which is in memory of the Jews of the expulsion, the 6 million, and all those who just died, who died for just being Jewish. Very powerful sentiment from the Crespins. Thank you very much. Just good and well for what's going on next week. We have our final lecture of the spring season. We're going to look at the great Harav Ovadia Yosef, who actually represents Mizrahi Jewry. I want to spend some time speaking about the influence of Sephardi thought on the Eastern communities. Very important rabbi, significant in Israeli politics, the leader of the Shas party, and so on. If you are out of town this weekend, those of you who are going to Boston, I'm very pleased that I'm invited. I will be back Monday, God willing, but on Friday, if you happen to be in Boston, for those of you in the internet audience, I'm giving a lecture at Harvard University, which is sometimes called the Touro of Cambridge. And it's going to be on, I give two lectures. One is going to be on Friday morning, and I'm really grateful to them because they invited me to Saturday, and I said, it's not happening, and really very kind. The topic is Ukrainians and Jews since Huri. Huri is to the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute, with which I am affiliated. That is probably the premier of Ukrainian studies in the world, and they've done a lot of so I'll be speaking about that. That's the last 50 years of Ukrainian and Jewish relations. Then afterwards, after Shabbos begins, I'm going to head over to Chabad of Harvard. Well, I'll give a lecture on my most recent book, which is on the Piaseczna Rabbi, the Rabbi of the Warsaw Ghetto. And I certainly encourage you, and especially those of you who are watching from Boston or Cambridge, come on by. It's going to be a great meal, and I think it's going to be nice. My wife will be there too. Okay, let's go straight to, now one last thing. In case I really apologize for those of you who came last week and I was not here. As I mentioned, unfortunately, we had an illness in the family that I had to go up north. I did send out emails. If you follow me on Facebook or Twitter or even Instagram, you would see these things. But if you want to get emails, what you do is go to my website, which is Henry Abramson, or JewishHistoryLectures.com. And then down here in the corner is this little button that says follow. And it gives the option to enter your email address, and you'll get updates on the classes. Also, the links to the videos, if you want to share them, things like that. So please do sign up. It's a way that I can communicate with you over the summer as well, so you can prepare for the fall series. Topic is still TBA. Okay, so let us go to the material itself now. Let's say for the good enough. The source for today, the primary source that I'm really going to rely on heavily is this amazing book by David Gitlitz, who is an administrator and still has amazing scholarship. So impressed with this book. He and his wife, shown there, have focused on all kinds of aspects of the social history of Spanish Jewry, and particularly the conversos that we're speaking about. And this work, Secrecy and Deceit, the Religion of the Crypto Jews, is really an amazing piece of scholarship. I have to say, I got a tremendous amount of information from it. It's written with great sensitivity to the internal realities of the conversos, and I highly recommend it to anyone who wants to study this topic further. I'm going to, as is my way, be purely derivative in this class. It'll be an extended book review, but really it's a great source, and I highly recommend it. Let's get into the definitions first of all. What are we talking about? This is, of course, one of the famous pieces of art relating to the conversos or the crypto Jews. It's one of the Velázquez pieces, and it shows a Jew wearing the San Benito with the dunce's cap. This is, of course, a ritual humiliation that people Judaizing would be forced to wear this and would face public opprobrium. And that was part of their penance, sometimes for a month or a year, sometimes for their entire lives. And afterwards, these San Benitos, when they were allowed to remove them, they were permanently placed in churches with names affixed to them, so that the memory of a converso's flirtation with their prior religion or even ancestral religion would be marked. All right, let's get our terminology right. So I've been using the term crypto Jews, which to be kind of the scientific norm. Crypt in the sense of being hidden, being underground, right? They think of themselves as Jews, but they are externally presenting themselves as Christian. This is a term that carries a lot of moral opprobrium. It's a kind of term that is full in tone and so on. Another term would be conversos, which means converts. And this refers to the fact that the crypto Jews were themselves Jews who had converted to Christianity, willingly or otherwise, or were the children of such people. One of the rather frightening aspects of the entire period that we're studying tonight is the fact that this just slid so nicely into a kind of early medieval racism, because it didn't matter if you or your spouse converted, your children would also be in that status. They could be raised in the church from the moment of their birth, but nevertheless, they would still be in that kind of status. And in several cases, these purity of blood statutes were published that specifically designated lineages. Once again, we remind, if you go back to some of the earlier lectures this season, we spoke about the Raoul Hilberg, the great Holocaust historian, who made tremendous amount of analysis of the Holocaust by looking specifically at the mechanics, the bureaucracy of the Spanish Inquisition. And that's certainly, I think, true in the way that these people were called conversos, or so-called converts. They're also called new Christians, and the emphasis here is on the word new, meaning as opposed to the rest of us who have been Christian since at least the 4th or 5th century, these are new Christians. They're not real Christians. They've just been attached to the body of the church, and we can't really trust them. These are new Christians, not quite, well within the fold. Their bona fides, literally their good faith, is not yet established. The Hebrew term that's preferred, and was preferred by the crypto Jews themselves and the Jewish community, was anusim. Anos in Hebrew means to force. It's sometimes used in the context, for example, of a sexual assault. It's a very strong word, and it implies that agency was completely removed from them, which is true in the vast majority of cases, that they were in fact forced to become Christians, and they had no choice about it whatsoever. Sometimes they're called mishumadim. I didn't list it here. Mishumadim is not a complimentary term in Hebrew. And it means that they chose to convert, and they were looked down upon. But primarily the term anusim, or forced, was used. And finally, a term that was very popular about 20 years ago, but it has now come appropriately into disfavor, marrano. Marrano is the Spanish word for swine. And so obviously this term was used by Christians as a derogatory term against the conversos or crypto Jews. And so it's really not the appropriate term to use in this kind of context. But all told, these are all referring people, although as we shall see, came into their Christian identities, however tenuous, with very different motivations. Let's have a look at that on this identity spectrum, which is analyzed by Dr. Gitlitz in actually far greater detail today. I just want to give you just a sense of how the scope of identification with Christianity took place among crypto Jews. And let us recall, by the way, that the period that we're speaking about is basically from the early 1300s to the present day. We're speaking about centuries of development of identification for these crypto Jews. So if we put Christianity over here on the left side of the spectrum, the right side of the spectrum, some basic blocks that we could place these crypto Jews in would be as follows. You would have over here a certain number of converts who were in fact true believers. We should not obfuscate. There are definitely many Jews who felt, we'll see shortly, in fact, Christianity was a preferred religion, and that Christianity was closer to the will of God than Judaism. And so chose it openly and later, in fact, dedicated their lives to convincing their erstwhile co-religionists to do the same. You definitely have some, in Hebrew for these people would certainly be mishumadim, but then you have many who were converted, and especially their children grew up then in the church with a clear consciousness of their Jewish origin, but they kind of became resigned to it, and they regarded themselves as Christian reformers, or, this is my term, neo-Protestants, meaning they looked at themselves after, let's say, being Christian for 20, 30 years, or their children who grew up Christian, knowing that their parents were originally Jewish, and they said, it was, they forced us to convert, but we got along, and here we are, and life goes on. And the truth is, the church really should change. They should stop some of these egregious activities, and we can be the agent of this change. They were not like desperate to run back to Judaism, but they felt like cultural superiority would lend to the advancement of Christianity as a more humanistic sort of faith. Let's not forget that the Jews had a far higher rate of universal, particularly male literacy, and as a result, these people tend to be upwardly mobile in social and economic circles. So once they were in Christianity and they were able to shed all of the economic baggage and legislative baggage that held them back, they were actually able to rise up to the upper middle class and sometimes the towering upper classes of wealth and status, marrying into very high families and so on. So you tend to find those people sort of in this camp here where they're saying, oh, we're Christians, but we're going to try and make Christianity a nicer place. Then you have probably the largest group, and all of this is supposition based on Gitlitz's research, but it stands to reason, who are low-profile Christians, who were terrified of the persecutions that met anyone who adopted any Jewish attitudes or behaviors. We'll explore the kind of punishments that would accrue to them if they were to demonstrate that they were identifying with Jews in any way or Judaism. So, but they resented the fact that they were converted. They didn't see a way out. They just kept a very low profile. And when the time was right, or when they felt they were safe and they would share a little bit of the information with their children. Sometimes their children were raised not knowing at all that they were in fact Jewish, and then they became, you have the term Jews by choice. So they had a lot of people who were what they call Jews by surprise. Right? And we have that, by the way, even in the 20th and the 21st century, where you have in Poland, where many Jews hid their identity during the war and they became orphans, and then afterwards they find out they're out, so to speak, to be Jews. So this is probably the largest single demographic chunk are low-profile Christians. They aren't doing what Christians have to do. They're aware of their Jewish identity, and they just keep it on the down low. Then over here, passive Judaizers, the term Judaizing by Christians who are adopting Jewish ideas or taking on Jewish behaviors. They are, of course, Jews ethnically and according to Jewish halacha, but they're only Judaizers when they start to actually practice Judaism. So passive Judaizers, these are Jews who have converted to Christianity, resent it, identify themselves as Jews internally, but feel that they simply cannot do so in the outside world. And so therefore, they observe Judaism passively whenever possible. So for example, they will not eat on Yom Kippur. Right? They won't, they're not going to, put on a yarmulke or something like that, but they will not eat on Yom Kippur. Or they will refrain from wearing shoes on Tisha B'Av. They will try to keep some sense of the calendar, and they will step back from Judaism wherever possible. This was in itself quite a act, as we shall see, and one could be exposed to the rigors of the Inquisition even for doing a passive act, an act of omission. Finally, the last category were the active Judaizers, and these are Jews who are desperately trying to hang on to their Jewish identity through actual covert act, actually engaging in prayer in a Jewish context. They are a tremendous risk circumcising their sons. They are doing things that are activations of their Jewish identity, despite the fact that this exposes them to phenomenal risk. Gathering in private homes for prayer quorums, where even if one of them were caught, the entire group would be sucked into the Inquisition. Absolutely terrifying kind of existence. But this gives you a sense of the very many ways that Jews could identify. It's an excellent and very sophisticated question. I have a very short answer. People in the audience who may not all the way back to St. Augustine type lectures, 4th century type. But here's the thing. The has this in problem. What do you do theologically with the Jews? Right? If Judaism, it's kind of like, you think about a computer, and you get like a great Windows XP. I really liked XP. XP was so solid, hardly ever crashed, right? And then all of a sudden, Windows comes out with a new model, and they roll out the new model, and they sell all new computers with the new model. So what do you do if after 6 months with the new Windows out there, and people start saying, hey, we want to go back to XP, or, we'd rather not upgrade? You might be able to eventually get 80% of Windows users with the new, whatever it is, Windows 2000. But the fact that there's some people who are holding out and saying, we want to keep XP going, that makes the new Windows look bad, right? So the church has a difficult issue. How do you deal with that? On the one hand, you could extirpate them completely, God forbid, or, any other form of simply removing their culture, which is a difficult thing to do in the medieval and in the ancient world. We didn't really try it as a global society until the Holocaust, but let's say they did that. The theological problem with that is that there would be no surviving Jews around to testify or witness that the Messiah had come. It only really counts if the XP user sees the new Windows and says, yeah, that's actually better than XP. Otherwise, everyone's wondering, why don't we just go back to XP? He's very happy with XP. Look what he does with XP. So the church developed this doctrine called the doctrine of witness. It was probably best articulated by St. Augustine in the 4th century, later by Pope Gregory the Great, that the Jews must be alive. They may not be forcibly converted. They may not be excessively harassed or punished. They're supposed to live in a second-class state, but we're not going to actually destroy them outright. So that's essentially church doctrine. The problem is, it's a very hard doctrine to explain to average people, and particularly when there is an updraft of popular resentment of the Jews that can be expressed in terms of violence, in terms of popular anger. Then it sort of bubbles over into these massacres like the Crusades or like the 14th century. And when that happens, what do you do with these Jews? What do you do if they have been forcibly converted? Then you're stuck with this idea, like we saw with Edgardo Mortara, that they are in fact Jewish and there's no Christian and there's no going back. So basically, the answer to your question is the church had a doctrine. There were things that happened, particularly from the lower clergy, the illiterate lower clergy, economic distress in the masses, and they would have these excesses like forced conversion. generally said it's a bad thing, it's against our doctrine, please don't do it. But nevertheless, once they're converted, now what do you do with these new Christians? So it represents an attempt to deal with a situation that got out of hand in the first place. I'll show you clearly in just a couple of slides. Okay? Thank you for that excellent question. No one ask any hard questions like that because it's going to take us way off topic. Okay, so how many people are we talking about? How many crypto Jews are there? Here's some numbers. The numbers are astounding. So let's just do kind of a baseline. And by the way, these numbers, they're ranges because we don't have really good demographic from the period. Gitlitz does a great opinions. He takes a whole chapter to discuss what I'm going to put on one slide here. So I'm painting with broad strokes, but you'll get the sense. So in 1491, which is, of course, the year before the expulsion, we're talking about something like 7 to 9 million Spaniards, including Muslims and Jews. And in Portugal, you got about 1 to 1.5 million people there. Of those, about 125 to 200,000 Jews were living in Spain, and about the same number, about 225 conversos from the various campaigns of the 14th century. So by the time we get to the expulsion, we've discussed this in previous lectures, but by the time you get to the expulsion, you've got about 50% of the Jews who are still traditionally part of the Jewish community, and you have 50% who are now nominally converted and find themselves somewhere on that spectrum that we saw earlier. It's a big chunk of the population. And one of the main reasons for the eventual expulsion is because the conversos were still associating with Jews, still marrying with Jews, still very much community, and the lines were blurred. In Portugal, quite a few less, about 10 to 20,000, and a very few conversos. In 1490, somewhere between 100 and maybe as many as 160,000 Jews were expelled, an incredibly awful upheaval of demographic, and we've spoken about it in previous lectures. About 50,000 of those went to Portugal. Jews who decided to remain and converted, not only of expulsion, but into the following decade, because the Jews who went to North Africa, especially in Morocco, turned away by the local Jewish community who was not willing to accept the large amount of refugees, even though they were co-religionists. And other Jews who turned back because of traveling across the Mediterranean or getting into Portugal, where only wealthy people got 8-month visas and so on. We're talking about 30 to 60,000 extra Jews converted in that decade, beginning with the expulsion. So we're speaking about somewhere just shy of 200,000 Jews who became crypto Jews of one form or another by 1502. And then if you take that forward, you look at, well, what happened to the Inquisition treatment of those Jews? The Inquisition, for our intents and purposes, extends from the 13th century to the 1820s. Lasted for centuries before it was finally shut down. We're thinking something like 50,000 Spanish Jews, 30,000 Portuguese Jews. And Portuguese, again, the Portuguese Jews are originally Spanish, many moved into Portugal, and about 4,000 Jews who were tried by the Inquisition, including Brazil, Mexico, New World, and so on. So we're talking massive numbers of people over a very long period of time fall into this category of crypto Jews. Let me add one last thing. We look at one of the, here we go. Sorry. So let's talk about the historical development. How exactly did all these people become crypto Jews? We've spoken in generalities. Let's just dig down a little bit deeper. So the truth is, here's a scene, by the way, of an auto da fe. Not all of those tens of thousands of Jews that are mentioned in the prior slide were killed, but a very large number, certainly 5 digits worth, were actually executed in the flames of auto da fe, auto de fe, of faith. The burn was an act of faith. So here's a public auto da fe. You can see all the Jews here and their San Benitos who are about to be executed. And it was a pageant-like environment where all of these Jews would receive absolution by being killed. So it really starts, ironically, in France in the early 14th century. Jews were expelled there, and then many of them crossed the Pyrenees from Navarre into Spain. Many of them were forcibly converted, and so these are the first real conversos that made their way into Spain in any numbers. But let us recall what happens with conversos on an economic level. We can never really lose sight of how these decisions and persecutions affect the economy. Realize that the Jews had tremendous mercantile skills for the era. They had literacy, often in several languages. They had international connections to be able to engage in long-distance trade. They had a strong internal legal system of the Talmud that regulate all of their interpersonal dealings. And so it was very easy for them, for Jews, to rely on a heavy infrastructure of trust that would enable them to engage in significant mercantile activities. So the only thing that really held back were the many restrictions of Semitic legislation that forced them not to engage in certain trades, not to live in certain neighborhoods, not to sell certain items, or various kinds of aspects of social interchange. So once the Jews were converted, they technically kept all of being Jewish and lost all of the disadvantages. And so they represented a very disruptive element in the economy. Let's say, for example, we had, superheroes, X-Men or something like that, mutants, right? And they've got like that. And we try to keep them down by passing legislation, no flying in New York. And all of a sudden, we remove all those flying all over the place. Uber would be out of business, catch a lift with a superhero. So a lot of things changed when the Jews were released from the shackles of this legislation. And so there was economic unrest. A series of riots ensued in Aragon, which is a region of Spain where many of these Jews entered. And so after some duress, the local king allowed the papacy to bring in the Inquisition. The Inquisition had been established about 100 years prior, and the purpose of the Inquisition, originally in France, was to try and control heterodox Christians, Cathars, and so on, abandoning traditional Catholic ideology, and the Inquisition was designed to try and root out that heresy. But it could also be used for Jews who were converted to Christianity and then were Judaizing. So the king agreed. They invited the Inquisition into Aragon, and right away it's various work, which of course will continue for another 600 years. There are sporadic attacks on Jews throughout the history as the resistance to these conversos grew, and there was a significant amount of economic upheaval. And you have a major change in 1378 when an archdeacon named Ferran Martinez, and archdeacon is a fairly low-level position. Recall that the lower illiterate often can't even scripture that they are, but if they get up, engage in demagoguery and soapbox and make a lot of loud, and they inspire fear in the population, they can actually achieve a lot. This never happens in the 20th century or the 21st century, but I'm joking. I shouldn't even joke about those things. But anyway, Martinez specifically attacked the Jews of Seville, and he inspired a series of riots. The king, who was typically hesitant to engage in anti-Jewish persecutions. I don't want to go into great detail today, but for the most part, kings tended to be protectors of Jews because the Jews were a great source of income. And so the king doesn't want public disturbance, doesn't want neo-revolutionary activity, would rather keep everyone quiet. But under Martinez's rabble-rousing, he eventually agrees, and Martinez appeals to the Pope to try and impose even stricter legislation against the Jews, and even greater activity of the. In 1390, there is a wage tax that basically occupies the entire peninsula, and Jews are converted by the tens of thousands. And every year, attacks on Jews, sometimes, and this is where you get the bulk of the converts, primarily from that massive up 91. But the fact is, this is 100 years before expulsion. That's how we get to that number about Spain being conversos 100 years later. Let's try and understand, and let's also understand, besides the violence that I have described, we also have a few of these really prominent celebrity conversions that spur the movement along from within the Jewish sphere. Perhaps one of them is this individual, Shlomo Halevi of Burgos, whose baptized name Pablo de Santa Maria, who in a correspondence that's with a from the town of Lorque. So he's called Yoshua HaLorki. And Yehoshua wrote to Santa Maria and said, I don't understand why you converted to Christianity. It's like such an amazing thing to me. You were a very learned person. You were a rabbi. You knew so much. How did you convert? This is not someone who was like forcibly converted as a result of violence. He became Christian. So HaLorki sort of proposes an answer to his own question. He says, the only reason why someone would want to convert to Christianity, he says, would be, one, for career mobility, social mobility, and for career advancement, right? As I've mentioned, they have a tremendous amount of advantage if they become Christian. They lose all of the anti-Semitic baggage holding them back. So that's one reason why someone would want to become Christian, says Halevi. Or number two, perhaps it's related to Averroism, which is the name of a philosopher of the period and associated with the idea of stepping back from religion as the prime locus of verity, and instead looking to things like science and reason, and actually a secularism. So maybe your religious ideas sort of, and then you figured, well, in this environment, Christianity is maybe more amenable to my new kind of broader thinking. Yeah, possible. Third reason a person might convert, perhaps by looking at Jewish history and saying it's clear from the pattern of Jewish history, from the trajectory all the way from the destruction of the temples through the exile, the Bar Kokhba failed, and so on. Maybe it's clear from all these things that God has abandoned the Jews. Or perhaps it is really belief that Christianity is true, that it represents the prophecies of the Torah, and that's why a person becomes Christian. Now, Lorki ended his correspondence by saying, well, since I know that you were a great rabbi, you were a very learned individual, and you chose Christianity, it cannot have been for the first three reasons, because you are such a great man. It must be you converted for the last reason, that you truly believe that Christianity was the fulfillment of Judaism, and therefore HaLorki also converted. He took the name Geronimo de Santa Fe, and he played a major role as the prime defender of Christianity in a forced disputation in Tortosa in 1414. So this is kind of like two celebrity conversions that had a huge impact on the Jews. We have to imagine how over the course of nearly 200 years, they're losing confidence, they're losing strength, they're feeling dejected that, where is God? Where is Mashiach? Why is this happening to us? How can this just keep going on? And when you have these kinds of figures convert, it accelerates entire motion altogether. People have less will to resist, and in many cases, people actively convert. Okay. Unfortunately for the conversos, this proved to be absolutely horrific and deadly. I won't go into great detail about this because we have spoken about it in several other classes. But let us remember, Inquisition was originally directed not at the Jews who remained Jewish, because they were not considered heretics. They were not considered backsliding Christians. They were just non-Christians, and they fell within the doctrine of witness. But once a Jew was baptized, that was it. There's no going back. And so any Jew who consorted, any converso with Jews would be subject to the dictates of the Inquisition. We'll see a little bit about how this operated in terms of the belief system of the crypto Jews. But let us recall that what would happen is the conversos would be, accused by a neighbor, let's say, who saw them, let's say, lighting candles on Friday night, perhaps placing them under clay pots or something like that. And then that would be reported to the Inquisition. The person would be brought in. There would be horrific tortures. After the tortures, they would typically betray so many other people they knew who did the same thing. They would be brought in. The Inquisition was paid for by confiscations from those accused and later killed by the Inquisition. So it proved to be quite in the interest of the Inquisition to accuse as many people as possible. And informants were also rewarded for their services. And therefore, if you liked your neighbor's cow, chances are an easy way to get it would be simply say that, you know, they typically slaughter their cows moving left to right with a knife and things like that. So it's a terrifying kind of social phenomenon. I happened in my research saw a couple of these images that were terrifying. This is, I mean, the types of tortures are mind-blowing. This is a hand crusher. What I find fascinating about this is that the cross is placed on the hand crusher to remind the torturers and the tortured that it's all done for the greater glory of God. That this is what is commanded by the church. And then this horrible thing called the pear of anguish, or the Pope's pear, is a device, and there are thousands of these kinds of things, a device that can be inserted in one of any orifices in a human body, and then later it could be expanded like this, causing crucial, agonizing pain. So you have to imagine how these tools would have had such a horrific impact on the Jews of that time. Let us go back to these heroic crypto-Jews and try to understand a little bit about what was their belief. I mean, let's say, we have to imagine now, we're looking at it, we're compressing several hundred years into less than an hour. But let's say you're living in, 1530 or 1560, and it's already 2, 3, 4 generations since anyone has been able to openly practice Judaism. The Jews who did not convert were exiled from Spain and Portugal. The Jews who converted were on pain of the Inquisition to behave openly in any Jewish form. Here's a Jew wearing a San Benito. Of course, you can see the humiliating hat and the face that's drawn onto the San Benito as well. And you can imagine you'd have to wear this for literally months if you were lucky and not be burned at the stake. So if you're like in the 1530s, the 1560s, there's no teachers. Who can you do to learn something about Judaism? There's no books. A Hebrew book would itself be a death sentence. There's no Hebrew books. The only exception would be medical texts. Maimonides sometimes survived because he wrote so many medical tracts that were rendered sometimes into Hebrew, and also the ones originally written in Hebrew, like Hilchot Deot and so on. So you don't have anything to study except Christian materials, and you have to try and imagine what Judaism would do with, let's say, Christian translations of the Old Testament. You'll recall, if you were with us last year, we spoke about Uriel da Costa, a Portuguese Jew who was raised in this environment. His mother came out as Jewish and said to him when he was about bar mitzvah, "Listen, I have to tell you, you're actually Jewish." And he was so enthused, he was so, inspired by the fact that he was Jewish that when they finally escaped Portugal and made it to Amsterdam, he so openly embraced Judaism, was so happy to be there, but he felt crushing disappointment when he saw that regular Jews in Amsterdam didn't always behave with the high standards of the prophets. And he actually, it ate him up. He probably had significant mental illness. Ultimately, he was exiled from the synagogue 3 times, and the third and final time, he was actually forced by the community to lie down on the ground in front of the synagogue, and the entire community would walk over his back as an act of ritual humiliation to indicate that really he can't behave this way. Immediately after that, he went home and he shot himself. He left behind a 12-page suicide note that is one of the most chilling documents in Jewish history. But he was a people who wanted to be Jewish so badly, but he grew up with a very twisted idea of what is Judaism because there was no rabbis there. There was no rebbitzins. There was no one that would give him that information. Their crypto-Judaism typically included a few key prayers, like the one line, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. These kinds of things would be whispered down generation to generation. But there's no way they would not have prayer books. They might have something like Portuguese work, The Consolations, The Tribulations of Israel by Usque that we talked weeks ago, but they would have no source material, so their prayers were just basically, handed down often. And I mentioned earlier, the kinds of observances that crypto-Jews to take on were that were not openly visible. The most popular fast, for example, surprisingly, is the fast of Esther. Why would the fast of Esther, you think, retain more memory for crypto-Jews than, let's say, I don't know, the 17th of Tammuz or something like that? That's right, because Esther herself was a crypto-Jew in Achashverosh's court. And it was available in the Christian Bible. The book of Esther is there. So crypto-Jews could read this and could really identify with her plight. And by the way, when she said she fasted 3 days, so the crypto-Jews, not knowing anything else, sometimes they fasted 3 days as well. I mean, they really went to tremendous lengths to try and do what it says in the Bible. Well, they had to guesstimate by the Christian holidays. So they knew that Purim is 1 month before Passover. Passover falls in April with Easter, more or less. So they would kind of backdate it, sometimes go by the Julian calendar and use date to date. But they often really had no idea. They obviously knew which day was Shabbat, and that was the deal. And we'll see in a second in the Edicts of Faith what that meant. Gender differences. Overwhelmingly more women than men. So sociological research that women are far more reliable repository of tradition than men. And you can look at a lot of different markers for this. For example, the age of intermarriage in America is men intermarry about 3 years before women do. Meaning women will wait 3 more years trying to find a Jewish mate before Jewish men will. It's kind of like an American example. But the practices at home, all practices that are associated with the kitchen, the bedroom, things like that tend to be in women's domains, and they tend to preserve it far more likely than men do. And we have similar statistics among the crypto-Jews, at least in the 15th century. Ironically, this even applies to associated with men alone. Circumcision, incredibly dangerous because it's a permanent mark, of course, and once you can't take it back. But women crypto-Jews who wish to somehow identify sometimes would actually, and this is a noted tradition, they would have themselves ritually scarified, usually on the shoulder. A small piece of skin would be removed as a token act of female circumcision to show their desire to cleave to the Jewish people. I think it's amazing that it has no source whatsoever in the Jewish tradition, but nevertheless, the idea that a woman would want so badly to identify with her people that she would engage in this, it's a phenomenal thought. Now, ironically, one of the places where crypto-Jews learned the most about Judaism and adapted to it was in these things called the Edicts of Faith. And I'm going to read to you a little bit of one. The Inquisition, in order to root out people who are engaged in Judaizing activity, typically come into a town. They would announce that they're going to have an investigation, and they would attach in public places a long list of potential crimes. And they would publish this, essentially saying, was called the Edicts of Faith, also called the Edicts of Grace. And they would say, if you have seen any of your neighbors doing any of these things, report them immediately to the Inquisition. And if you were a crypto-Jew and you read this, you would, by seeing what they said, learn what you thought was something about Judaism. Aha, doings must be what countries do. And so ironically, even while the Inquisition was trying to extirpate Judaism, it was also encouraging it, although in a twisted kind. So I'm not going to read you the whole thing. This is it's a 4-page document here in Gitlitz's book, but let me give you a couple of examples. If any of you have heard say any person or persons have kept any Sabbaths in honor of the observance of the law of Moses, putting on clean personal linen and their best or festival clothing, placing clean linen on their table and clean sheets on their beds in honor of the Sabbath, not kindling a fire or doing any other work on those days, beginning on the afternoon. So right away, people get a sense of, so that's what you do for Shabbos is you put on a fresh tablecloth, change linens, wear nice clothes. But you can see also how intrusive this was, that if you did these things, change the tablecloth on a Friday afternoon, you could be killed for it. It's an amazingly frightening thing. We should think about that next time we change the tablecloth. Or who have porged or deveined the meat they are preparing to eat, soaking in water to remove the blood, or who have removed the sciatic vein from the leg of mutton or from any other animal. Like these are laws in Shechita for making animals kosher. You have to remove certain veins and so on. Cut the throat from one side to the other of any animals or birds which are going to eat, saying, "Blessed be the Lord who has commanded us to slaughter in this fashion." First testing the knife on a fingernail to see if it has a sharp edge, and then covering the blood with earth. And by the way, much of this material was revealed to the church by people who were tortured by the Inquisition to ask questions, and they later codify them in potential crimes that could later be used against their victims. Or who have eaten meat during Lent or on other days forbidden by the Holy Mother Church, or who have fasted on the Great Fast, which is fast of pardon, going barefoot on that day. Fast, of course, younger, right? Or who have prayed and in the evening have forgiveness of each other. Parents putting their hands on their children's heads without crossing them or saying anything, or saying, "May you be blessed by God and me," which is, of course, this is what I do every Friday night with my kids. And you can imagine that would put you at risk of death. Or who fast the fast of Queen of Esther or the fast of Rabbi. I don't know what that is. Which they call the loss of the Holy Temple, maybe Tisha B'Av, but I don't know what Rabbi means in Spanish. Yeah, something like that. Or other fasts during the week, such as Mondays or Thursdays. Let's see, what else? Cutting nails and trimming hair, keeping or burning the cuttings, which in fact is the halacha. When you have your fingernails, you have to dispose of them certain ways. Praying Jewish prayers while raising and lowering their heads, which are turned face towards the wall, right? Shakling, when we're davening by the Mizrachman. Before they pray, washing their hands with water or with dirt, wearing garments of serge, terry cloth or linen with certain cords or little strings hanging down, right? Like this here. Little strings hanging down from the corners, tied into certain knots. After they are baptized, they wash the oil and chrism. Like when they're baptized, they make sure to get rid of whatever they used to baptize them. Who on the seventh night after the birth of their child, they put it in a basin of water into which they place gold, silver, pearls, wheat, barley, and other things, washing the child in that water, saying, "May you be as well supplied with the goods of this world as in this basin." That looks like some kind of indigenous Sephardic. I don't know if it survived. It's a Sephardic custom. Pidgin Ben? Yeah, okay. Water and stuff like that, and barley. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. So there's a lot of things here. And so there's so many of these types of things. And the transcripts of Inquisition trials list in painful detail these specific tiny quotidian activities that the Jews may have been involved in. But that's ultimately the source of...
Zoot, how are you, big dog? How's your day going, son?
I'm good.
That's great to hear. Are you ready to say I'll be right back and then not come back for 24 hours?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, don't do that. Quit being a bitch. Let's play. Sound like a plan, dog? Okay. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm going to beat you in this game so many fucking times that it's going to make your head spin. Are you ready for that?
Dog. Oh, so we're doing this one. So, do you see how sick a shot this is? It might be one of the best that's. Are you gonna have a better shot than I do? Zoo, I'm gonna beat you. I'm just gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna do 10 games in a row. And if I don't beat you 10 games in a row, I'm gonna be really disappointed in myself. Zoo, shit shot. Literally, your dog Yoshi, their shits are better than that shot was. Come on, baby. You need to make this, Zoo. You need to make this. Zoo, you did not make it.
So I was told today if you have ADHD that IQ tests might not work on you if you have ADHD.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, Zoo, that was the worst shot I've ever had on this hole, maybe. Oh, Zoo, what the fuck, dude? Zoo, are you proud of that shot? Zoo, your ball's going in the water, no doubt. No doubt the shit goes in the water. Are you serious?
Do you think intelligent person?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Word, dog. Zoo, are you proud of that shot? Oh, no. Zoo, don't fuck up. Zoo, you know we're tied? You're up, pimp. Are you ready? Are you proud of Oh, Zoo, what are you doing to me? Look how sick this shot is. No way. You have a chance to win. Not by doing that, though. I'm going to give you a chance. Do you think you can make this shot? All right, big dog. I need to win the next holes. I'm going to do it. Look how sick this shot is.
The thing about Tourette's, but is it might be the only neurodivergency that we can prove actually exists because one of the only ones that doesn't have any ties to pharmaceutical companies.
Well, it's just obvious.
You can't deny the existence of Tourette's, but you can have an argument to be made that all the other things, you can just say ADHD is just laziness.
Word.
I'm not saying that's true, but I'm not saying that's true, but you can have that argument in debate. The only thing that you can really prove exists out of all of them that's evident is Tourette's. Because you know straight away when someone has threat, you can say it.
That's correct. Zoot, are you
The
ready?
other ones you have to go. All the other ones you have to pay to get diagnosis with.
Oh, stop.
Now, nothing I said that was true. It just was submission.
Zoot. Zoot, do you think I can make this shot to win? Zoot, did you see how that shot was? Remember what I said. I'm going to beat you 10 games in a row. That's one. Zoot, did you know that you had an invitation? Zoot, are you going to go? Zoot.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, wait, we're playing a different game then. Did you see how good this shot was? It was not good. Zoot, have a chance. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my shot? Okay, Zoot. I take a really big risk, but I choose not to. I choose stop. Stop. That's an easy water bump, son. And you left it short. Zoot, you left it short. Zoot, I'm going to beat you 10 games in a row. Don't miss this putt. Don't miss this putt. Don't miss this putt. Don't miss this putt. You missed it. And I take the lead. And now I'm going to put this bitch in cruise control. Just for you, baby. Look how sick this shot is. One of the best shots we've ever seen in this game. What are you going to do, Zoot? What are you going to do, son?
Just lost another eye.
You just what?
I've been eating really unhealthily.
All right, Zoot. Have you been going to the gym?
No, tomorrow.
Are you going to miss this shot and put it in the bullshit? That's in the black shit, dog. You're going to hit the pinwheel and put it right in the black shit. Zoot, you're down 3 holes to 1. What are your thoughts? Do you want to be interviewed or? Like I told you, I'm going to beat you 10 games in a row. And if I don't, well, then no big deal. Look how get in. Dude, Zoot, you've got a chance. One of the greatest opportunities of your entire career. That's a miss. That's a straight up miss. Great question. The Joker or the Riddler?
Yeah. I'm gonna go say Mr. Right.
He's cool. No pun intended.
But he's never got Randy now. Maybe.
Yeah, he has. Arnold.
Maybe.
Yeah, he has. Arnold Schwarzenegger played him.
I said he hasn't been in movies since Batman.
Right.
Which is
They should bring him back.
Arnold.
Arnold Schwarzenegger should play him again. That would be big.
They should make.
Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, look at this shot. Oh, no. Too hard. This game is over, Zoot. This is 2 wins in a row. 2 wins in a row. Do you recognize how good that is? Bro, and you started the next game. So what are your thoughts? Oh, did you water bump me? No. Oh, no, Zoot. So you have a chance to take the lead here. Big opportunity. Don't fuck it up. And you did. You didn't. What a great shot, Zoot. 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 This is a good hole for you because I'm not good at it. Zoot. What did you think of my drive? Zoot. Zoot with the lead. I don't know, Zoot. You're about to give up your lead. Just gave up your lead. We're now tied. Now it's a best of 3, son. Look at this shot. One of the best shots you could have ever had. What are you going to do, Zoot? What are you going to do? Oh, Zoot.
I didn't say any goal. I did all today, but I didn't say Kookaburra.
That's tight. Your thoughts on it's like a bird? There's a song about him. Kookaburra, Kookaburra. What's that song about kookaburras?
Kookaburra sitting on the whole country.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, you like my shot, don't you? No way. No way, Zoot. That was cray. That was cray. Dog. Zoo. I'm not good at this hole.
One worse. Rabbi.
That was one of the best shots you could have ever had on this hole. Oh, Zoo. That's not what you wanted. Zoo, what are your thoughts on my shot? Would you say it's one of the best shots you've ever seen? Zoo, you want to know something funny? Is all of our conversations are recorded, and if you go back to all of like our YouTube content, there's this thing you can put a link in, and it'll give you like a play-by-play of all of our games. Like Rabbi takes the lead by 2 shots, and Smack Talks. Zoo. It's pretty baller.
The other day I pissed that out.
Yeah.
Fuck. So what you're telling me in the future AI is gonna fucking record all our conversation? Fuck.
It already does. It already does.
Conversations that have been recorded, the AI is going to be able to sort them out, and people are going to be able to put them into an AI bot and find exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, we'll probably do it automatically by YouTube in the next couple years. All it does is take the are you serious? It takes the
What do you think they're going to do with AI voice in the future?
I don't know. It takes the captions and then like discerns what was going on during the captions and puts it into like a summary. Dog, look how good this. It's short. It's short.
Rabbi, you know I've never been diagnosed with Tourette's.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you need to be diagnosed with that one, big dog. That one's pretty obvious. That was a good shot, Zoo. Zoo, did you know you've lost 3 games in a row? Zoo, you've lost 3 games in a row. You're up, big dog.
There's no real benefit of me getting a Tourette's diagnosis because there's no drugs you could take. There's nothing you can do for it.
I thought there's nicotine.
Yeah, I can buy that myself.
Yeah, but can't you get a prescription for it?
prescription for nicotine.
Because then, like, insurance covers it.
There is no Rabbi. I have to pay to get the Tourette's diagnosis, and then it works out that I'd be paying more for the diagnosis than it would cost to spend on nicotine in a year.
I mean, how much is a diagnosis? Don't you have, like, socialized medical care there? No way, Zoo.
Yeah.
No way, Zoo. What'd you say?
It only covers a certain amount of things. It doesn't cover mental health stuff. It more covers physical health than mental health.
Have you ever met somebody who's Maury?
What?
Like those people from
Married. New Zealand.
New Zealand? Yeah. Have you ever met somebody who's married?
Yeah. So, the mental health care plans don't cover diagnosis.
Okay. I mean, couldn't just like a regular medical doctor diagnose you with that? I mean, you got diagnosed with like 1,000 things like last month. Couldn't you have just been like, look, the one that's obvious that I have is Tourette's. I say I did circumcise until I was 15 to random group people. Like that one is obvious. Like spend 10 minutes with me and you'll see. Just talk with me for 10 minutes. And it's obvious. Like you don't need a test. You don't need any work. This one is fucking obvious. I mean, Zoo, even just take the recordings that we have in my from my YouTubes and just be like, look, here's how I talk when I'm with random people. I say the N-word. I ask all kinds of like questions that a lot of times don't make sense with the context. Like this one is obvious. Like, just give me the diagnosis. Like they're diagnosing you with like really difficult things with which to be diagnosed. The one that is the most obvious that you have, the first one ever mentioned to me that you had is the one that you haven't been with which you haven't been diagnosed. And it's like that's the most obvious one. Zoo, do you think you can make this shot?
I mean, it wasn't obvious when we first met.
No, it wasn't. But that's just because I'm not used to people having it. Literally, you're one of only 2 people I've ever known to have it. And the other didn't even know they had it. They just would like scream. And I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with this person? And somebody was like, they have Tourette's syndrome. And I'm like, well, what's Tourette's syndrome? It seems like the worst thing ever. And they're like, it's this thing where you like, you have like tics. And I was like, so you can't control that? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, what a terrible, terrible thing to have.
It's not that bad. Yeah, it is pretty bad.
What though? The guy I knew who had it was pretty smart.
Really?
Asked a lot of questions. and he like followed along in the material. I never talked with him, but like I said, we had class together, and he like sat in the front row or pretty close to it and would ask questions, and I just remember he has pretty good questions. Dog, that's 4 wins in a row, Zoot. Zoot, I just looked you in the face, breathed hot air on your face, and smacked you in the mouth. Zoot, 4 wins in a row. You can make this shot, Zoot. You know you can. Perfect shot, Zoot. 10 out of 10. Oh, how'd you like that, son? Find the hole. And I have to go first. This sucks. You're up, pimp. What are you going to do, son? I took a big risk, and I don't know if it's going to pay off for me. Zoot, are you going to make this shot?
My aim is good. That might have been a good drop. It stops you from getting it in.
Dude, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have knocked that tent out.
Oh, it's too much up.
Zoot takes the lead. Big time, Zoot. Zoot, what's the name of this hole?
It's on the
It's the S hole.
Go for what forever. That was just as bad.
I've got this fucking cow in the way. Go in the water. One. Zoot, you just gave me multiple shots at the. Oh, dude, it's over. Dog. Calm down, Zoot. Zoot, here we go, big dog. You ready for one of the best drives you've ever seen? Right, dog. Right here. Look how good this shot is. 10 out of 10. You're up, Zoot. Hit my ball. This is one of the best shots we've ever seen. One of the best shots we've ever seen. Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to do, son? It's over for Zoot. This hole is over. I'm going for my 5th straight win. 5 straight wins. 5 straight wins. 5 straight wins. Dog. All I have to do is win or tie on this hole. I'm not good at this hole, though. Stop. Stop. There we go. Zoot, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Do you think that's the shot? Do you think that was the shot? Look how amazing it was. Zoot, you're in trouble, dog. You're about to lose 5 straight games. I'm about to come out just slugging you. 5 straight games. All I have to do is win. Ooh, that wasn't that good. Slow up. Slow up. If you make this, you tie. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, make it. It's over. 5 straight wins. Zoot, are you ready to lose 10 in a row? You have an invitation. Let's see you do a really good shot here. You just did, dog. Oh, come on. Get it, Zoot. Get it. Look at this shot. Not what we wanted. Zoot. Are you proud of that shot? Because I would be. Oh, shit. Zoot, you have a chance here. Do you know you have a chance? Guess what, though, son? Guess what? Come on, baby. Boo. Zoot, you have the lead. Are you proud? Zoot has the lead. Oh, no, Zoot. That was not ideal. What are you going to do? Stop. Zoot, that was a brilliant shot. What are you going to do, Zoot? What are you going to do, Zoot? You have to make the shot. Make it. That's big time, Zoot. Good job. Zoot, that was really good. You're terrible at this hole. What up, pimp?
You had $100,000. Someone told you that there was going to be a pharmaceutical company that was going to office was going to blow up, right? The main headquarters, main office for a pharmaceutical company is going to blow up. I gave you $100,000, and I told you, someone told you, you can short the stock of 100x leverage and make $10 million would you do it?
1,000%.
So you feel like the pharmaceutical companies are evil, so you'd rather profit from that because they've caused more deaths than that terrorist attack would cause.
Wait, I didn't know any of that stuff was going to happen.
There's gonna be deaths, but they're all people who profited from. Everyone there has profited from the pharmaceutical companies. They're all the higher ups. They're not low class. They're not any low class like workers. They're all higher ups in the pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, I still don't want people to die though. I would see it as a purely economic move. So it's just like, I don't know. I would warn them. I'd be like, hey, we got this threat about your company, just giving you a heads up.
These people have intentionally or thousands difference from their actions.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'd see it as an economic move. But I probably would. Zoot, do you see how good I'm playing right now? Zoot, this is.
What if I gave you $20 million and it was $2 billion you made?
Yeah, I'd do it as well.
You can't win.
You don't think I can win?
I said you can't win.
Oh, you can't warn
$2
them.
billion.
Well, yeah, then I'd just do it.
Yeah. You're gonna save a lot more people's lives.
Oh, Zoot, I just had a terrible shot. Zoot, I just had a terrible shot.
$2 billion. You make $2 billion and you probably save thousands, if not millions, thousands of people's lives over time.
Okay, then that sounds like win-win. Zoot, you know you.
Sometimes I stutter about and mix up my words.
Okay. Is one of the words that you stutter and mess up? I can't believe I fucking missed that shot. Because of Tourette's or because of studying?
It's because sometimes I rush through a conversation without thinking about what to say. Or then I put myself in a conversation before I should start it.
Okay. Do you feel that you ever have social anxiety? Because I noticed that when I have shit in here, sometimes I lie to them, or sometimes just come in and leave. It's okay if you do. We all have it to some extent. Zoot, you just lost 6 games in a row. Did you recognize that?
No, sometimes people kind of burden on me for what I'm doing, and I lose focus.
Okay, but Zoot, did you know you lost 6 games in a row?
Yeah.
Are you going to stop losing? Zoot, doing this hole in 2, that was phenomenal. Dog, you're down 1 none. Calm down, Zoot. Zoot, I'm asking you questions. One of the questions that I'm asking you is, are you going to lose 10 games in a row. Zoot, the first two holes basically perfectly. Oh, Zoot, that was bad, dog. What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do? Are you going to make this shot? Are you going to make this shot? Oh, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, that's not what you wanted to do. Zoot, you're going to be down 3 games, 3 holes to none. You need to make this, or else you've lost 7 straight games. Zoot, you've lost 7 straight games. This is unbelievable. Unprecedented ass kicking. Unprecedented ass kicking. Come on, Zoot, get your shit together. Zoot, you've lost 7 straight games. This is unprecedented ass kicking. Seven games. It's really sad that you are usually not this bad. I'm in your head and I'm dominating you. Like a bull, baby. I don't even score. I can just play defense. Zoot, you need to make this shot. It's really important. Psych, it doesn't matter. This game is over, son. What is going on, Zoot? Zoot, you need to make this. Zoot. Zoot, do you know what a perfect game is, son? You're about to witness it. I've won 7 straight games. And I'm going for a perfect game on this one. Look how sick this shot is, Zoot. Zoot, I can't put into words how good this shot is. Zoot, look at it, dog. Look how good this shot is. Zoot, 10 out of 10, son. 9.9 out of 9.9. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Lost 7 straight games after this loss. Rabbi has won 7 straight games. And Rabbi called the fact that they were going to win 10 games in a row. Are 3 games away from a record ass kicking. We've never seen such ass kick before. Dog. This is 7. Once you hit this shot, we're looking at 7 games in a row. 7 games in a row. 7. 7. What you know about 7? Pay me. All right, son. We're going for 8 games in a row. Zoot, you need to have a one-on-one with yourself and just recognize that you're not going to get your ass kicked, that you're going to win. I want you to win. Zoot, I had one of the greatest shots that we've ever had on this hole. What are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, are you going to lose 8 games in a row? Zoot, are you going to lose 8 games in a row? Zoot, that was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. But it's still rude. Zoot, great job. Great job, Zoot. All right, Zoot, what are you going to do, son? What are you going to do, son? Oh, what a shot. Did you see that? Zoot, did you see that shot? Zoot, you are down. What are you going to do? Zoot, you're down 2 games to 1. You're trying to avoid losing 8 straight games. You're down 2 games to 1. Now, this is an incredible strategy that I have, and we'll see what you're going to do with it. What are you going to do with this? Zoot. What are you going to do, Zoot? Oh, Zoot. 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 Zoot, what are you going to do here? I need one of the best shots in the history of this game. Zoot, what are you going to do, dog? What are you going to do? Zoot with the... Oh, Zoot, I helped you. Zoot. No way, Zoot. No way. No way, Zoot. That's a miss. Oh. Zoot. It all comes down to this, son. Zoot, you have the chance to stop the bleeding. What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You are down 7 straight games, and you have a chance. You have a chance, son. You're going to hit the thing and go in the water. I have a major opportunity here. Oh, no, Zoot. 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 What are you going to do, big dog? Zoot. Zoot, I missed again. Zoot. Okay. Zoot, we're looking at 8 straight games. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you've lost 8 straight games. Zoot. Zoot, you've lost 8 straight games. You need to focus, son. Focus. Zoot has lost 8 straight games. I think the most I've ever beaten you in a row is like 16 straight games or something like crazy like that. I could be wrong, but what are your thoughts on that shot? What are your thoughts on that shot, son? What are your thoughts? Dude, that was dog shit.
Rabbi, what do you rate that shot out of 10?
A 1. It'll be a 10. Make the shot, baby.
Oh, that's probably that'll probably be a 6.
That'd be a 10. And you're down 1 hole to none. You've lost 8 straight games, Zoot. Zoot, you've lost 8 straight games.
Correct.
Yes, you do. Zoot, make it.
Imagine like my only tip was I had Tourette's and I just did it over and over.
I bet that would
That
be
like the best.
a lot better.
That would be a lot less embarrassing than talking about circumcision in public.
Word, dog. Look at this shot, though. Zoot, look at this shot. Zoot, it's your turn. You need to focus. You've lost. Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot. Okay, what have you been smoking aside from poles? What have you been smoking?
Shisha.
What is shisha? Hashish? Oh, it's like hookah. Okay. Did you know that you're down 2 holes to none? Dog, you are down 2 holes to none. You need the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Dude, are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever witnessed? Did you see that? Dude, did you see that shot? Make this shot, Zoot. If you make this shot, you're still in it. What an incredible shot. What an incredible shot, Zoot. You get a clap for that. Zoot, that was phenomenal. Too bad. You're awful at this hole, and I have a really good way how to play it. Zoot, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, son? Oh, go, 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 go. Zoot. Zoot, what are you gonna do? Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? Are you proud of that shot? All right, Zoot. You're down. Get it. Make a good shot. Zoot, that was a great shot. But my shot water bumped you and turned out to be the death knell. The death knell, Zoot. Make it. Make it. Just straight up make it. Make it the best shot you've ever had. If I make this putt, it's over. Is it? It isn't over. Oh yeah, it is. It's over, son. It's over. I've won. Oh, and my best hole. We end on my best hole. Dog. Zoot. Can you believe? Zoot. Zoot, you've lost 9 straight games. Remember at the beginning of this, I said I'm going to beat you 10 times in a row? Well, here it comes. You're up, pimp. Psych. Oh, come on. Are you fucking serious with that? That was bullshit. Zoot, did you know Malcolm Jamal Warner died? Maybe. Make it, Zoot. Oh, what an amazing shot I just had. What an absolute amazing shot.
What are the chances that I've shaken hands with someone that you've shaken hands with that's shaking hands with another person that, like so and so? How long do you think it before it got to us? Think about it.
Maybe 2 or 3 people.
2 or 3 people.
Word, dog.
Well, have you shaken hands with anyone who's shaken someone's hand that's famous?
I've shaken famous people's hands.
Okay.
Zoot.
Why do you think 2 or 3?
Oh, wow. You almost had one of the best shots I've ever seen. I meet a lot of people. Zoot, you just...
Sorry?
I don't know, because a lot of people meet a lot of people. Zoot, are you aware that down 2 holes to 1, you've lost 10 games in a row? 9 games in a row? Pardon me. I'm going for my 10th win. Make it, dude. Oh, Zoot. Make it, dude. Dog. You just tied it up. Now it's a best of 3. Actually, it's a best of 2. And this is like my worst hole. Zoot. Zoot. Not a good hole, dog. What are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Look how good a shot that is. Zoot. Zoot, it's over. It's over, son. Actually, it's not. You could still tie. Here we go, baby. What are you going to do, pimp?
So, Rabbi, sometimes when I see someone do something and I try to do it myself, I get overwhelmed and I try to do it as perfect as possible, and I go to the most complicated thing. My mind goes to the most complicated things and it forgets to do all the simple steps.
Okay.
How do I fix that?
Well, but not hitting it like that. Dude, fuck you, Zoot.
What do you mean not hitting it like that? That was the best shot you could have had. Okay, that was one of the worst shots I could have had. How did you get it right? Oh, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
You say I'm in one of the worst positions you could be in.
Yep, because my ball messed you up. I wouldn't flirt that shit, dog. Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby. Zoot. Uh-oh. Zoot. You need to make this in 2 shots. Zoot. It's over. I told you I was going to beat you 10 games in a row, and I delivered, son. You lost 10 games in a row. Are you ready to lose 11 games in a row? Zoot. Zoot, you need to focus. You aren't this bad. You do better than what you're currently playing. Zoot, are you going to make this shot? Are you proud of that shot? Zoot. What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you going to do here? Are you going to have one of the greatest shots we've seen? Zoot. Everyone wants to know. Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, look how sick that shot is. Zoot, you know you have a chance to win? Oh no, Zoot. Now's your chance to take the lead. Zoot. You've got a lot of pink shit you got to get through, son. Zoot. Oh, Zoot. What are you going to do here? Zoot, what are you going to do? Are you going to make this? Zoot. Zoot, are you going to make this shot? Zoot. It's a best of two. You're doing, and I have to go first? Zoot, you're up, pimp. Zoot, you've got a chance to win. Zoot, what are you going to do, son?
They're more genius than him, too.
What'd you say, Zoot?
That one genius that isn't crazy, but there's like fucking many geniuses in the world, so
Rabbi
I can
Rothschild.
just make like,
Rabbi Rothschild, next question. Zoot, what are you going to do?
genius?
Oh, for sure. Zoot, what are you going to do here? What are you going to do? No way, Zoot. Zoot, I have to make this now. Zoot, I have to make this. And I do. What an amazing shot I just had. Zoot, I just had the best shot you've ever seen. Now, it all comes down to this. You've lost 10 straight games. I hate this hole.
What a genius. What a genius is, man.
The ability to recognize patterns.
That's not what it means.
Hit that thing. Hit that thing. That's what we've made it become. So what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you gonna do? Zoot, what are you gonna do? Hit my ball.
Was Rayman a genius?
Zoot, I just beat you 11 fucking games in a row. 11 fucking games in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, baby.
Was Rayman a genius?
He's a savant. Zoot. Yeah, and I bet he's better at mini golf than what you're playing right now. I know you can play better than this. Come on, Zoot, beat me. That's a really good start. Zoot, that's a really good start. Did you know that's a really good start, Zoot? And I started really badly. Zoot. 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 He had a syndrome. Zoot, look at the shot. He had a syndrome. Look at the shot, Zoot. Get it. Get it. Zoot, you, my friend, are up 1 hole to none. Are you proud of this? Okay. Well, you should be. You've been playing like absolute dog shit. Zoot, look good this shot is. Zoot, you're up. What are you going to do, son? Zoot, what are you going to do? I basically need to make this shot. And I did, because I'm a pimp. Zoot, it's the best of 3 now. You've lost 11 straight games. What are you going to do, Zoot? Hit my ball, baby. Oh, Zoot, that was the best drive on this hole you could have. Get in his way. Get in his way. Zoot, what are you going to do? Oh, no, Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for this shot? Zoot, are you ready for this? Do you see how sick this shot is, dog? Zoot, do you see it? Do you see the shot? Zoot, make it. Zoot, make this shot. Make this shot, dog. Make this shot, dog. Zoot, make it. That's looking good. It's looking perfect. Oh, baby, Zoot. That's what I'm talking about, son. That I wanted you to do. You're terrible at this hole. Zoot, you're terrible at this hole. This is one of your worst holes, and you just had a terrible shot. Zoot, look at my shot. What are you going to do, Zoot? What are you going to do with this shot? Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, look how sick this shot is. All right, Zoot, this is a shot for me. And I just hit it. It all comes down to this, Zoot. It all comes down to this. Oh, fuck this hole. You're up, big dog. You're up, pimp. Oh, Zoot, it's over. It's over. Big dog, you tied. You dog. Zoot. Make it, Zoot. Make it, Zoot. Zoot. You just tied. Are you proud?
Arrow,
Yo, pimp.
what's the difference between autism and social anxiety?
Lots of things.
Well,
I don't really know what autism is. Social anxiety is just anxiety when you are in groups of people. Zoot, good job.
All right. Zoot, after beating you straight up 11 straight games, I need a break.
it's a,
All right.
I can't lose that often. I can't lose in another game. I feel like I'm just going to go on a losing streak in another game.
No, you tied for the win there, so
I feel like we played match once that you beat me like 12 times.
well, I don't think so because that game's pretty random. What's on your agenda for today, Zoot? Zoot. What's on your agenda for today? Zoot, of all the games in Play-Doh, what's your favorite? If you had to just play one for the rest of time. Zoot. Zoot.
Fuck. Dungeon Tales.
You like that? You like that game?
I do, but I was kidding.
No, you're not.
No, I've been on college.
You like Moncala?
Yeah.
I love that game, man. That's cool. Riser hates it. He says that it's rigged, but I like it too. Pardon me. You want to play it? Zoot. There's this thing where someone asks another person a question. Okay, you want to play Moncala? Okay, do you want to play Moncala?
Yeah. You were literally lagging out as you said it.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm saying now. We're about to start Paula. I have to pee, but I'm still gonna play. I'm just gonna do it as I pee. Zoot, you just had a mistake. Giant mistake, son. Giant mistake. What are you gonna do, Zoot? No way. No way, Zoot. Fucked up.
Unplug up.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
What are you gonna do?
Try to win, baby.
So I think I am.
I think you're gonna win too.
Is it the best move of the night? Probably the best move of the night.
I don't know, baby. Let's see. What are you gonna do?
Rather than getting out of that possible.
Watch what happens here, Zoot. Watch what happens here, Zoot. 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 Zoot.
That's the worst move.
Zoot. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, one of my devices isn't working. All right. Zoot, it's over.
I cannot win.
Dog, you can win. You almost. Oh, that's wild. I knew that device. All right, dude. Let's go, baby. You can get it. I know you can get it.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp. Yo, dog.
I think the Christian God is very weird. Not your God. The God that the Christians worship is very weird.
All right, baby. Zoot. Are you gonna win? Zoo, look at this move. What are you gonna do, son? You're up, pimp. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Dog. It's over, son. Dog, it's over. Dog, it is over. It is over. It's over, son. Dog, it's over. It is over. Dog, this game is over. Dog, this game is over. You're a pimp. You're a pimp. You just had an excellent play. You're up, big dog. You're up, big dog. You're up, pimp. Big dog, you're up. Dog, I don't really know what to do. I don't know what to do. You're up, pimp. You're up, big dog. You may have. Tim, how did you do that? You're up, big dog.
What?
You're gonna win.
Why would you do that?
I didn't have another opportunity.
Don't say.
I could have. But you're up, baby.
How do you say that?
I'm ready.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm amazing. What do you want me to do about it?
That was a good move.
Thanks, big dog.
But I'm in a center spot now.
Look at this move, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. It's over for you, son. That's game, baby. Zoot. You're done. You're Zoot. Zoot. It's game, baby. 3 games in a row. All right, you got it, Zoot. You've got it. You got it. You're up, pimp. Zoot, I think I won. Zoot, I think it's over. Oh, no. Yeah. It's over. It's game, baby. 4 wins in a row. That was an absolute ass kicking. All right, Zoot, you got this. Zoot, big dog, you've got this. You started. You get the free turn. You're up, big dog. Free turn, son. Free turn, son. You're up, big man. Are you going to go? Zoot. Look at this move. Free turn, Zoot. Oh, this might be big. It was. You take the lead. It's over. No, it's not. No, it's not. Zoot, Zoot survives.
Oh, fuck. This is not good.
You might win.
I don't think so.
I do.
You have to move your 10 or a thing.
No, I made a good move here. I fucked you.
You just won.
I drank your milkshake, son. 5 games in a row. I had to. He doesn't. He just. He likes other games more.
Why is he bad at co-op?
He's not. He's pretty good at it.
Oh, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You told him it was better than me.
Yeah, I did. You're up, big dog. I may have made a mistake. You're up, pimp.
Sometimes I don't feel myself in my head as a baby. I feel like I was just thrown at a brick wall.
All right, big dog. You're up, my friend. It's over. Maybe not.
Yeah, don't try to be cool.
Have I ever been thrown through a brick wall? No, thankfully.
Who's that? Rabbi, who's that?
Who's what?
I thought there was another person in chat room.
No. It's your turn. Zoo. You're up, pimp.
Do you know what?
Zoo, baby, you're up. Zoo. All up. It's over for you.
Should I go to the gym now?
Yeah. 6 games in a row, Zoo. Zoo, I thought you were going to stop me from winning.
Right.
Zoo, let's see you win, baby.
One minute.
Oh, big move, Zoo. Zoo, what are you going to do, son? Zoo, what are you going to do? Giant mistake. You're up, pimp. You're up, Biggie. Zoot, it's over for you, son. No, it's not. Oh no, Zoot. No way. It's not over for you. You might win. Zoot, you're going to win. Oh, no, you're not. You're going to lose by 1.
No?
Maybe not. That was the move, dog.
No.
That was the move. We're going to tie. Well, good job. You didn't lose. We tied. Draw.
Didn't win, though. I need to win.
All right, Zoo, you'll get it. You made a really smart move there to not lose, which was very smart.
Oh, I just had a tick and I stopped myself.
All right. Well, there you go. You're up, baby. What are you going to do? X move, Zoot. You're up, big dog. Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do? Excellent move. What are you going to do, Zoot? That was... What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you on? Zoot, is this game over? You lost by 1. Zoot, get a win before you're done.
Rabbi, so that's I didn't tell you.
What are you saying, Pimp?
I told you my life plan. So growing up, there was this TV show. There was a comedy special television. That was on the ABC, Australian Broadcast
Corporation. Whatever.
Australia.
Right.
Little comedy. I was like 10 or 11 years old when I first saw it. And I was like, I want to go on that. And then I went on it. I auditioned for it when I was 18, and then again when I was 19, and I didn't get through because I was very nervous and didn't have much life experience. It was really, really, really sucked. Okay?
Okay.
Really sucked because I got really depressed.
Okay.
So now I have one opportunity where they only let you 3 times, and I'm going.
Okay.
This time I'm going to win.
All right.
I'm going to win the whole competition.
That's what I like to hear. What's the name of the company? What's it called?
Raw Company?
World company, I think Jackson Campbell's.
Okay. I remember you telling me about it. Isn't there tryout in January?
Yeah.
All right, big dog. Are you going to get on it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Zoot, you're going to win. No, Zoot.
I fucked up.
No, you won.
Oh, yeah. That was the move.
All right, Zoot. You won. Good job.
I'm not promised. I did not send the movie. I said, oh, shit, you won.
All right, well, I'm glad that you won.
You know, you're the one that, like, told me that I won, and then I saw the movie.
All right. All right, big dog. Time to take a break.
I'm happy with that.
Good job.
Bye-bye.
Yo, pimp.
Terms at $4,000 again.
Are you happy?
Yeah, it went from through the fiber optic to whatever is receiving the light, for instance, film. And that allows it to travel distance. And that explains why we have this lens distortion on the side. In fact, more than just the lenses themselves. This was all captured on a set, huge set, multiple sets. There was probably a set for every location where they went to. Possibly reused, rebuilt, but they were highly accurate, built on satellite imagery, captured from the Apollo program. Highly detailed, highly accurate imagery. How big were the sets? Well, they weren't as big as the entire location visible in the scenery, the images, and the footage. That would be absurd. Might as well destroy to the moon, if you could. So, how big were they? Well, if you reduce things, was everything you saw? Was it just the close mountains? That's still too big. Well, firstly, it had to be enclosed. Was it this small? No. I'm guessing around this big, 300-meter diameter, or somewhere in that range. Backdrop is a backdrop of sorts, such as used in the movies, but a very sophisticated one. This was an enclosed environment with a backdrop. The backdrop was projected with highly accurate model imagery created to match the set. Everything highly accurate to what the moon looked like, as accurate as possible, and then the higher detail was built up based on what they saw. There were advanced satellites with later sent to the moon, unmanned, they took pictures and used that as reference. The projection method was photographs of the model with soft boundaries and mosaics together, just like the panoramic images that you're learning about. Because of the nature of the moon, the grayscale, boundaries are fairly easy to do. Here you can see mountains in Cinerama. It's very similar to Cinerama technology in the 1960s by Douglas Trump. And here you can barely see the boundaries. In the sky, you can't see them at all. You can only see them because you know they're there. And when you use a little more of your imagination, you can improve them. At the bottom, you can't see them here. At the top, you can. Here, you can see the size of this projection compared to the audience. This is a graph. There are three projectors. This is similar to what was accomplished on the moon set. They had a camera on the bottom, turning around, taking pictures around the location. And what a projection allowed them to do was to change the image of the backdrop as they needed. And these are huge projections. That's not a difficult thing. As you can see, these are moving projections. The backdrops of the moon sets were still images. And here is a calibration for the three projectors. They were projected and used that to calibrate the placement of the images on the screen. And no doubt they did that for the backdrop. This is an example of the moon one. And you can see the lighting. You have multiple lights. There's the light like the sun, and there's a boundary, but it's barely noticeable. This very simplistic model. This is not an uncommon thing. You can see this in Star Wars. It had a backdrop. They're in hot scene, and that's because it was all white snow. It's not that hard to make that look real. Really not, especially if it's on the moon. No one's ever seen it before, and it's just grayscale images. This is a real Apollo set built outside. There's a giant ring that holds up the lunar module. So they practice landing the thing. It's a cheat, so it's not going to flip over. There's doubts that they would actually work. Here you see it's a cheesy looking set because it doesn't have all the detail that was thrown in. That looks like a model, but it was sped up. I sped it up so that we don't have to sit here watching the whole thing. You can find it online, but it is an example of a large set with craters built. They did a much more sophisticated, reasonable implementation for the homes, obviously. Yeah, sometimes I think these kinds of footage too, they throw you off. Well, this is the best that we can do. It's the best you can do, really. So here we have examples of maps of these locations of the landings. It's generated from satellite imagery and highly analyzed. Here you can see the scale is 500 meters.
There she is.
Let's unmute you.
Kind of stripping
Hopefully you're good.
the satellite passes.
Stay good.
Passes. We're probably
And
seeing the full resolution they had access to. Here is about the scale of the south that I'm seeing. The size you can see, the undulations there. You have plenty. You can make rocks, small craters, if that's what
then you
you
won't
need
get
to
muted
do.
again.
Who's going to know? Even today, we don't have satellite imagery that gets any more detail than that, unbelievably.
All right, there you go.
This is where I showed it. Here you can see the analyzation of the imagery. Granted, you can use that. Grids are great for reproduction, and smaller grids. Here is an extraordinary thing in Cinder Lake, Arizona. They used explosives to create craters based on the ejected and so forth. This is an accurate reproduction of life size of the moon's surface to a large degree. There's the actual satellite imagery on the right. This is the stripping that came from the satellite processes that were joined together and mosaiced. And on the left is the reproduction. And that's a huge reproduction, but not as big as the set I believe they created for doing the fake footage. But this is an extraordinary, shows you the accuracy of the moon mapping and their ability to reproduce it. Here is a computer model based on the mapping. This is what Bell Labs created. Here's the detail that go with the over the slopes, interesting and so forth. I used to rely on vantage points for cameras and so forth. What you want to see and what you don't want to see, or it's going to be problematic. I have the science, everything was in place, full simulation program for these highly accurate scenes was better than anything that was actually used in my whole training program. And this is some supporting documentation for this military images. The first maps that shows where they went. You see the yellow location. This is the whole level. It covered far from the ground. The show parts of the damage. The silos and circles are clear. You see the whole 14 here. The actual reform location is 1,000. I think it's around 500 meters and 1,000 meters here. It's not as far as you think. However, 15, 16, 17, they actually went kilometers, 2 kilometers down as a reference. Pretty far. Location. You can see how that means it's different because they went down 1 EVH. So we stopped once already 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Where they stopped and filmed with the red. They had a set. So someone can do their due diligence and discover how many sets they probably created. This is my simulation. Just walk up again. Here we are at landing location. This is the production, so to speak. In the foreground, actual sand, and in the background, it's a backdrop. And it's very similar to watching the footage you've already seen. And if you look closely, you'll see later. They had multiple lights, but they're flagged off, meaning blocking their light shining on the camera, and they overlap softly. Because of the undulation surface, you'd never notice that there's multiple lights. And here, you have to go where the backdrop so you can see. This is the set without the backdrop. Very, very revealing. This is where they were. I bring the backdrop with my colorful grid so that you get a sense of the wall. And because of the nature of the moon's surface, use distance, perception, and so forth. So they got away with it, a lot of that. It helped them, in other words, because you can't tell how far away they are. No one really knows the makeup of the moon anyways. None of the footage was used for reference. You can't use it because there's no reference as to exactly where you are. So any discrepancy could be sold off as, we don't know where the camera was. There was no GPS. They don't know exactly where it was. So there we are on the moon's surface. The model is used to create the imagery in the background and identical reproduction to that scale for the set, and so forth. There's a just the one, and of course the astronaut disappears too. It's different. It's going to match up perfectly. You even find out later when you look at the pictures. Close enough to screen for this. A photograph that almost photographs that train of the water to match the set. And the water the set matches the photograph. So you get to out there and see color-wise, velocity-wise, and so forth. They may have even adjusted it for light because no one's going to know that it's like the what it's going to be. This is where you can see it does today. It doesn't stay. Sand is sticky because it has genuine instead of smooth like the earth sand, which is absurd to me. Sand is sand, jagged or not. It's not going to stick to a suit. The reason it is sticky is because they had a mixture of oil or water in it. It doesn't take much. I did my own test. Go buy a bag of sand. You need a little bit of cooking oil. Just mix in a few drops with a handful or even a bowlful of sand and see that it starts to become malleable, almost like clay. And you can find the proper mixture so that it doesn't dust. You don't see particles fly up in the air when you kick it. But it looks like they used a lot here because you can see it sticking to the machinery as well. In fact, it doesn't look sticky, it's stuck to metal. They call it moon dust, it's moon sand. And these are some of the clearer examples, probably because of the overblown suit. And the dust is gone. The sand is not reflecting, it's dark sand. But they said they had problems with dust and the sticky dust. And here you can see other examples later on when I show miscellaneous set stuff. You can see how the sand behaves. Oily sand, oily watery sand, oily sticky sand. I mean, just look at that piece of equipment. It's absurd how much sand is stuck to it. Here, it looks like he's been playing in oil. Probably the seal from the rover's hub. Spray oil on him. Here we have panoramic images generated by NASA from astronauts. They did what I call the panorama dance, where they did this all little dance in a circle as they bent their knees and tilted the camera upwards, because it was the only way that they could change the vertical aiming of the camera. And they have quite a few panoramic images here. Here are some one sets, single ones from other sets. And so this is another tool for
The streamer
phone. They all sets of here. I'm separating top level, looking at what are we will.
if that person is actually participating in your stream,
Being sets,
and the person in the chat is well,
distance differentiation,
it can be beneficial. Because then it's like, okay, well, people don't just have to like you, they can like the person you're talking to as well. That's what my girlfriend would do. She'd get in a Discord call.
These are the photographs that we'll be looking at. You can see that I'm doing a fake rotation at the top, basically just scanning the panoramic image, which is essentially almost like spinning a camera in a circle. These are straight from NASA, a kind of modification other than the graph you see I'm putting at the top and so forth. It's kind of obvious what I've done, and you can see the photographic images changes as the astronaut waves through. But here I'm showing that it's important to be on a set. There's nothing about these that say they could not be on a set. There's nothing about them that says they're definitely on a set. That's the advantage of the photographic limitations. The nature of the landscape is just great. You know, it was like a shadow undulating surface, and you can't tell. There's no trees to tell you which direction the shadows are going. If the lighting is changing,
Look at this clarification, folks. It's really pressing on.
There's no atmosphere to show you the distance. Very, very simple set, which makes it very, very easy to simulate.
The girl broke my heart, and then I was upset. I was crying, and then took it up in the tree. I was like, damn it, no, not a tree. I think it was like a bush. I was like, damn it, don't let it, like, ah.
It's not a big deal. And these are enclosed sets. They have to be enclosed to control the environment, so no wind gusts and so forth. That can be attended. It's not a big deal to create a large structure like that. The only thing above them has to be a crane, a simplistic crane holding up the astronaut's wire. So these are far locations. Looks like we're looking so far up there, and it's just a simple set. I pulled to the backdrop. It's not as simple. On this one, we're actually behind the lamp. And as you can see, the help was given on the shadow side. And here you can see the sunny side. They did most of the action on the dark side, the shadow side. Here, we're near the tip, and that's an easy thing to do. Run near the edge of the set here, and the main part of the set is on the other side of the lamp. This is the same footage, I believe, where you see a rover driving around and you see a reverse angle of the scene. This is the reverse angle. There's the lamp. We're just on the other side. You can see it's kind of a little hole there. This is where perception. It was flat after a certain distance, real or fake. It looks like we're looking past a hill, and its distance back there is easily reproducible on set with the projected backdrop with the technology they utilized. There's your dividing line. I'm not saying that these are exactly where the sets ended. I'm saying that they could be where the sets ended and it would work. I would take quite an extensive analysis of all the footage captured at one location to find out more precisely where the set ended and backdrops began when it was implemented. There's nothing more that I would love to see, as if some enterprise sent people or a young person, i.e. we were a thing, go through the trouble to properly analyze one set. It would be very neat to see. Here we are in a crater. Building a crater is not that big of a deal. You can make it out of a bunch of dirt piled up. Wood, wobbly material. You can even put some kind of hard surface material on top and then cover it with sand. I imagine they printed it with sand, and the sands they had some kind of sprayer. Top spraying colored sand in patterns based on how they sort of had the wood created. I refer to this process as shotcreting. They did the same thing on the bottom. You just plan out how you're going to recreate it, projecting, spraying the sand, paint with what you have. And here is all the sand. They did it in layers. Darker sand underneath if you needed it, lighter sand on top. They went through the trouble of figuring out layers, patterns, putting certain colored sand down and so forth. And then the rocks. And even more sand on top of the rocks. I'd love to see how they designed and manufactured this process, but it's not. Certainly not even close to being beyond human capability. So here it looks like there's hills in the background. It's hard to see before, but now I have to remove the hills. Pan over to right and you can see the rover over there. The lens was over there too. It was difficult to see because of the lens flare. So when it comes to the nature of this panorama, it looks like you're looking at a huge landscape. You're not. You're looking at a circle. If you're at one end over to the other, you make a cylinder. And that's more accurately what you're looking at. This is why I did the crop version of the panning. I mean, we're actually not panning for salt. We're reproducing what the astronaut did, which he stood in one place and turned around. Within a circle, spun. But these are very interesting landscapes, very cool looking, but they're reduced to topography. And the more specific details of every rock and so forth. Perhaps they don't have any detailed imagery. That would be a smart thing. They had limitations. That was all made up. And we haven't gotten any kind of actual highly detailed reproduction of the actual location from telescopes or satellites since this time. Again, another faraway landscape, but it's just a set with a backdrop, nothing more. Here is a little crater. You'll see the left image on the right side, and the right image on the left side. And now we get to the stereophotography. There are three ways of doing stereophotography. I have chosen the red view, but there are several ways of achieving this. For this example, you will need glasses with red lenses to achieve convergence, or try putting cardboard between the two images, so only the left eye sees the left image, and the right eye sees the right image. There's convergence where you can cross your eyes until the features match up. It's using your brain, merge the two together, at the top left, a I'll show you which ones you're currently doing. I'm showing you all three. It's an opportunity. I suggest you pause as you want to see one, and look carefully at these with the yellow arrow. It shows you where the split line is, but you can definitely see certainly some. These are panoramic images overlap. They're not ideal. I didn't modify them in any way except maybe to rotate and scale a little bit so they more closely match, but it's good enough that you can see that there's a flat plate, and after a certain distance, and stereo. My understanding is stereo after 30 feet. The human eyes has 2 inches apart cannot discern any kind of divergence. Main details look like they're no longer stereo in your head. Of course, that changes, but you're changing which is established. If you're standing still looking at a feature, even every 3 feet, you're not going to see it stereo, no divergence. And that serves them well, because that ain't very far. The way the astronauts turn, it's possible there's more than 2 inches between the image as far as the camera was when it took the images. Perhaps it could go further, but it's not going to go 100 meters, not before it flattens up. None of this imagery shows us going that far. You can see they don't go very far before it goes flat. So, stereo images are certainly not proof it was on the moon. And they supported it was a set, not proof it was on the set, but they supported it. Some of them are extraordinary, and we'll get to those near the end. You'll see that. It looks like you're going to look at a flat surface going into the distance, but it's stereo. Well, there's a wall, and it's the limitations of stereography, and, well, a wall. And the split is not necessarily where you think it would be. You can look at C, look at the stereo, and see where the split is. I added the names of the source photos to the bottom so that you can look at the NASA website as your own convenience. You can also use the side method to bring these photos into a 3D view. Here's the rover. Just look at how close it is to us. It doesn't go very far in front of the camera. Using the cross-site method, you can see that it does not go far in front of the camera. It looks like you're looking into the valley, but you're looking at a short distance of a set. What a beautiful backdrop nonetheless. Here we're looking down a hill, but we don't go very far before we lose our stereo. These are really extraordinary. Look how close it is to us before it's flat. Here's another one, right up close. The other thing amazing that happens is your brain sees indicators of dimensionality created for you, but it's not really there. If you look carefully, you'll see. This photograph was not designed for stereo. It was designed for panorama. So it almost did very little stereo photography. I did detailed images on the ground. So this is using information photography in an unintended way. And we're doing our best to extract information from it. This is a slight overlap. Not nearly an overlap, but like the others. You can still see the split lines very close. This one could have been on, and it's a zoom in of a background. There's no stereo here that I can tell. If there is, there shouldn't be. Zooming doesn't change stereo. I've been taught within them there's hardly any stereo to know, other than the difference between the leg and the ground. This is an example taken from two different locations, so you can kind of extract some stereo. It looks like it's dimensional in the background, but that shows it's two different angles of the background. That's quite possible that was done by changing the image that was projected on the background, shot from a model. The model is three-dimensional. You change the image based on where the astronauts are on the set, and you get an accurate image of that. So here we get to some fancy visual effects that has to do with models and technology and rigging and virtual reality, simulators, and so forth. And I think that some visual effects breakthroughs are accomplished or created here and credited elsewhere. The lunar appear to have quite a distance across the moon's surface, kilometers or so, 27 kilometers, I believe it was. There's a graph later that shows you more, and simulator technology is used. It's been around for ages. There are very simplistic versions. Somebody who knows the prop, well, they're in it, and there's a fancy version, a jet simulator. And here's a mock-up I did of how the lunar simulator was created. This is lunar simulator. This device there, I think it was created on the simulator, basically a model that the astronauts were put in frame, and if the movements in the camera was all arranged and filmed footage in the background or in front of the fake lunar module. Here is a setup of the model under the Sturgeon lens. And there, I think it was a DAC camera. It was filmed in very low frame, it's crappy, and it's possible that the model was animated. Here's some examples from their early 1970s. This is Don Dykstra, who was a student of Douglas Trump. And in the summary, I went over this. See, if I did extraordinary or real, it looks how tiny the models were used to generate it. It just blows my mind. Look at this local camera. This is it moving across a tiny fake road set, creating something incredibly realistic in this low resolution footage. There's the rig, the camera rig. It's called motion control. It's used extensively in visual effects today, and this was used to create city planning or something. I don't know how much you got paid to do this, but it's an extraordinary setup, and the time it must have took to build these models, I don't know. I don't know how long it took the team to build and record this, but it's extraordinary nevertheless, especially when you get to the nature footage in the end. You see the mountain in the background. This is with atmosphere and everything. You can imagine what the moon set how realistic. And you need it 3 times as big as that. This is a flight simulator camera, sideways pointing at a fake landscape, and in real time based on the pilot's action. They actually used it for Apollo training. This is the moon surface, model moon surface. There's a camera that moves along it based on the decisions of the astronauts. And this is a lunar rover simulator. I went over this in the summer, but this really fascinates me. They actually had the same setup. It's just like a flight simulator, except for a rover. There it is. I believe the camera is upside down or sideways. It's hard to tell here, depending on what they thought would best. Here, a couple of astronauts coming to their simulation ride. How this helps them, I'm not sure, other than planning the ride and getting used to it. But if you look at the footage, it's truly amazing what's going on there. The camera is reaching in basic ways to the surface. The thing to keep in mind is all of this is recorded, meaning when it's generated. If the camera moves, that's the motion control. That's what motion control is. You create a camera view and record it in the computer. You can reproduce it again and again and again. So you can turn the camera to the left, turn the camera to the right, turn it behind you, and do passes. And you can do it frame by frame. You can do one frame every 2 seconds, one frame setup. To see I speed it up. This is like their speed, and I speed it up so that we don't have to sit there and fall asleep. There, just saw it speed up. You find when you look at the landing footage later, it's very similar to this when I speed it up. You know, this doesn't look as real as the other footage does, but it's a more sophisticated implementation. Here's that setup I showed this summer. Tracks, cameras on tracks. It's all computer controlled. It starts with the model and so forth. Here they are with their calipers. They like taking pictures with calipers and these things. And they've got their accurate mapping. They're making sure that the model matches accurately to the mapping because the astronauts rely on it. They're the ones making these decisions that need to be completely oriented for the day. Right? This is a simple mock-up of something done class. I showed because I found it really funny. That's how they did it. They did it much more sophisticated for the homes. This is huge. There's a man next to it. You can see it's a huge piece. Plaster of Paris, I guess. Not sure what it was made of. That's just what it looks like to me. Highly accurate model. When we get closer here and see the fine detail that's in this thing, you start to see more and more craters. Look at all the sun craters in there. This is all accurate. They're showing how accurate it is. See, we're very impressed. But here it is being used for the LOLA simulator, and it looks very similar to the footage captured by the Apollo camera on the official Apollo landing. And now look at the subtle detail. You can see craters and things. We'll get close here. This is a model. Those have been close. Look, there are tiny rocks. All kinds of subtle detail happening in this thing. And if you made the model 4 times as large, imagine the detail you could put in it. You could put sands on it, add a few fake rocks on it, sand of it. Look at this huge set, a huge model rather. Two guys at the bottom standing next to them. I don't know what this was used for, but look, it's an example of a big model that they had used to set up. This is the same space that they were using for the set. They wouldn't have room to fit that giant model in the world that they built. In some cases, I think the rover was right in hydraulic stand. They had a big front setup with a camera setup. I don't think necessarily it was a view, but it was used to generate shadows on this. So here, I think these photos were generated from a DAC camera. You can see in the middle one, there's a shadow of the antenna and the camera. Sometimes it's because the shadows, I believe they had a rig to check shadow, so that when they're checked out on the screen in front of the simulator, it had a shadow to make you think really there. Here's another example you can see, but it's rare, right? All of these images, they only have one shadow, so it's quite possible to take one frame at a time. It's just got a shadow in it. Fiber optics were used in the cameras. Possibly they had endoscopic kind of setup with the camera, and instead of doing this, like they did in Star Wars, you have these guys coming and going and animating the camera, animated. In fact, your Douglas Trumbull a bit described how they did it on Back to the Future, right? I had no idea that they could do that. And no doubt he implemented something like that in the Apollo simulation, whatever they call the hoax. So instead of guys doing this, they had cameras, and maybe they had something in the bag of tricks, the antenna, so that it projected a proper shadow. Here I'm showing an example. This is footage generated by filming of the models, the computer model, but it's an example nonetheless. Here, we're in the simulated variety of footage with no movement. And now we're going to use the same footage, and we're going to add a very simple movement, kind of like we saw on the roller simulation. And there's the ring moving a little bit. That's what's generating the image at the top. And here we're going to add a little extra movement, adding pops and stuff. And here you'll see that extra movement. It's not added to the original footage. I've been doing these as separate so you can see them as separate. Here we have a loose camera, as if it's on a stand, reacting to the movement of the rover. And you see how it all goes together. This is the basic movement. The left image and it's all kind of moving in and out of Jersey. We have the smaller movement, and it's a little extra. And here's where they loosen up the camera a bit. It's off its set. It's reaching to the brake. Now we're on the wheel. It's pretty extraordinary how simple it is and how effective it is. Now you can even see the reflections in the antenna up there. I believe it probably had a 360-degree setup for any kind of reflections, and that's not that much more difficult. Let's look at the actual footage here. I'm not going to show it all to you. You can see more in the appendix. It's quite extensive. I think it would be interesting in having something go through and really nail down what is what. But I think that's all unnecessary here. And this is why. There are a lot of things that might develop. A lot of unmade things. The rovers went pretty far. There are a lot of opportunities to see what the moon should look like. And when stitched together, I can tell you what the moon should look like. So those flipping through real quick are either low frame rate down or Hasselblad photos from the chest cam. So here, I stabilize. It's amazing how unbearable it is to watch the actual footage. It'll drive you insane shaking so much. I minimize the shaking a lot here. It had to be done by hand. The tracker doesn't like tracking this crap. But you can see it looks very similar to what I just showed you in regards to the virtual set of the simulator, right? See that shadow on the lower right? This could be a setup. I believe this is a section of the set of the previous one, if you look at this clip. But when you look at the whole clip, I believe sometimes they mixed how they did it. Sometimes they filmed it with a model, sometimes they filmed it on a set. They used the same one. Actually, that was on a set. They put it under ray out here, so it's on the set, but it's a hotel. You don't see any shadows of the astronaut on the ground, the other astronaut sitting in the room. And the reflections are just the landscape. So I think it's quite possible that this is fixed footage, meaning they're not on a set. This is all reacting to the motion control camera that they have on it. There's nothing about this footage that says, the landscape, so it's actual. There's no detail in here, so you can't see the detail. It's all limited. The other thing about this footage is that it is transferred to HD. Thank you very much. It should be transferred into the log to digital format so that we can analyze it for ourselves. Perhaps somebody else can get that to happen. And there's a shadow on the ground. If that was on a set, it's possible. They're kind of going in circles or actually done in a water. So the watcher was all landed on the room. Well, they have footage of it. These were all captured models. I believe it was a model with sand on it, certainly where the module landed. And it was all film smooth, except for the landing part, where they had a simulated action, just like the simulator in blasted sand. And after the sand cleared, they did a mixture of masks and stuff, which dissolves into the actual set, practical, life-size set you see in the film of the astronauts walking around. Here we have Apollo 14 and landing on its model, and it's not going very far. You can see there's a curved model. It is actually covered. So it's very accurate. It's very similar. We just looked at the MRV. All the craters, same thing, highly accurate. Here's something interesting though. You can see some striation lines. I put some lines on to show you the angle, and they look just like those head lines. Satellites flying around and around, catching images, and they put them together. And here you can see the striation lines. It's hard to avoid, but that's your only reference when you build the model. Look here, it's very clear. Increase the contrast to make it a little clearer, but there they are. Striation lines are what they are. These are the mosaic images, and here we are coming in for our landing. It's all sped up compared to the real landing. It's Very clear. It's not just an illusion. Here is just a little shadow. Zoom in to make it a little more obvious. Now that's very detailed. Now I'll demonstrate how this was done. So here are the craters. We have two examples of what appears not to be an illusion. Slight sun angle changes right. In one, the shadows are really low in the crater, and the other, the shadows are higher in the crater. In fact, you see all of the craters there, but not in the top one. You really didn't see it because they change them quickly. It's just a soft map. It's just a shirt covered with dust behind it. So I go back and forth. You can see them all. The surface shifts a little bit because it doesn't match up. It's very difficult to have scale model, which is small, but life size to match up. That's a great effect, but it doesn't accomplish the effect. Right? Just look at all the other footage evidence of that. Every other one, the other five, the sound completely obliterates the view. And then when it clears, we're on the set. They claim this is gas distortion, rocket blast, but it doesn't quite work with me. There's a lot of distortions taking place, which will reveal. If we look below over there, we can see how this was done. They had two different setups, all on computer. Two different setups going on. The lighting is quite different the way they had it set up. You can see shifts. They're using the same model, the same setup. They shifted a little bit, so here's the difference. You can see the shadows are different. The gray area I shifted a little, just subtle. How I blurred the model. Obscured by dazzle right. This is a little more accurate to the differences. Down here the moon is blasted by dust right. Fake sand, of course, on top of it, and used it as a mat. So they did all this by hand for the most part, but now I use it as a mat. You see the fluctuation. It's used to disguise the distortion taking place, and simply because they're spraying sand on the nozzle at the bottom. And it's been real. Sand is you're seeing here. There's all these strands here. That's because one was a lot and one life size. There's a change occurring here. Not quite sure what it is, and then it fades out again. But there's no seem to be changes like this. This change in shape. I think that Trump is likely the mastermind behind this. It was the 2001 Space Odyssey visually that his mastermind, and he had a lot of experience in this simulating the space stuff. His first job was with Rothschild and working with all generating PR stuff for him. He obviously generated Cinderella, and it was used as a technology backdrop. Here's some information about To the Moon. It's a large film format, really longer than other formats, and it's extraordinary what they did on Space Odyssey 2001. There's evidence that it was supported by NASA, and it was a kind of an R&D to figure out all the technology. They used it for the Apollo hoax, and it's also in the interest to see he worked for the Apollo program already before he did 2001. Again, it was a large format with the use of a fisheye lens and immersive cinema. That is, immersive cinema before the Apollo program. So he was already interested in it. It's quite extraordinary how his career parallels the ability to do all of the special effects needed to pull off this hoax. Let's hear him tell us in his own words.
I'll get into it right away, and I'm going to take it pretty much chronologically, so I think it'll make a certain sense. When I was just out of high school, I was going to be an architect, I thought. And I courses in illustration and painting and mechanical drawing and engineering drawing and things like that. I became very fascinated with science fiction illustration, and it was all multi-plane photography, fisheye lenses projected into adult wide-angle lenses projected with theater. And the show was called To the Moon and Beyond. And Danny Kubrick and Arthur Clarke saw this show, which were part of the multi-plane photography, and got a job to start doing some preliminary design work for 2001's Odyssey, which at the time was called Your Stars in a very early draft. It was one of my pencil sketches for a lunar base. You see some similarity here to the horizon on the moon, Earth in the distance, various kinds of lunar modules and stuff like that. An idea for a pod, which became, like a pod in 2001. But I wanted to digress a little bit. So 2001, we had a little storyboard drawing. A lot of storyboard drawings we worked with were very simple sketches almost. But you see shots in the movie, then you see the little bus. That was one of my first tasks on 2001 as a young man. I was probably 24. About starting to detail these miniatures, trying to make them look photorealistic, even though they were just fiberglass models with not much detail. And we started figuring out how to put detail on painting. And actually, since I was an illustrator, I was actually painting with my airbrush right on the model to create different panels of texture, brightness, and reflection, and trying to make it look as big as we possibly could. And then I got involved in shooting some of these miniatures. Kubrick really got to like me and what I was able to do. And so I got into design.
Exploring the long disordered and
James with 1,000-watt light bulb out of a slide projector. This is the painting back here. This is the little bus that's going to land, and it's mounted on this rod back here, tilting up and down. Nitrogen coming through the nozzles of the supposedly jet engines.
Yo, what up? How are you, King Twan?
And we had the glass door superimposed one thing.
King Twan, how are you? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, how are you? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, can you hear me? How's your day going?
Yeah, I can hear that, bro. I gotta make this. I gotta get my shit, bro.
Oh, tight. Okay, are you on Kick?
Yeah, bro.
Word, dog, we're gonna make you a trillionaire. How's your day going?
A trillionaire, bro. It's a goof ass also, bro. I'm not no goofy, bro.
Okay.
Try to use bots coming in my kick.
You love it. You love it. You fucking love it. Your friend told me to do it.
Yeah, I don't leverage it.
Your friend told me to do
I
it.
have no friends.
No, you don't. You're right. But I do it because I'm your friend. How you living, pimp? Hey, can I tell you about myself?
What's up, bro?
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Apologies for my bots. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yes, I seen Big Brother.
Okay, excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now. The Economy magazine stated that data is Earth's #1 resource. That data overtook petroleum in 2018 as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived online than anybody. And when I go viral, I'm going to make sure you, your friends, and family become financially independent, that you're able to have generational wealth, and that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Bro, that's just yeah, bro. Your ass ain't never gonna work, bro.
All right.
Even if you only got 33 subscribers on YouTube, bro. Your ass ain't really like that in the field.
Dog, I have over 40,000 on Twitch, and I've got over...
See me telling the truth, bro.
Yeah, look up Viral Rabbi, VIRALRABBI.
Your ass is really streaming.
Word.
Bro, you must get 136. Bro.
Go to Viral Rabbi, VIRALRABBI. I've got like 4,000 subscribers.
On Cake, right?
No,
On Twitch.
on Twitch. Go ahead.
Okay, I see the follower account. Okay, I think okay.
There you go. I've got 10,000 on Instagram.
Instagram is shit, though. That's not be shit, bro.
All right. Well, I'm just letting you know. So what's good with you?
Just chilling, bro. Just eating. I don't know. Like, I just was looking at my clips on cake, and I just, I was wondering for a minute. I'm like, is it like YouTube, right? Like you just like, I don't know how you did that shit. I don't know if you clipped my shit or something. I don't know how that shit works.
Word, dog.
I don't really know how to do it.
I created bots, dog.
Created bots?
Yeah, robots.
How did you use like AI?
No, I just do it the old-fashioned way. I use macros. I program them to create an account, to make a clip of someone, to follow them, and spam. Pardon me, and spam them. Thank you, my friend.
Type deal. That's what's up, bro.
That's what's up.
I was just see like what the shit was and shit like.
Absolutely. Hey, you got a good heart. If there's anything you ever need, I'm here for you. Okay, brother?
Yeah, you stay safe, man.
You as well. Take care, my pimp. He's not my pimp. He's a pimp. I meant to say my. What a nice person. I thought he was going to shit on me. Man, you goofy. Word, girl.
real. I was working on the big stage, one of the big stages at GMS, the space station set over here, and the blue bus set over here. This is the blue bus set being built. Several shots of that. I designed a lot of these trains. I had a lot of arguments, discussions with the other people. We thought the movies that looked like stuff satellites or anything that really didn't look at the moon surface in detail. So this was kind of a Chesley Bonus little rocky terrain kind of thing that he wanted. And I was actually going in another direction, which did not make the cut. Here's me working on my moon terrain, which I thought was, in fact, in retrospect, very much like what the moon is like. It's very rounded, very soft, very eroded by micrometeorite impacts and not craggy at all. These are some early designs for the Jupiter sequence. The Discovery spacecraft went through a zillion different iterations. Starting was going to be a slot inside one of Jupiter's moons that they go into. This was actually a very early hypothetical rendering of what the pond might look like at a very early stage. This slot in one of Jupiter's moons was going to be another little universe down there that didn't belong in our universe, and they had to go down there. These are like two pods. Looking down here, they're going to send little probes down. So a whole bunch of things that were designed, experimented with, drawn, discussed, and tweeted. This movie went through tremendous development. So the thing I'm talking about today is all the whole kind of creative process of how you tackle a problem, work on it, discuss it, solve it, change it, and try to come up with a new solution to screen that people have not seen before. Anyway, ShowScan was the 60-frame, 70mm giant screen thing that was way better than Cinerama and way better than IMAX in 1975. The simulation rocket was this holding hydraulic motion bays in a capsule with people inside, which I'll show you later. Became the Back to the Future ride for me, which was a lot of fun. And then another ride was Cinerama, which never passed, which was really cool. I'm sure we're going to do this pretty soon. Was projecting multiple ShowScan films in a dark ride situation, and you're in a vehicle. And we filmed these films knowing that the vehicle was moving at 30 feet a second, or 30 feet a minute. And so we filmed it with the camera moving 30 feet a minute, projected these films into domes that had foreground sense that were all moving in perspective to the perspective shift of the movie. It was all 60 frame, and it was so real that everybody believed that everything that they were seeing was happening in real time, including explosions, breakaway glass, mummies, monsters, you name it. It was really wild. We started developing special electronic 70mm projectors that could run 60 frames a second electronically, did not have a mechanical general movement in them. One of the things this ShowScan thing led to was an experimental film, which I'm sure I can't show you. But we knew the size and shape of the screen. And so I just devised this thing as a multi-shoot in ShowScan, and we projected in the exact same scale as the theater itself. I'm going to do this illusion. And so we had this scene where we projected a really bad movie on the screen. It was kind of a fake documentary. We made everything go wrong that you possibly think. It goes out of frame, it goes out of focus, the film burns in the gate. It's just terrible and it fails. Then the projection goes around the theater, comes behind the screen, turns on a work light back there, because screens are perforated. You can see through it. If there was a light back there, you can see the speakers behind the screen. So he does that. And so you see the speakers in there, there's this big roll-up door, there's a door he comes through, and he comes up to the audience and touches the screen, which is catching the light from these house lights, and starts talking to the audience, apologizing for screwing up the show. It looked absolutely great. It was indistinguishable from me on the ground, and he's 6 feet tall, and it was all in scale to my theater. And heavyweight people like Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, everybody came to those meetings. When I would get to this point, they would get up out of their seat and start leaving the theater, shaking my head, saying, "Doc, whatever you get it fixed, give me a call. I'll see if I can get it. My schedule to come back." And it wasn't until they were off to the side of the theater that they realized they'd been completely fooled. And this, to me, was a really important moment in movie history. And this little movie called The Magic has actually been requested by the Academy to be archived there. And I'm hoping we can get it digitally scanned so we can show it again in high definition. Now we're working on an entry-level version of this, which will enable film students and colleges to do this kind of thing very inexpensively. I'm working with guys that's Hollywood General Machining, is building a zero gravity boat out of a partnership components. And this is under construction in LA right now. We're just about to test it right after Christmas. And it's a really cool thing. This whole gizmo, I'm going to use the word gizmo device, is going to cost about $5,000 instead of the original that cost $250,000. So I've also been experimenting with digital lens reflex cameras, which are quite amazing. We're shot with an Nikon or Canon. I'm using the Canon 7D with some Zacuto attachments. It's a very inexpensive camera. It's shooting full high definition 1K by 2K 24 frame movies very inexpensively. And I'm having good results with it. My next step is I'm going to tear this camera apart, chip out, and build it into a new camera. We have to be two chips side by side for an integrated 3D camera. Now, in the world right now, the red camera is the hot camera. It's not the only camera, but it's a good mid-level priced camera. And I think we can start this for 3D production as well. The 3D cameras we're seeing are really cumbersome, awkward, and heavy, like the IMAX cameras have been, and like the Cinerama cameras. We're in an early phase of 3D. We're shooting in 3D. It's a real pain in the neck, but it's going to get much better. Right now, I went to NAB just a few months ago in Las Vegas and saw all the latest 3D cameras. I got to tell you, it's horrible because these cameras are clumsy, noisy, fat, heavy, obtrusive, hard to align. They create all kinds of horrendous post-production problems to composite 3D live action. And we're in our infancy of trying to solve a lot of these technical problems to try to make a whole new generation of 3D cameras and solve these problems. So shooting in 3D is not such a pain in the neck. I've been recently working with Terry Mallon and Tree of Life. Let me talk about it. I think it's going to come out pretty soon. There's one shot I'll show you, just a little hint. There's a Phantom camera shooting 1,000 frames a second in a vat of water. You can imagine how much paint or whatever might have been in there. And we're designing one version of that film, which is called Voyage of Time, which is going to be in IMAX theaters in about a year after that. I mean, the spectacular space experience, probably the closest thing to 2001 since then. And so we've been studying IMAX geometry, screens, projection, and this whole digital virtual studio I'm working on, which I want to do with my next film, is to build a stage that's designed with the zero gravity boat. And everything is designed around that technology to automate the lighting grid so that we can do rehearsals on this and pre-light scenes and come back into our stage and reshoot. And even, hypothetically deciding what a studio might look like if you did a whole bunch of these stages. There's a lot of advantages of zero gravity crane, digital cameras, automated lighting, very limited sets, a very smaller stage, a smaller crew, faster shooting, increased production value, and lower cost. So there's a lot of benefits to working this way. So I'm working on this whole idea. I'm writing screenplays for this technology. And we hope to kind of clone this and make it happen all over the world with funding. I'm not going to go through this as more like a business presentation. It's okay if we call me mad science.
So the question is, who's behind this? Well, to start with, there's mission control, but almost no one was behind this. They were following along with us. There were perhaps a few agents in there. The only people talking to the people on the moon were the astronauts themselves. They were the ones that did all of the talking to these supposed astronauts on the moon. And that's not real, by the way. And I believe that they were the six of the footage that we see. They've been lying to us ever since. And not everyone in this picture landed on the moon. But I believe they were all involved one way or another. Someone could investigate that further. But in mission control, there were astronauts there, and they were the only ones that were allowed to talk to the astronauts. This is a camera controller. He's involved too, because obviously he's not the one controlling the camera. I suspect that he was possibly or probably involved in the fake footage camera. Why not? So, what is NASA? Is NASA real? I believe it is actually an intel operation with fake fronts. Intel likes to do this. You can say it was infiltrated
fact, all of them are. The entire space program is a fraud. Such companies say, yes, we're here for humanity, and yes, we put people in space, but no more putting spy satellites over the planet trying to control the planet. It's an age-old technique of opening the sky. Yes, we try to communicate with the heavens, but we're in communication with the gods. Apollo is supposedly the god of light. NASA is not. Some of them Apollo is NASA. Apollo is real. It's nothing but a ghost.
What in the fuck was that? Oh, shit. Fucking finally. Welcome. How are you, Sophie?
I'm good.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
I just found you randomly.
Was it through YouTube or Discord or Kick?
No, just randomly.
Okay. Well, how are you?
So, I'm good, thank you. And you?
I'm well, thank you. Just enjoying life.
Okay.
What's new with
What are you doing?
I'm programming robots on a phone
And what's the main goal of this book?
to create clips and publish them.
Or
Uh, it publishes them on social media. How's your,
like your own clips?
and other people's too.
That's it. And you like make money of it?
Yep.
Do you know how to do it?
Yeah, I'm doing it right
Like
now.
you can teach.
Yeah. Do you have an
And
answer?
how much do you make money?
It depends.
Like more than an hour?
It depends. If you find a creator who needs clips, they can pay you like $100 for 10 clips, so like usually like $10 a clip.
Okay. That's nice actually.
Word, dog. How's your day going?
It's okay, we're trying to fix our computer a little bit.
Okay, what's going on with your
And,
computer?
so you like leave your Discord?
Find out about me from Kick?
Huh?
Did you find out about me from Kick?
No. I found you randomly, but I just asked.
You can.
Yeah, like I found you on one of the clips of the guy who has like 10 followers.
Yeah, that's probably right. So it was on on Kick?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that guy didn't pay me, but sometimes other people pay me to do projects for them.
Okay, I got you. So like if I were a rich streamer, you like I could hire you.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Sure. I want to leave your contact.
You want to what?
I want to stay in this Discord server, and in case maybe we can catch up.
Absolutely. You're always welcome here. I stream my life 24 hours a day. So I'm always live in here.
Okay. You make clips?
I do a lot of clips. I don't know if they're great, but I do a lot of them.
Okay. It's like automatic thing, like this bots are doing this. Oh, that's genius.
Thank you, my friend. I'll teach you how to do it.
Okay. We should stay in touch. So we'll go back to fixing our computer.
Okay, best wishes with that, but come back whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Pleasure to meet you.
Goodbye.
Bye. Yeah, he's like a clip who has like 8 followers. How'd you find me? Just randomly. Or was it Kick? It was just random. Was it YouTube? It was just random. Okay. Shizzy. Isn't it alien chasing? No, you're an alien chasing flirt. It's alien chasing.
Go ahead.
Almost required. Wanted to meet in the World Championship in WCW. That was crazy. They took me to a room with Eric Bishop, who took me aside before I almost ready to go to I was stretching the belt. That was over on national TV, not like a pay-per-view, something like a live show on TV. What's on my job? You just saw fans like, oh, here, Coach right now. I go watch the finish of Coach on. You gotta stick the rag. So maybe because no, it didn't come on people over. We always got one when it was still there. They let Hogan make it one of the big. That was massive respect for him.
Stop Asian hate. Fuck Asian chicks.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Are you ready to lose? Yeah, you are.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
2,025 years ago, how many people could read and write?
You mean globally?
1%.
Globally?
Yeah.
Read and write?
Yeah.
Maybe 10%?
10%?
If that, yeah. Perhaps.
I feel like that aspect is the reason for a lot of religions being created in that time, because you'd have to be a very intelligent, you'd be perceived as a very intelligent person if you had the ability to read and write back then. The education systems are different. Go and school. Joe, you there?
I am.
You listening?
Yes. I'm listening to you. Go ahead. I'm looking at the what ChatGPT says, and it says 10% of the world's population or less. So I got it right on the dot. Yeah.
What about in what was it? Israel wasn't a thing back then.
It was.
Was it? Yeah. So what about in how many people could read and write in Jerusalem?
Between 10 and 15%,
Okay, so 1 in 10.
approximately.
So that means 1 in 10 people would have been listening to stories and not reading.
That's correct. That's correct.
So 9 in 10.
Correct. My question for you is, are you ready to lose? If that's what I wanted to know, that's all I want to know. Zoo, you have an invitation. Let's see. Let's see what you've got, dog. Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna jerk yourself raw? You're up, pimp. Big dog. Captured. You're up, pimp.
I've figured out something. I've noticed something. When speaking to less intelligent people, they often predict things that happen without backing up the facts. So if it does happen, they seem smart, but they don't have the facts to back it up.
There you go, big dog. This is a close game, son.
Right, you're fucked.
Bird dog. Are you proud of the way you just played?
That was a very good way to play.
All right, well, let's see you do it again.
This game would be boring if it's the only game you play for the rest of your life.
Word, dog.
You could only play one game for the rest of your life. What are you picking?
On here,
Just any game in general.
like Grand Theft Auto. Dog, look at these moves. You're up, pimp.
I don't play. I would play.
You're up, pimp.
I could only play one game for the rest of my life. Skyrim.
All right.
I put with my cousin once.
Look at this move, Zoo.
What's the game that women like? What's like if you're a game woman like for men?
I don't know if they like to play with men, but a lot of women like to play The Sims.
Yeah, fuck that.
Zoot, it's over for you, son.
Rabbi, I lost the six pack.
What do you about it, son?
Told me I can't.
All right, we'll go.
Yeah, so just that. That moment, I had that. I just lost $100.
You did not. Flick yourself, Zoot.
I lost this pack.
You don't know that. You're up, pimp.
Oh, fucking God, Rabbi.
We're up, pimp.
Look how close I was.
Let's see what happens.
Well, it's the best race here.
You're up, pimp.
Rabbi, I wasn't like
It was a great move.
I feel
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You don't know that. Up, pimp.
that's not good.
You're up.
Got a lot of trouble.
Let's see what you're gonna do. Pimp, go. Pimp. Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm not.
You just fucked up, son.
Go up.
It's over for you, big dog. Big dog, it's over for you. Big dog. Zoo, you're done, son. Dude, it's over for you. You got spanked, baby. It's over for you. Ready, big dog? Look at this move. Look at this.
I have to check something.
All right, well, it's game, son. Do it after the game, son. Look at this move. You're up, pimp. Doug, I fucked up. But I still won. Go check your shit, dog.
Box in the boxes.
What the fuck did you just say, dog? Dog, what did you just say? Dog.
I said,
Fox in the boxer? What the fuck does that mean? Dog, what does that mean? Dude, what in the fuck are you talking about, big dog? Dude, about what in the fuck are you talking about, big dog? I'm doing something.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
when you come to Australia, you're gonna stream us in an escape room.
Sure, dog. The whole fucking continent's an escape room for an American.
Ready for that?
Got a bunch of animals that'll kill you. Have you ever been in an escape room? Did you do well?
Once with my family we did two, and then last year with my girlfriend did okay.
Did you have fun?
Yeah.
Was it the best time you've ever had in your entire life?
Yeah, I still got the gift, okay.
What was it?
She gave me a gift for the escape room. She gave me like we went on a day. We went to Salt Richards, but she was good it was.
This was November.
And an escape room.
This was November of 2024.
Yeah. I don't know. I was just
Okay, why don't you hit her up? Why not?
I just had to end it for.
Oh yeah, this was the chick who just wanted your money.
Yeah. She wasn't a bad person. She just. She was just trying to escape something.
Do you miss her?
I miss being around someone. I think it's
She hot as fuck. So that's a okay. Hey, remember, Doug? Remember you were gonna get pictures of yourself for social media, and then you always say you're gonna do it in 2 weeks. What the fuck happened to that?
I'll do it in 2 weeks.
No, don't give me that bullshit. What do they call chicks in Australia? Hold on. Sheila's? Get your Sheila, dog.
Okay, first of all, no one says that.
Wait.
Under the age of 45.
Wait, who?
Secondly,
Wait. What do you mean?
no one fucking says that.
They say it in Crocodile Dundee, dog. Dog. They say it in Crocodile Dundee. Dog, they said it in Crocodile Dundee.
Okay.
So have you ever called a girl a Sheila? Have you ever called a girl a Sheila? Why not? Why haven't you ever called a girl a Sheila? It's just a question. What'd you say, Pimp? Zoot, I'm going to ask you again. Why haven't you ever called a girl a Sheila?
It's disrespectful.
Why is it disrespectful? I'm asking you a question, dude. Why is it disrespectful to call an Australian girl Sheila? What are they called? Okay, but why wouldn't you call a girl a Sheila?
Just Sheila and that.
Oh, like for a woman?
Woman? His name's for Sheila, but you don't get around Sheila.
Why not?
Because I'm not fucking 60 years old.
Okay, why do old Australian people use the term Sheila?
Because Sheila was probably a very common Australian name back then.
Oh, is that why?
Oh,
That's why they do that. That's why they call them Sheila. Okay, but is it not common anymore?
no.
Have you ever met an Australian chick named Sheila?
I've never met anyone called Sheila in my life.
Okay. Have you ever called a woman Sheila?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you start?
Because I'm not fucking 60 years old.
Okay. But I mean, maybe it's like a good thing. Maybe you should bring it back. Maybe the reason why it's no longer popular is because you don't do it. And you should start doing it again and make it super popular. Does that plan?
Yep.
People use the term bloke. Dog, I just asked you a question.
Yep.
Do people use bloke?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't bloke an Australian man and Sheila an Australian woman? Dog, you are really sensitive on this Sheila word.
Because no one fucking uses it.
Okay. But they use the term bloke? Isn't that kind of sexist? Zoot, are you going to the gym tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay. When are you going to get your pictures taken?
Um, 2 days.
2 days. So you're going to get them taken on Friday?
Saturday.
Okay. Are you really going to do it?
Saturday's Friday.
Right. So you should have said 3 days, not 2 days. But that's cool. Are you really going to do it?
No.
Why not?
Need to find a photographer.
Dog. You can do that really quickly. Go on.
I'll see you later.
1935.
It's just so interesting. You get caught up in the emotion, music, and also just interrupting you. Just the way you are, I think is my favorite. But I mean, we're just speaking again, and I was thinking how much the documentary was in there. And then maybe that's my favorite book. It's still, I know, right? There's so many great ones. So, really interesting to see too. What he believed in, his music and his struggle. And it's huge success in his career. His personal life is falling apart. He speaks about that. And then, of course, he has to thing in his first wife. But it's just a fascinating look at
bosses. My two bosses. Welcome. You're the one who thanked me. Damn.
1934. Cool.
In this case, it sounds like the cancer prevention thing. Like you could spend a couple thousand now, or you can have your own home, have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage pollution. Okay, so Janelle, this sounds really cool. How does it make? Is this using everybody for the $3,000, and then you mentioned something about absolutely okay. That's such a great program, and yeah, we found need to be prepared for the shaving. Janelle, if you give them a website if you would. Okay, and that's open up today. So people on it, go sign up. Janelle Rabbi, the Chief Mitigation Officer for the California Earthquake Authority. Thanks so much. What a great thing that you can do. It'll protect you in like when you think about your whole house just like if there's some jolts, boom, 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 and then your house just falls off. Let's use ministers committed to the KFI city councils voted to propose using state legislation that would make it easier to build homes near transit stops. Westchester YMCA later this morning opens in recognize a woman who gave her van when a family member attacked another family member. Also, a convenience store worker who helps stop a woman and her baby from being kidnapped, and a construction worker who stops someone who randomly attacked their coworker. And we should do that more often. Recognize the victims. NASA's Webb telescope has found a tiny moon around Venus. The moon spotted in February appears to be just 6 miles wide. Scientists say they think it hid for so long because of its faintness and because it's tiny. Venus has 28 known moons that are named after characters from Shakespeare and Alexander Pope. This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. That led weather from KFI, as I've been mentioning, here comes the heat, sunny and hot after some areas of low clouds, even dense fog. Some areas highs will be in the 80s at the beaches, upper 80s to low 90s for Metro Valley and OC, upper 90s to 105 with the Alex and the Lehigh, 100 for the Antelope Valley, only lows in the 60s and 70s, then even hotter tomorrow, with highs in the mid 80s at the coast, low to mid 90s for the metro areas, up to 109 in the valleys, or the IE 107 in the Antelope Valley, and it's going to be hot all the way through the weekend. 69 now in Costa Mesa, 68 in Fountain Valley, 67 in Studio City, 69 in Clearwater. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Amy G. This has been your Wake Up Call. If you've been staying wake up call, you can listen anytime on the iHeart Radio app. You've been checking out this crash. Checking out some liveness this morning. Yes, you have to say that. No further proceedings. We're going to. Where are we going to? Okay, Riverside.
That's a big story right now. The shooting sound outside. 60 You're probably going to say, oh, there's questions about yes. Cool that game. Okay. That's nice. Nice. Right, cool that. Let's keep this going. All right. It's going to be all right here and here.
Welcome. How are you, 965? What's good? Can you hear me?
What's good, yeah?
Yo, dog,
Yeah, I can hear
you got to be 18 to be in here.
Yeah, I am.
How'd you find out about me?
You gave me the shoes.
Doug, I don't know what you're talking about. You've got to be 18 to be in here. And what year were you born? Go.
I was born in 2020.
Okay.
2021.
Okay, you're not 18, so you have to leave.
Okay.
Bye.
purpose, you know? Do you know what I mean? They changed my category in 2 seconds. Yeah, for real. Yeah. Trying to drag yourself out of bed, get it, Grim. You can do it, mate. You can do it. incident attorneys have been arrested in connection with killing of an American music supervisor and her husband inside their home in Encino. He's scheduled to be arraigned. Raymond Dari in Encino is facing 2 charges of murder in the deaths of Robin Kay and her husband Thomas Copeland back on July 10th. The murder charges including the special circumstance allegations of multiple murders and perjury. The LA City Council has directed the city attorney to create an ordinance that requires the LAPD to verify the identities of federal agents. Councilwoman Eunice Hernandez says it's important to make the community feel safer as immigration rates continue. The council has also voted to seek information from the federal government on immigration actions in LA since January. Council members may want clarity on the LAPD's duty to intervene when a federal agent might be violating a cemetery. Lawyers for Abrego Garcia are trying to get a criminal case in Tennessee dismissed, proving that their client is being selectively and vindictively prosecuted by the Trump administration. Abrego Garcia was originally deported from the U.S. after the Trump administration said he was caught in a raid by mistake, but then later alleged that he was a member of a gang and he's now facing human trafficking charges. Police in Huntington Beach said the woman was shot in Halloween at a California Closets warehouse just covered.